Okay, well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Tuesday, July 14th meeting of the Placerville City Council. Will everybody please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you, everybody. We have a full schedule tonight, so we'll try to move through these judiciously, but hopefully expeditiously as well. And we'll move on to roll call, please.
Mayor Saragosa,
Here?
Vice Mayor Thomas,
I'm here.
Councilmember Acuna,
Here.
Councilmember Borelli,
Here.
Councilmember Taylor.
Here.
Okay, quorum's established. Thank you. We will move right along then to item 3, announcements and presentations to the public. And item 3.1 is announcement of the filing period. And this is Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for allowing me this opportunity to announce this important period. The filing period is now open for anybody wishing to run for a city council or city treasurer. There are 2 positions, 2 council seats that are up, Mayor Saragosa and Mark Acuna. And the city treasurer position is currently held by Kathy Tremblay. So these are up this November. The filing period is from July 13th to August 7th. So it opened yesterday. Any candidate interested needs to collect 20 signatures. They need to be city residents who are also registered to vote at their city residence. Once those 20 signatures are submitted, they will be verified by the registrar of voters. And then once 20 are validated, then that candidate is qualified to run. There are several other documents that need to be filled out before that August 7th deadline. So I would encourage anyone who's interested to contact the city clerk's office with any questions or for an appointment to go over these documents. I can provide most of the documents electronically. However, the nomination paper, the one that's circulated for signatures, needs to be provided in person. I sign that, and then that original gets circulated. There's 4 of those. There's four sheets. So that is it. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you, Ms. O'Connell.
Sure.
Any questions from City Council? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for any public comments on this issue.
Now taking public comment from call-in user 1.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Are there any other restrictions, like having to have been a resident for 1 year or anything else for running for City Council that the public should know about? That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Now taking public comment from Jackie Yepez.
Good evening, Jackie.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering how long the term is for.
The terms are 4 years.
Okay. And then how many times do they meet? A month or a quarter?
We'll go ahead and we'll answer. We basically meet the first and third, or excuse me, the second and fourth Tuesday of each month.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Last call for public comment on item 3.1. Now taking public comment from M. Beaver.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good evening.
Okay, sorry, it didn't show me it was muted. For those that just joined, can you tell me which one we're on right now?
We're on item 3.1, which is the filing period for people to run for city council.
Okay. I just wanted to see where we were at on the program agenda.
Okay, thank you.
No further public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Regina, was there any other, to the first caller's question in regards to residency requirements or time?
Yeah, to my knowledge, as long as you are a registered voter, you reside within city limits, you are 18 years of old, you don't have any felony or convictions, any current felonies or convictions. And I believe that if you are a registered voter at the time that you pull papers for circulation for signature, then you're eligible. And John, if I'm mistaken, you can jump in here, but I think that there are no residency
That's correct,
provisions.
as long as you're a resident at the time. But there's no, you don't have to be a resident for a year or 6 months prior to the,
running.
right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Driscoll. Thank you, Regina. Okay, then we will now move to item 3.2, which is a COVID-19 update. And our city manager, Mr. Morris, has this, but I also want to thank Dr. Nancy Williams for being with us on the line tonight as well. But I'll hand it off to Cleve for now.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, we did invite Dr. Nancy Williams, who is on with us tonight, and will make a short presentation. She has a PowerPoint that she will do, so we'll get that up and running. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Williams.
Okay,
Good
thank
evening,
you.
Doctor.
Thank you. This is Nancy Williams, Public Health Officer for the county. So I'm going to turn on my the screen here. So this is just a slightly modified version of what I showed at the Board of Supervisors meeting this morning. Okay. All right. Okay. So anyway, thank you for inviting me today. There's been a lot happening in the COVID world, so it's definitely a good time for the update. So just to go backwards a little bit, this is some information that will take us back to comparing when we first had a case, which was on the 20th of March, recorded in our county, up until a Board of Supervisors meeting on June 22nd, which was about a 3-month time period. That shows how long it took us to get the number of cases at that time, which was 144. And things had been relatively stable and slow during that period of time. And so where we are now, or where we were, let's see, last Thursday, the July 8th, was we'd approximately doubled those cases, go up to 280. So that was only a half a month period. So we can tell things have really accelerated quite a bit since we have, well, since the reopening of sectors and that sort of thing. So anyway, we've been doing really well, and now things have changed quite a bit in the last several weeks. So this is a snapshot of our dashboard, or part of our dashboard, that shows the counts, cumulative counts for each of these regions that we have. So we've divided the county up into 8 regions. Each region has a minimum of 10,000 people in it. So that way we're not reporting on a tiny little community where it would be easy to potentially identify people. So this is what things look like right now, or looked like last Thursday. And the count in Lake Tahoe was approximately 50% of the total count. And that has been the number that's been creeping up for a while. And we think that's representative of the fact that there's been a lot more activity, tourism, visits with people in both coming up from the Bay Area or out of state or wherever to get to Tahoe, as well as there was initially kind of an uptick in that area, we think, because a lot of people from the South Lake Tahoe area do their shopping in the Reno Sparks area, and there have been quite high COVID rates there. So that's another influence just from the local people's travels. So again, this is just last Thursday. So this is through yesterday. So just a 5-day period. So what happened since then? We had, another case in the Pollock Plains Camino Kybers area, 8 more cases. Again, this is just over a 5-day period in El Dorado Hills, another 3 in the Diamond Springs, El Dorado area, 1 more in the North County region, 10 more, again, in the last 5 days in Placerville. And we've actually had 3 more that were counted in today's count. It's not reflected on this chart. 7 more in Cameron Park, Shingle Springs Rescue area. South County was the only one that was spared any cases in the last 5 days. And there were another 27 cases at Tahoe, and that brought our total from 280 last Thursday up to 337. Today's count went up by 13, so we're now up to 350. So things are moving quite fast. I mean, in the slow time, we were only getting 1 or 2 cases a day on average. So this is a really big change for us. So this is just actually the comparison between last Thursday and yesterday. So a 5-day span again. And I had shown a chart at the last Thursday's board meeting, because there was a special board meeting where I gave an update. And at that point, I compared it to the one back in the end of June. And the most notable thing that was different between the June date and last week was that the 18 to 49-year-old group, that represented about 50% of the cases, and it's crept up to about 61%. And we think that's representative of the people, the age range that's not hunkering down at home still as much, feeling a little bit more comfortable being out and about and getting more exposed. As you can see here, at least the 65 and older group actually is the one that we're most concerned about, because that's the vulnerable population. We actually added 7 cases in that age range in the last week. So we probably the 18 to 49-year-old group that's out and about is spreading some things to that older population, which is probably still being somewhat sheltered. And let's see. Okay, so I think that's all I really wanted to point out on this. And the concern again about these 65-year-olds, and we had a 35% uptick in cases in that age group just within the last 5 days. And that was through yesterday, and there were another 2 cases added to that population today. So we will be watching that group closely. So this is an illustration, because we've been watching the Tahoe area pretty closely, and it's where we've wanted to focus a lot of our interventions, trying to get people to pay as much attention to the safeguards that they can do on their own as possible. So the pink line here represents the Tahoe region. The Tahoe region includes South Lake Tahoe, of course, and Myers. It also includes the Tahoma area on the west shore, but the bulk of the population, of course, is in South Lake Tahoe. And it also captures, the very tiny populations of, I think, Echo Summit and Twin Bridges, which is, just a handful of people, or a handful of permanent residents. When we're talking about cases, we're always looking at the location that people reside in. So we are not capturing any visitors to Tahoe here. We're only capturing Tahoe residents and El Dorado County residents. So the blue line there, the solid blue line is the county average, and the dashed blue line is everything except Tahoe. So you can see that the Tahoe rates are kind of raising our county average. However, obviously the whole county is moving upward right now. As you can see, that dashed line is not staying flat. So we know there's COVID increases happening throughout the county. The red dashed line, the horizontal line, is what the case rate of, and I should have explained this graph in the first place. These are recent cases. So this is how many cases we've seen in the last 14 days. So early on, back in March and April, in the 14-day period, we were seeing maybe 20 cases or something. So like I said, it was, average of 1 to 2 per day. And then it sort of jumped up around the end of May, and it's been climbing ever since. So now we're seeing many, many more cases within a 14-day period than we used to. And that's a concern for the state and for us, of course, because that's telling us that, it's telling us a lot more than just our total count for the county, because it's actually good now that some people have recovered from this, and in theory they may be immune. That still remains to be seen, but the recent cases are ones that are more likely to continue to spread, and people are infectious in the community, and it makes risk for everybody. So we're watching that number carefully. The state is using they have 5 different monitoring thresholds that they're using that will determine whether counties get on their watch list or not. And the one that we're most concerned about, because it's the one that is affecting us the most, or the one that we're the closest to crossing, is this 100 cases in the last 14 days per 100,000 population. So our county is, about close to 200,000. So that's looking at, approximately 200 cases over a 2-week period. And of course, the South Lake Tahoe population is a lot smaller than the rest of the county. So the fact that it's shot above that 100 per 100,000 is not affected. That didn't drag the whole county over, because the rest of the county average is relatively low in comparison. But it is definitely affecting the average. So we're looking at, these are from our data, and there are a lot of different ways of looking at it. We're kind of looking at the way that we see as the most conservative, that it helps us learn about things as quickly as we possibly can learn them, which is when we're counting the cases as soon as we receive their results. So some of the state actually is following a slightly different metric, and their numbers that they're reporting for us are a little bit lower. So we're not really in their eyes at 86 yet. We're quite a bit lower than that, but at the same time, this is what we want to see, because it's where we think we're going. Those cases that are making us go up to 86 right now are going to be ticking onto the state's monitoring numbers as they come up there. So we know that's in the future. Another concern we have is that there's a significant delay in the amount of time it takes from somebody developing symptoms and when the test result comes back to us now. And there's several reasons for that. They're both equally concerning, I guess. One of them is that it's taking a while sometimes for people to get appointments to get tested. So it may be a week, even 10 days sometimes after they develop symptoms and when they can get into for a test. And then the second part is the labs themselves. So if somebody goes into a doctor's office or to one of our community sites, the site at Lake Tahoe is still up and running 5 days a week. We just added a site in Placerville at the fairgrounds. That's a mobile site. It's coming every Tuesday, started today. So those test sites, the day the specimens are collected, or at a doctor's office or whatever, then they have to get packaged and sent to the laboratory. Those laboratories are backed up. They've got more demand than they can handle right now. So sometimes it's taking another week or more to get those tests even run, after which they get reported to us pretty quickly, but it could be a 14-day delay. So when we know there were a lot of people circulating and possibly not taking enough precautions over the 4th of July weekend in particular, and of course, we're particularly concerned about the Tahoe area because there were so many tourists there and so many, obviously residents have to work and serve the tourists. There was a lot of risk there. We're thinking it's going to be at least another week or longer before we really start seeing any case counts that were related to that weekend, that holiday weekend. So anyway, we know it's going up, and it's going to be going up probably for the next few weeks. And what's happening now to prevent cases from increasing is we'll see the effects of that later. We still need to do it though. So the news that I'm sure everybody's heard by now is effective yesterday. The governor announced that all counties, not just the ones on the monitoring list, but all of them, including ours, have to close indoor operation in the following sectors, which includes dine-in restaurants, wineries and tasting rooms, movie theaters, family entertainment centers, including things like bowling alleys, miniature golf, batting cages, and arcades, zoos and museums, and card rooms. So the caveat there is those are still allowed to be done outdoors. So fortunately it's a nice time of year, and restaurants that have the capacity outdoors can certainly do that. We're also encouraging people to do takeout, outdoors is known to be a safer environment than indoors. So the state is picking these industry sectors because they are more risky than some of the other ones. So the additional thing that went into effect yesterday is, and this includes our county again, because it's statewide, is bars, brew pubs, breweries, and pubs must close all operations, both indoors and outdoors statewide, unless they're offering sit down, out and outdoor dine-in meals. So basically alcohol is only, it's not served by itself at a bar. So you can't have an outdoor bar. You can only get alcohol if you're actively, you know, sitting basically in a restaurant and eating. So whether it's a bar, a brew pub, brewery, whatever, if it's functioning as a restaurant, you can still order alcohol while you're eating. But they don't want people just to be drinking. Drinking tends to keep people closer together than they would be sitting necessarily at a table in a restaurant. And obviously, you know, some inhibitions can be dropped and people are not as careful about their distancing. And obviously food and drink both are things that you can't do with face coverings on. So it is a risky environment, and that's why the state decided to close that entirely. So in addition to that, the counties that were on the monitoring list, which they get put on the list, or they get the new restrictions after 3 consecutive days on the monitoring list, and that's crossing the threshold that I mentioned before, which is that 100 new cases in the last 14 days per 100,000 population. There are several other, there's one other metric that's used that involves a combination of the recently acquired cases and the percent of tests that come back positive. And there are 3 indicators that could put somebody on the monitoring list that relate to hospital capacity. So things like increases in ICU stays or ICU cases, or shortages of some of the critical infrastructure, like ICU beds or ventilators, that sort of thing. So we're doing really well as a county in all the hospital metrics, and the percent testing positivity is also good. So the only one we're really watching closely right now is that 100 cases in the last 14 days per 100,000 population. So the counties that have crossed one of those thresholds and for at least 3 days are now also required to close offices in non-essential sectors. That doesn't mean that they can't function. It just means they have to go back to telecommuting if they weren't already doing that. Personal care services, nail salon, including nail salons, body waxing, tattoo parlors, hair salons and barbershops. I know that's a big one. Worship services, fitness centers, protests, and malls. These are not disallowed, same as the other guidelines. If they can be done outdoors, you can still do them. So I have a little bit of concern on some of those because a lot of our neighboring counties are on the monitoring list. So Placer and Sacramento are a particular concern because they adjoin our populations. So it's pretty easy to envision that at least as long as we stay off the monitoring list, people who live in Folsom or farther away may be doing their haircut appointments and their massages and all those things in our county. So we're potentially at greater risk than we were before, because now we are sort of a magnet for local visitors and also tourists. So as you can see, I highlighted the Sacramento region counties that are on the monitoring list and are subject to those stricter limits right now, which includes Placer, Sacramento, Sutter, Yolo, and Yuba. I don't believe anybody else is that close to the threshold, so it'll probably stay at that level right now. Of the Sacramento area counties, we're probably the next one to cross the threshold, but that may be off, maybe a week or 2 off anyway. So this is what the state's website looks like. This is just one snapshot from that. I put the URL up there, and this just shows what things are still allowed. So some of these things have been modified, like the zoos and museums, outdoors, that kind of thing. So this is what part of what the state's website looks like, and a place to go. As things change, this list will be updated. So this is a point I'm going to try to make as much as I can, which is if something's allowed, does that mean it's safe? The answer is no, not at all. We're really putting a lot of emphasis on people's personal choices and responsibility and decisions to be as safe as possible, or at least as safe as reasonable, I guess. So the safest thing would be for everybody to hunker down at home all the time. We know a lot of us have to work, a lot of us have to, or want to have at least a tiny bit of a social life, maybe go out and have somebody else cook for us so we get some food out. But just because some of these things are allowed does not mean that they're necessarily safe. So We want people to wear face coverings. There is science behind that. The fabric in a face covering does capture droplets that contain virus particles, so they don't get out into the air. You know, they're not perfect, but there's been enough data now in lots of countries, especially where the face coverings are have been worn for much longer periods of time, that show that it does have an effect. The other big one is outdoors is much safer than indoors. So those are a couple of things we want to emphasize. And of course, keeping distant is another big helpful thing. And outdoors is really a pretty safe place. So enjoy your summer. And we're going to try to encourage businesses to abide by the face covering rules. That is, of course, required for people, the general public, to have face coverings on anytime they are in a public space, which includes inside businesses or in crowded areas outdoors if they can't maintain 6-foot distance from people. So, you know, I would say downtown Placerville on a weekend, probably people should all on the sidewalk should all have face coverings on, because it's pretty hard to stay away from people closely, you know, 6-foot distance when it's a busy tourist season. So kind of the right thing to do right now. Our public information officer and some of the like the chamber and the visitors bureaus are working together to try to publish or to print and distribute some signage that the businesses can put in their windows that basically says, you know, we're following the face covering guidelines. We want you to put a mask on. It's the right thing to do. We know it's safe. We welcome you in here. We want to keep you safe. So that's not, of course, the actual wording on there, but it's, you know, it's supposed to be sort of a friendly and encouraging message. And we're hoping to get those out there so that people will see our community as a safe one. Okay, I already answered that. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Council, anyone have any questions for Dr. Williams at this moment?
Michael, Kara does.
Okay, Kara, go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to my other screen
I
here.
knew you were doing something else, Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, for being here and for your presentation. One question I have that, you know, I've been following the county's guidances and the governor, and information about school starting has been not so forthcoming, and we're about a month away. And I was just wondering, I know I've got children that will be, or a child that will be going to school. I know a lot of parents are looking for information right now, and I've talked to the district, and it sounds like they're, you know, looking to the county for guidance. And I was just wondering what you're telling them right now and how likely you think it is that schools will actually be on campus this fall.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, so we wanted more information earlier, of course. So there are a bunch of players involved in this. So the health officers of all the counties are trying to work as closely as possible with our local county districts or county superintendents of schools. So I've been attending meetings that are hosted by Edmund and Sala at EDCO, and tomorrow, in fact, I have another meeting with them and all their district superintendents. So there are 15 school districts in the county. So all of the 15 will be there with me and Ed and some other people. So we're having a lot of discussions. It is very frustrating. I know we've been talking, I know they talk with their teachers and their parents. I'm pretty much limiting my communication to them. We are trying to navigate the difference of, there have been several guidances that come out, one from the California Department of Education and one from the California Department of Public Health. The public health one is the one that really is sort of the legal guidance. And it has been a teeny bit vague so far. And there was a lot of, you know, well, you should do this if possible and encourage this and that kind of thing. And a lot of us health officers have really been pushing to say, you know, please, can we please just put some actual more firm guidance out here that we can convey? Because the teachers and the district superintendents want to know what is going to be required. And I know parents need to make decisions about whether they want to put their kids in distance learning or in classroom learning, and because it's people to see if they think it's going to be safe or not. So the good news is I just got off a call right before this meeting with the California Department of Public Health and all the health officers, where we learned that there are some refinements to the guidance that's going to come out. They think maybe even this Thursday. So The big thing that's in there that a lot of us have been pushing for is some very clear guidance on face coverings, which I think is one of the things that's kind of going to be used for by the parents and teachers to determine on their own whether they feel that the classroom environment is safe or not. So in fact, let's see, let me see if I have no notes from that, but I'll do this from memory, I think. So at least tentatively what they're saying, and I know there's argument from people about what's really an appropriate age for face coverings, that sort of thing. But I think there's enough data from pediatricians and others who have observed children that, under 2 is not considered safe or practical. So, 2 and under is going to be exempt. The age, basically preschool, the two years through 2nd grade, they're going to create a new category for that where it's actually strongly recommended. But the idea being that teachers may recognize that certain kids, certain times kids need to be able to, they may need, in order to teach them to speak better, they may actually need to see their mouths and that sort of thing. So that group may have some exemptions, but would be encouraged to use face coverings kind of as much as they can tolerate it. 3rd grade up through the end of elementary school, it's going to be a requirement. I am not exactly sure what the wording of this will be, because it's sort of the same as the middle school through high school. They're saying it's going to be a requirement with an allowance that a student could be actually excluded from school. So they want everybody in that age group, middle school and up, to have face coverings on. The schools would provide them for anybody who've forgotten them or whatever. And if the parents or the students are going to refuse to do that, then they will not be allowed in the classroom. And that's because as kids get older, there seems to be more tendency for them to be able to spread the illness, also to get sicker. So it's kind of a risk-based thing, and it's also a compliance-based thing. So older people are probably more able maybe to tolerate these. So to me, that was a really big one. I know a lot of the school superintendents wanted to have some guidance on that so they could put it in their documents to share with their teachers and their parents and stuff. So literally that's kind of a hot off the press thing. It's not in writing yet, but I really feel pretty optimistic that by the end of this week, we'll have some more information on that. Failing that, I mean, it's been very challenging because there's not really a lot of very specific science on distancing. Is it okay if the kids have face coverings on, they're sitting 3 feet? Well, what if they're 4 feet apart? What if they're 6 feet apart, but they don't have face coverings on? And I mean, all these permutations, and those things haven't been studied. So we're using, some science as a basis, but we don't have those exact answers. So, and then of course, the classroom environments vary a lot. So this is really, really challenging situation. And of course, I'm sure, as you know, as a parent, kids really need to be in school. So distance learning doesn't work very well for very many kids, especially the younger ones. So there's going to be an emphasis on as much as possible. If we can get kids into school safely, we will have them there for in-person learning. So that's probably as much as I can tell you right now, other than just trust me, everybody is equally frustrated about not having as much information as we would like at this point. Part of which is we still don't know enough about the disease. So that complication is going to continue to be there.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councilmember Burley.
I just hot off the press, I met with a school board, Placerville Union School Board member this afternoon, and they had their meeting and they have made the final decision. And I think the information is going to start being distributed tomorrow. So that's what she told me.
Patty, what was that final decision?
Their final decision and what they're going to do. It was a lot of what Dr. Williams talked about, what they've decided to do. But they have made the final decision, and the information is going to start being disseminated tomorrow. I'm sure tomorrow, if they haven't already started.
Understood. Thank you. Dr. Williams, do we have enough capacity right now on the western slope? I know we're doing the Tuesdays for a few hours at the Placerville Fairgrounds, but now that we're seeing an increase in cases, I know the original site at Ponderosa closed because of a lack of people getting tested. Now that we're seeing an uptick, do you feel comfortable with our bandwidth here on the western slope?
I don't feel comfortable with our bandwidth anywhere, to be honest. So
okay.
the testing got backlogged. There was they're doing a lot of tests on a statewide basis. And I think their target was to get up to 90,000 a day or something, and they're over 100,000, but there's more demand than that. I think maybe there was some optimism that we wouldn't have as many cases, or the case rate would be lower, and these testing labs would be able to handle things more. Yeah, it's a challenge. The state understands that it needs to do something about that, because the delays are really not very helpful. And what we're trying to do from the public health standpoint, what we can do to counteract that right now is to make sure that the public understands that as soon as they feel that they have symptoms or they've been exposed, if they have symptoms, they need to treat themselves as if they have COVID and isolate themselves. Do not wait for a test result to come back. There's a probability, if you think there's a probability you have COVID, treat yourself like you have COVID and don't expose other people. For people who've been exposed to others who they know have had COVID and are at risk, they should be self-quarantined at that point. So what we're going to try to do for at least the site that we have up at Tahoe, which is the OptumServe site that's open 5 days a week, which I think is probably handling the greatest volume of the different providers at Tahoe right now. We have the access to the email addresses for everybody who registers. So as soon as somebody registers for a test, we can actually send them a message that says that message that I just mentioned, that please, if you've signed up because you have symptoms, please treat yourself like you have COVID and don't wait for your test results to come back. Because with this up to a couple of weeks delay right now, people are likely to be totally recovered and not even need to be isolated by the time we even learn about their test results. So yeah, and I don't even know, I don't think there's anybody to complain to. It's a known problem that the state is working on, and they know they need to address it. And none of us can really wait till it's fixed, but yeah, it's a challenge everywhere right now. And so the other way we're doing it is the state's come out with some new prioritization. So we're no longer asking asymptomatic people to be tested. We did that for a while. That's no longer desired because we need to get the symptomatic people tested.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
A couple of questions relating to that. With the backlog in testing, is it safe to assume that track and trace has been greatly compromised? And if we're only testing symptomatic people, then won't we, we will obviously see the positivity rate increase, which maybe isn't representative of the rate in the total population.
Mm-hmm. Yes, those are correct observations, I think, and we are still able to keep up with our contact tracing and case investigations, and there is some value in doing that. We're going to be prioritizing, and in fact, when I said before we're prioritizing people who are symptomatic, but we really want to prioritize the people who would be at the greatest risk of spreading the illness. So we can get those people in first who work in long-term care facilities or work in other sensitive occupations, or who themselves, well, I guess if they're ill themselves and they need medical care, then the hospitals sometimes have quick turnaround tests that they can do on site. They just don't have very much volume for that. So say if somebody goes to Marshall for care, they'll get a quick turnaround test, so they don't have to wait for a result. But Marshall can't do hundreds of tests a day, so we can't rely on that. I'm assuming it's an expensive test, and so yeah, but the contact tracing and that sort of thing, it's at some point it doesn't become, it's not as useful as what we wanted it to be. It really does rely on having quick turnaround on tests to be very effective.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Williams, are we getting any assistance from the state on the contact tracing? I know I have a friend that's actually a contact tracer that worked for the state of California, and he doesn't know yet what county he's being assigned to, but I didn't know if we have any added capabilities from state contact tracers in addition to our county ones.
Yeah, so we have sort of a layered approach, and we're actually handling all of our case investigations and contact tracing that's needed right now with our own staff. So we haven't needed to go outside that. Our next layer is going to be other people within the Health and Human Services Agency. And after that would be other county employees. At that point, we might, if we use up all that capacity, then we would probably go to the state's pool. I know a number of counties are using those people, but it would require us to learn a new software system for our stuff. We kind of switch something over. At this point, we're, as I say, several layers away from needing that, but it is there for us if we need it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Williams? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open up for public comments. Dr. Williams, you can stay on if you'd like, or not. But we're gonna go ahead and open up public comments. I just want to thank you now for the update, and then really I want to. I guess I'll ask you one more question, and that is, we still haven't seen the 4th of July type of numbers come in yet, and you're saying it'll be about a week before we even start to see those. So we have to just, the assumption is that our numbers will continue to rise because those numbers aren't even in yet.
Yeah, probably for, I mean, I'm sure we've seen some of them if people manage to get their test results in more quickly, or their tests done more quickly for some reason. But yeah, I'd say the bulk of them are probably still coming in the next week.
Okay, thank you. And that would coincide potentially with our further being on the state list, which would then close more of our businesses.
It could, right? So we'll see. I'm not sure how soon that'll happen. And like I said, the state's numbers are a little delayed from ours. So it may be, maybe several weeks off. It may be, two weeks. It may be 4 weeks. I'm not really sure. If we stay low enough below the threshold and we can start having some effects with more care, and these first closures have an effect, maybe we won't need to go on that list. So
Okay.
No promises though.
Understood. Councilmember Acuna, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you, Dr. Williams, for your continued efforts on behalf of all the citizens of Placerville and all the citizens in the county. I know that it's an extremely frustrating and frightening time that we're going through. And of course, the governor is the one that is making all of these directives. Watching the news over the weekend, there still seems to be a tremendous lack of direction across the country. And coming back to the governor, he has, I think, proclaimed throughout this is that he expects California to act like a nation state. And I think that's something that we can be proud of. Is there any pushback from all of your health director associates across the state to remind the governor that we are, the 7th largest economy in the world, and we should, is he looking to improve the testing turnaround? Because as you presented this evening into the Board of Supervisors, this disease is very consistent with its 14 days and a 7 to 10 day turnaround on testing. This many months into this crisis is simply not acceptable. And it is causing us to lose our businesses and our livelihoods in our schools. Is there any pushback to encourage the governor to take the reins on this and get this testing shortage addressed ASAP?
Well, I should think so. I mean, certainly the state health department's heard from us. They're kind of our avenue to the governor's office. I think there's a bit of a disconnect between the public health side of things and maybe the political side that's more the governor's focus. So we don't always get our messages through, even if the state health officer agrees with us. But I know she tries on her behalf, and yeah, I would say testing is probably the #1 priority that we're testing, and maybe schools. I guess those are two things that are really, really important that are on everybody's radar and people want answers to right now. So yeah, we'll keep pushing.
Thank you for your continued advocacy.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Then now we will go ahead and open up for public comments.
Public comment is now open for item 3.2. If you're joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak, and you'll be called upon using the last 3 digits of your phone number. If you're joining by your computer, use the raise hand option at the bottom of your screen. Unmute yourself when called upon and voluntarily give your name for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. And we will start with call-in user 2.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and Dr. Williams. I have specific questions for Dr. Williams, so hopefully she can stick around. Did I hear correctly that the only testing site in the greater Placerville area is the fairgrounds on a Tuesday for a few hours? I have a lot of questions, so if somebody wants to grab a pen and write them down. So where can you get tested in Placerville? What are the hours? What's the website, phone number, yada, yada. The doctor's opinion on face shields so you can breathe versus masks. And do masks protect whom? The carrier or the contact person? can city parks be open with or without masks and with or without distancing? And same question with outdoor dining. If we're supposed to stay 6 feet away from each other, and I'm seeing the outdoor dining come out onto Old Main Street downtown, and tonight I drove through town and I saw tables had to be less than 3 feet from the sidewalk curb. And that's a question. So if we're supposed to keep a distance, but the outdoor dining, everyone's right next to each other, including the pedestrians walking down the sidewalk, what's your opinion on what kind of distance should there be on outdoor dining on sidewalks? And then just excellent report, Dr. Williams. Just wanted to know if you were elected or appointed, because you gave an excellent report. So thank you very much. That's all.
All right, thank you. And we will attempt to answer these questions at the end of public comment. I'll remind callers if they could please provide their name if they could, when they if there just has a number listed on the board.
Now taking public comment from 606.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Good evening. If you can state your name for the record.
Yes, T. Smith. I just want to make a comment real quick because I don't want to tie up this meeting any longer. Dr. Williams and everybody, thank you. The thing I don't like about wearing the mask is your body breathes out carbon dioxide, which are toxic. And after months and months of wearing this, what do you think is going to happen when people start having health issues because of it? Hello?
Okay, we're going to answer questions at the end of public comment. So if you can ask your question now, then we'll try to answer questions at the end of public comment. Thank you.
Taking public comment from Mac Cameron.
Good evening, Mac. Mac, you're still on mute.
Okay, maybe we can come back to Mac. We will go
Okay,
to.
sorry. Yes, youth
Okay,
sports.
you're back.
Good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. Youth sports such as Little League Baseball and softball, are they approved in the county for play at this time, such as they are in Placerville County? Thank you.
Thank you, Mac.
Now taking public comment from D. Murray.
Good evening, Dean.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Doctor, thank you for all your hard work, but I do have a question on some of the numbers that the county is producing. I'll go real quick on this for you. So for example, what I'm trying to figure out is we have an accumulated number of confirmed cases, and then your numbers just came out from the county today about 5 o'clock showing 350 confirmed cases, also showing a recovery rate of 194. So the numbers that I'm hearing have been nothing but accumulated numbers over this period of time. And the state is kind of doing the same thing, but nobody has been deducting the number of recoveries. So if you look at the number of confirmed cases today of 350 minus the number of recoveries of 194, we're looking at 156 confirmed cases in a population of around 200,000. So those people who are in fear of their businesses and closing down because of this 100 per 100,000 formula that they're using, this significantly impacts them to the better side than it does to the worse side. And I just wonder why we are not deducting recoveries from the overall numbers. And again, these 350 that I'm looking at on your website, this is from inception. This is not on a daily basis or anything like that. So if you could address that during your response, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murray.
Now taking public comment from Melissa Cohen.
Good evening, Melissa.
Hi, council members. Thanks so much for taking my call. Thank you, Dr. Williams, for all of your hard work and all the council members' work as well. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. So there's a couple things that I want to address. There's been some talk from anti-maskers stating that ADA allows them to not wear a mask when they're coming into a store. And there's also been some threats towards local businesses. I'm a merchant on Main Street. And I was curious if you had any information on that, Dr. Williams, and also if there's been any kind of legislation put down by the state or county for mitigation as far as accountability goes for business owners. I know that I listened to the Board of Supervisors meeting last week, and they talked about task forces being put out kind of thing, but right now the onus is still put on the business owners. So I was curious if you could address that.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thanks so much.
Now taking public comment from Mandy R.
Good evening, Mandy.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Good.
Nancy, you've said, now you've started to say that there is data and science with masks. And I know at the board meeting today, you said it would be too much trouble to find that to show us, but maybe you could show us like maybe one or two like peer-reviewed studies on the mask. And I'm not really that against it. I personally cannot wear one. I tried. In fact, I was making masks when all this happened. I made about 40 of them, and I tried to wear one every day for a week, and I had a splitting headache. And there are actually studies out there that say that face masks are not that great. So I've been able to find those studies, but I still can't find the data and science that you keep quoting. Okay. You also said that you believe the safest thing is to hunker down. I don't know where you think in the world that we hunkering down and hiding from a virus that has a 99.94, whatever it is today, % chance of survival is the right thing to do. Now, if you're so behind all this, I think that you should take a 75% pay cut. That way, you know, since we're all in this together, quote unquote, then maybe you could show your dedication to everybody that's losing business and money and can't pay their bills, just to show solidarity with all the people that you're putting through this. Maybe you just take a pay cut. Maybe you take that money and donate it to these businesses that are suffering. This is insane. You guys, this is not logical. This has gone too far. I'm going to remind you, and I said this at the board meeting back in May, I said, millions will die. That's what they said. You, Nancy, health directors like you, millions will die. Just a couple of weeks to flatten the curve and not overwhelm the hospitals. That's what you guys said. Not enough PPEs or ventilators. You said that. When did slow the spread turn into stop the spread? COVID is not going anywhere. Most people survive it. Yes, it's a dangerous virus. Yes. You know what? There are a lot of things we can do besides recommending, I'm not a doctor, but recommending washing hands and wearing a face mask. Why didn't anyone ever say that during the flu season? No,
30 seconds.
We say take vitamin A, take C, take Z, take D, zinc. You guys don't say any of that. All you say is wear a face mask and wash your hands. This has got to stop. You're going to ruin our country, our county, our city. This is ridiculous. I'm totally against all of this. I reject every bit of it. This is tyranny, and it's not about a virus.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, next.
Now taking public comment from Jackie Yepez.
Good evening, Jackie.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, for your service. And if anything, I think you should get a promotion in this epidemic. My question is, I got tested at my old high school, Ponderosa, and I thought I heard Dr. Williams say that that testing site was shut down. If needed, is there a way that can be reopened up again to service El Dorado County. I know people from El Dorado Hills, Serrano Country Club would come down and use that facility, as well as Placerville people. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
Now taking public comment from M. Beaver.
Hi, thank you.
Good evening.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, I just had to make sure it unbuttoned because it disappeared.
Yep.
So I am a civilian scientist, and I do work closely with some federal level scientists. One of them's name is David Guararis. He is a licensed scientist and also my paperwork's inside because my kids just got in. He's working on the pharmaceutical part of it as well. I don't know if my image is being up or not, but I'm gonna lower you down real quick so I can read a comment of between him and I a few days ago, which will go with yours, Dr. Nancy. So I addressed him into one of his COVID findings over the COV. I think it was 20 something. Okay, I'm on the phone. Go. No, the Maria is here. Ask her. Sorry, my kids have no respect. Oh, I lost the. Anyways, it had to do with the saying that it was safe to be outside, but not, and that we needed to go indoors. My scientific research on that is it's probably the worst thing to do is the indoors, because if you look at the origin of where the virus came from, it ultimately came from bats, which we actually have small bats in our own country. So this is not a new virus for us. We actually discovered it here in the United States in 1949. And this is all factual things you can find out of the National Institute of Health. We did have a pandemic in the United States in 1971, and a vaccine was administered with the MMR in 1972. Ask Maria, please, I'm on the phone. So our children are vaccinated since the law came out that they had to be vaccinated if they were going to public schools. So any child that has been administered the MMR is already vaccinated for a strand of the Western slope coronavirus, and then there is an Eastern slope coronavirus as well, because the two bats, or the different bats that we have in our country do carry different strands. So we do have similar strands. I know, and I do know that, and it did recently come out that one of the scientists working on this in the Wuhan lab.
30 seconds.
I'm sorry?
You have 30 seconds left.
Oh, okay. Just came out, and she's in hiding in America, and the other scientist is taking sanctuary in France. So they're all saying that the Corona-19 is not the problem, but the coronavirus 36 is. And that I've tried looking for that patent. You can find it, you just can't open it because it's confidential. Anything that's confidential can be used as chemical warfare. I am also a patent holder myself, so I know how patents work medically. So I think we need to treat this like the pox, and the people that don't have the virus are more in danger of the 36 than they are of the 19. So, and masks do cause problems. Coming from a parent who has a lung disease patient who recovered from 17%.
Thank you. We'll have to move on to the next comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
Good evening, Jonathan. Jonathan, you're still on mute. Regina, why don't we come back to Jonathan?
Okay, now taking public comment from Kirk.
Good evening, Kirk.
Hi there. Doctor, I think you're doing great work, and if anything, I'd support a pay increase for you, a certain portion for combat pay. Here are some questions. One is, if we had had greater compliance in the beginning, back in March, like 90% of the adult population wearing masks, following the other recommendations, do you have any idea how much less impact there'd be now than we're experiencing. Also, if you had the business about the governor doing testing, I thought the source of the tests is federal, that the federal government has been responsible for manufacturing the testing and approving the testing systems. What can the governor do to get more of the tests here in the state? Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk.
All right, let's try Jonathan Gainsborough again.
Okay, I got the unmute. Sorry.
There you go. Good evening, Jonathan.
Thank you for your patience and grace. God bless all of you. I do pray for you and your families. You're doing a great job in a very difficult time. I don't believe at all in the bat theory, no matter who's speaking it. The top government officials are saying they've traced it to the Wuhan biolab, whether it was intentional or accidental. I commended Dr. Williams this morning at the County Board of Supervisors. She differentiated my comment about the virus being 0.4 and the width of the, or 0.04 and the width of the material in the masks 2 point something. But she clarified that it was not a question of the size of the virus, but the globules, whatever word that she used. So I appreciated her saying that. Also, she was very positive this morning, which I think we have to really pay attention to. In Europe, the children have already been brought back to school. Children are not receptive carriers of this and are not affected by it. 600 children died last year from the seasonal flu. We don't hear about that, but the death rate this year of COVID-19 is number 18 or 20 on the World Health Organization death charts of diseases. Seasonal flu globally is way above COVID-19. I think there is a phobia pandemic that we need to be afraid of. There will be more damage, as we know, to the beautiful, tender hearts of children if they don't get back in school. If we scar them by fear for a lifetime, I think we need to listen to the positive reports from overseas. I don't know how much time I have left. I just want to comment that in quarantine, you usually quarantine those that are vulnerable or the sick. So I want to ask, are we taking daily temperature check of every worker at every senior citizen facility? Because Governor Cuomo and the governor of New Jersey should be criminally thrown in jail for the murder of tens of thousands of senior citizens by sending active cases into the rest homes in New York. 2/3 of the deaths in New York were those above 70 years, and a third or half of those were above 80 with comorbidity. I know time's running out. They mentioned at the county soups this morning, Dr. Nancy, about setting a date for a town hall. I believe that a date should be set and not bandied about, passed on another 2 weeks or 4 weeks for the citizenry to actually be able to speak their minds. I heard that the suicide rate in Tahoe had already been 2.5 times the annual at this point of 2, that it was up to 5.
Jonathan, you're at 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. So God bless you all. You're doing a great job. Be encouraged and hold steady, and don't go down the fear path to what is being promoted on the media. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Now taking public comment from 857.
Good evening. You can state your name for the record.
Mike Drobish. I have a question. I just got a call from a homebound veteran who's very sick tonight. Is there any program for people to come test them in their home? That's an honest question. Otherwise, does somebody have to go take them to a site and risk exposure sitting 2 feet away from them. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 692.
Hi, my name is Rose, and regarding the mask, I have a question. So if you are a CCW holder in El Dorado County, you are not allowed to wear a mask. So if I'm carrying and I go into a business and they ask me to wear a mask and I can't, I'd like to know what my response is supposed to be, because I can't come out and tell them I'm a CCW. So that puts us in a very awkward position. So I'd like to know how I should handle that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tony Wendell.
Good evening, Tony.
Hey guys, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Dr. Williams. You guys can hear me okay, I assume?
Yep.
Perfect. I want to thank Melissa for bringing up the ADA thing. I want to bring it up one more time because I didn't make myself very clear when I spoke at the Board of Supervisors call the other day. And it came timely right after that lady, Rose, her question. And she and I are in the same predicament. I had another couple people come into my store and say that they were exempt from wearing masks. And I've done a lot of studying with regards to this. And as far as what I've been able to read, as long as I can provide a reasonable accommodation, like offering personal shopping after or before hours or curbside or video shopping, then we're okay. My main question to Dr. Williams is, if you can't wear a mask, I think you could still spread the virus. So thus, if I let them into my store without a mask, then I might as well let everybody else take their masks off. So I'm put in a weird bind here where I've had people tell me that they're going to sue me because I'm breaking their ADA I'm discriminating against them. And, I just don't think that's right. I had to bring my lawyer into this, and I could certainly use the help of the city to kind of help me put out a statement, or all of us put out a statement that says, yeah, if you can't wear a mask, you probably can't still come into that store. And I'll leave it at that, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tony.
You're welcome.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good evening. If you can state your name for the record.
Leo Bennett Cochon.
Good evening.
Hi. I'm sitting here at home at 67, lucky enough to be retired and able to shelter in place with a wife that's on the cancer journey and so very immune compromised. And I grew up with the stories about the 1918 epidemic that my grandmother lived through. And then they had high compliance with masks because it was World War I. And then afterwards, everybody started to rebel. And I just sit here wondering, human nature just doesn't seem to get it. You don't need peer-reviewed studies when you know what the transmission source is, which is droplets. And we're all in this together. And to tell me I got to stay home and I can't even go to Walmart with my wife because people are arguing with staff there and taking out the masks. And now I'm working in San Joaquin County, which is really spiking. And there's like 99% compliance here with masks because everybody's scared. And I've got friends that are suffering and young people that have died. And it's like, we need to get our act together. And I just really feel and commend you local folk trying to do all the heavy lifting when systemically, this is a global and national issue, and we're not doing real well on some of those. So kudos for what you're doing. And I just plead with everybody else, we don't need mask wars. We need just, community solidarity to get through this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for comments.
Last call for 3.2. No further public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. Thank you, everybody, for your comments tonight. Council members, did anyone have any additional questions or comments you wanted to make? And then I'll going to kindly ask Dr. Williams if I know there's a long list of different things there, but I noticed some of them were kind of a little bit repetitive. So hopefully we can get through some of these here. Okay, seeing none. Dr. Williams, I know I think you're still there. If you wanted to, in any order, if you wanted to just make some comments on some of the questions raised by the callers.
The beginning, and if I get to something that we've already covered, I will skip over it. But so there was a question asked about whether the Placerville site that's only there on Tuesdays is the only test site in Placerville, and the answer would be yes, that's the only one you can go to, or I shouldn't say yes, but it's the only one you can make an appointment kind of on your own without going through a medical provider, I think. At least in Placerville, there is on the state's website, the CDPH website, and I'm trying to think what's the best way to get to that. It's just cdph.ca.gov, and then click on the COVID link. It'll take you to their main page. On the left side, there's a link that says "Find a COVID-19 testing site," and that'll bring up a map, and you can scan around the map and see where other places are. So it'll list places like Marshall Hospital, or Marshall Medical Center. There's the Community Health Center, the El Dorado Community Health Center. There is a CVS site, which I think is in El Dorado Hills. There's a few different places anyway, so that's a place to go if somebody is really stuck and needs to get testing. As a last resort, we're getting a lot of phone calls, but you could conceivably call our public health department. We could possibly help find something, but there should be some things out there. And going through your own healthcare provider is actually the preferred way to do it. While we're talking about testing, I will go ahead and jump ahead because I remember the question about the veteran. So, my question there would be, is this somebody who was likely to have had an exposure? If people haven't been out in the community much and they haven't been in contact with somebody at home who's been out and potentially exposed and brought it back, then just having symptoms doesn't necessarily mean that you would need to get tested. That said, if it's somebody who's high risk and can't get to a healthcare provider otherwise, again, probably public health. I would have that person call his or her own healthcare provider first to get guidance from that, and that person can talk about can discern what the risk factors were and go from there. But in a pinch, public health may be able to help find somebody an ability to get tested if they can't do that on their own. Okay, so back to the beginning. There's a question about face shields versus masks. So there is some indication that face shields are helpful just by themselves. I think we're seeing more data that indicates that that the virus can be aerosolized, which is a more fine kind of mist, I guess, as opposed to the droplets. And when we talk or cough, we're likely to spit out some little droplets of fluid, and virus can be transmitted through that pretty easily. And that's where the face coverings, the fabric face coverings, collect those. If you're coughing or sneezing inside a face shield, of course, stuff's going to blow out from the bottom and around the outside. So the only place that I've seen where this is in a guidance from an official source, the California Department of Public Health talks about that in the face covering guidance, and it explains that if in certain circumstances, and this would be, for instance, with somebody who needs to see somebody's lips for understanding. So if you're talking with somebody who's hard of hearing and they need to see your lips move in order to understand you, then you could be wearing a face shield so that they can see you talk. However, to make that a more protective shield, then there's a drape that goes on the bottom, so it's kind of like, I think of it as like the paper thing that goes on your chest when you're at the dentist. So something absorptive, and it just a piece of fabric could work as well, but that would just tuck into your shirt so that if you cough or sneeze, you're basically coughing into a fabric still. So face shields are not, I would say, not as good. I don't think there have been a lot of studies in comparing, but that's just a kind of a common sense thing right now that we understand, we're more concerned about the aerosols. City parks, if you're outdoors and you can continually maintain a 6 foot spacing from people, like if you're on a hiking trail or something, or sitting at a park bench by yourself, then there's no reason for a face covering to be required at that point. If you're in a place where you're going to be close to people, especially if you're face to face with them at less than 6 feet for an extended period, then the face coverings are required even in city parks, basically any public space where you can't maintain that 6-foot distancing. I'll mention what we use for the definition of close contact in public health. So when we're interviewing somebody who has a case of COVID and we're trying to identify who their closest contacts are so that we know who to interview, there's a definition that's used, which it's not a threshold for safe versus not safe. It's kind of a common sense sort of, this is, you just have to have a cutoff so you know who to interview and who not to interview for that. And it's if you're within 6 feet of somebody without protection, meaning you're not wearing a face covering for more than 15 minutes. So that means, if you're on an isolated sidewalk walking past somebody who's dining and you can't pass them at a full 6-foot distance, that brief interaction, you're probably not face to face with them. You're probably not talking with them. It's pretty inconsequential. If you're on a busy sidewalk in New York City where you're never 6 feet away from people, then all those different people together are going to pose a risk to you because you're basically breathing all kinds of different people's air for a cumulative time of more than 15 minutes. So you'd want to have a face covering on there. The downtown Placerville, you may be doing enough cumulative time in proximity to other people. You'd want to have a face covering on. So I'm recommending a face covering, say, for downtown Placerville, unless it's the middle of the night and there aren't very many people out there. So that's kind of the thing. It's like 6 feet is sort of an arbitrary number, and you can be safer than that for sure by staying farther away and keeping your interactions short. I am not an elected official, and I don't ever plan to be one. So I admire you people who go through that. So thank you for taking those roles. Let's see. Just to talk about carbon dioxide, I believe there have been studies about this, and I haven't looked those up. But if you think about the people, there are a lot of people in the world who have to wear masks for extended periods of time, particularly healthcare workers, but also people who might be exposed to dangerous chemicals or dusts or that sort of thing. People in some workforces may have N95s, which are much less breathable. I mean, they are breathable, but much less breathable than a cotton mask that is not as snug on your face. And they do that all day, and they do not suffer any harm from carbon dioxide. So there's actually no science that indicates that the carbon dioxide inside a fabric face covering is a problem. Youth sports is an interesting one. So I'll give you the whole story behind that. So there's an email address that health officers and other county officials have had access to send questions to the state health department to find out some of these sort of gray area activities. Is this approved or is it not approved based on the current guidance? Because we don't want to individually be making those interpretations in our counties. We want to be consistent. So we go to them and we send these things in. So I happen to be on 3 times a week calls with the Sacramento area health officers, and there are as many as 10 of us on that call 3 times a week. And so when we send questions in like that, we tend to share them with each other. So again, we all know what the answers are and we're consistent. So one of those questions went in about youth sports, and that came up because they were talking, I think this was around the time gyms were open. We said, well, why aren't youth sports available? And we also heard that a lot of youth sports was just kind of happening anyway without any guidance, without any supervision. And certainly the schools wanted to see if they could put their coaches back into business to try to help kind of corral the kids and get them to do safer things. So the question got sent in, the answer came back, yes, they could do sports conditioning. Not youth sports, but sports conditioning, which is more of a distance thing, and again, supervised by somebody else. So a couple weeks after that, we got an email that said, oh, that was a mistake, that's not allowed after all. But by then, the cat was out of the bag, and everybody had told all of their school districts and other people that they could do that. So the state's kind of trying to put that one back in put the cat back in the bag again, and kind of timing it with these further restrictions. However, so with school guidance coming out, I think it was Thursday, we think there's going to be some more guidance coming out about youth sports conditioning. I don't think youth sports, certainly not contact sports, are going to be allowed with the school year, but I think the sports conditioning may be finally going to get some guidance that allows, that explains exactly what to do with that. The problem with a lot of sports is there really is some risky contact there, and of course, if you're in the heat of competition, you're not going to be thinking about 6 feet spacing, and of course nobody's going to wear face coverings. So sports teams and that sort of thing, actually playing the sport is considered a pretty risky behavior and is going to be not allowed. So unfortunately, I know that's a great outlet for kids, but we'll let them get, I think when the school guidance comes out, they'll be able to get their physical activity, but not in a competitive manner at this point, I think. So the questions about cases, so there was something about the numbers of cases and the 350 total and the 194 that we have is recovered. So if you subtract that, you get sort of an approximate active case number, which is very similar to what we're looking at with that 14-day case rate. So that threshold that the state's looking at, the 100 per 100,000, is within the last 14 days. So those are kind of considered active cases. And that is a threshold that the state has decided is it's not necessarily the border between safe and unsafe. We want to set the threshold lower than that, because when you cross it, you're often going to be a little higher than that for a while. So we're trying to roll things back a little bit, make them safer so that we don't get over that threshold. But the difference between those two numbers is pretty similar to the total numbers of cases that we're looking at over that 14-day period. Of course, the raw numbers that are on our website are not a per capita number; those are totals. So you would have to divide that by our population of 190,000-ish people to come up with the same number that the state's looking at. The ADA thing that sounds like a legal question, so I can't really answer that. But the common sense answer, I think, which was kind of gotten out by one of the other callers later, is that yes, I think if somebody goes into a business or any other enclosed space without face coverings on, they are putting other people at risk. And yes, there should be a way to prevent that, because that is clearly not fair to the business owners or to other customers to be exposed if they're following the guidelines. I don't really know what the responses the business owners can have. We're in a position in public health. We're not an enforcement agency. That's not our specialty. That's not our skill. We want to do as much encouraging and educating as possible. The enforcement potential comes with our environmental health team, because they regulate restaurants and pools and some other things. On a statewide basis, the state can tap some people within Cal OSHA. They can tap their alcohol and beverage control. Locally, if we wanted to write any enforcement at the city level, or write any regulations to enforce fines or anything like that at the city or county level, the elected officials have the opportunity to do that, in which case, they would have to put their own staff in the position of enforcing that. We had a thing like that briefly in South Lake Tahoe, when we were really concerned early on that there was going to be a lot of travel there, and other communities with ski areas were having a lot of cases, and so we were trying to kind of control the vacation ownership or vacation rentals and that sort of thing. So administrative fines are something that could be done. I know a lot of law enforcement agencies across the state, including in our county, are not interested in doing that level of enforcement. So we have to work around that. And I do feel for you. I want everybody to be wearing face coverings, and to understand why, and that there won't be arguments about it, and that we get as much compliance as possible. I do have observed, I haven't been out very much because I don't have a lot of essential reasons to be out, but I did go down to Arizona to visit my 95-year-old dad a couple weekends ago, so I got to see airports and a little bit of Arizona, and I did feel like there's more mask compliance other places than there is in our county. So I think we have a little ways to go, but modeling that's happening elsewhere is probably going to help our community as well, as that becomes more the standard. And I know I hear from Mandy regularly, and I do have an intention of spending the amount of time that it's going to take to put a lot of data together. We will do some kind of a town hall. Our health officer community statewide is getting together to spend some funding on that came to one of the association's from a grant to put that toward putting some science together. And the first topic there, the person that's being hired to do that is going to cover is masking. So I'm looking forward to that. That should happen pretty shortly. And it's not that I have any objection to doing the research. It's just that my time is very very limited right now because there's so many different things to do, and for us 60 health officers to do things in our counties individually is not the best way to use our time. So we've been hoping the state would come out with something like that, and the research should be happening fairly shortly and being more available. That's not to say that we haven't seen it. It's just the organization of getting it all put together in a good format hasn't happened yet. So the question about the shutdown of the Ponderosa site, that is something we will jump on as soon as possible if there's an opportunity to reopen that or another one. That's actually how we got this new site, which is run by that organization Verily, and that's coming through as a mobile test site once a week. There's a testing task force at the state level, and we are in regular communications with them, and they ask us what we need, and we give them our wish list. And of course, we wanted more than one day, but they said they could probably work that in with some work that they're doing in Amador County and Calaveras. So we're getting that one day right now. The state is trying to balance to where the greatest needs in the state are. So if our cases get worse, we'll probably get more testing. And I don't think that's what I'm wishing for right now, but I will wish more for the statewide testing to happen. While we're on that, I guess I'll cover that other question that was on that along that lines, which is what the state can do. And I think that maybe the benefit of California is we are such a big state that sometimes there's opportunity for the large buying power and that sort of thing to get our attention paid to us. I think that's how the state managed to overcome its PPE shortages earlier on. I think the state negotiated some pretty good deals to get a lot of PPE in the state that maybe other states were not as able to do because their sizes and their funding was smaller. So I'm hoping that might happen on the testing side. Maybe the California will have some influence on getting some more testing here. And I'm actually not aware where the funding source comes from that. So my phone battery died when Jonathan Gainsborough was talking, so I missed part of the initial thing there. So I don't know if anybody else has any questions that came out of the first part of that. I did hear the question or the comment about the suicide rate. I haven't actually verified that number. When you're looking at really small numbers like 2 or 3 or 4 per year or per 6 months or whatever, those do fluctuate a lot from year to year. So it's pretty hard to pin a change on any particular effect in a number that small. That's not to say it's not true. It's just very hard to prove. And we will be setting a date for a town hall pretty quickly. And I don't know if any of you folks on the phone have any other questions that came from Jonathan Gainsborough that you want me to answer?
No, I think the rest was mostly a comment. Was more of a comment than a question.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mayor and Nancy, Dr. Williams, excuse me, he did ask about whether or not the temperature of seniors and workers at senior centers was being done.
That's right.
Okay, yeah. So senior centers are pretty much closed right now. So we consider that a pretty high risk population. The county's senior services senior day program is closed. Most places around here, like senior residences and that sort of thing, are pretty much kind of on a lockdown status still. And some of that may be voluntary, but I think there's a lot of caution taken in that area. So the long-term care facilities, or the skilled nursing facilities, are they're licensed by the state, and there are some specific requirements right now for what kinds of periodic testing they have to do. So that's something that started maybe a month ago, and all of the skilled nursing facilities across the state were required to have baseline testing of all their residents. I mean, I think the residents aren't forced to get tested, but as many of them as were willing to do it, they wanted to get a baseline test on them and then baseline test all of their staff. This is because we're starting to hear more and more about asymptomatic spread, and we wanted to make sure that there aren't any asymptomatic people working in those facilities who could be spreading the disease to the residents there. So that all that baseline testing happened. I think we actually had 1 or 2 positive staff members and no spread. So that was really good news. They are on a schedule now where I think, and I might be getting this number wrong, but I think 20% of 20% of the staff, I believe, gets tested every week. So there's kind of a rotating basis there. So the idea being that we would pick up cases more quickly than we would if we were just relying on symptoms. And so that's going so well so far. And I'm going to keep knocking on wood that we don't have any cases in a nursing home, because those are very risky places. Visitors are still being restricted from those. There's a lot of measures that the state's put in place to keep seniors in skilled nursing facilities safe. And so hopefully that people are taking that pretty seriously. And other than that, like I said, I'm not aware of any sort of senior centers working right now. And if there are, I might be interested in hearing about that, because again, there would have to be some pretty significant restrictions and care being put in those kinds of places. So, for instance, the county, instead of having people come in for the congregate meals, is now either having people come and get takeout meals, so they're still providing meals to people who want them, or in some cases are delivering to people, so that they still are providing the services, but they're kind of missing out on the social part, which is not a good thing. But again, that's a high-risk population. Okay, so I don't know the answer about the concealed weapons holders, what they should do. I would say, again, an ideal situation, I think, accommodations would be made to where somebody who can't wear a mask, for whatever reason that is, whether it's a medical condition or a law that says they can't wear a mask, would be able to be served without actually going into a business. Basically a curbside service. So that's just my practical public health answer to that. I don't know what the legal answer is, so I can't really answer that. I think that's it. I think I got them.
No, you did. You did a great job, Dr. Williams, getting all those down. So we really appreciate that. Dennis, or Vice Mayor, did you have a question or a comment? I thought I saw your hand
She
go
got
up
it
there.
for me. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. Any other comments from either staff or council? Okay, seeing none. Dr. Williams, thank you very much for joining us this evening and for taking the time to answer everyone's questions. Obviously, there's still a lot of people that that are asking questions, don't really know what's going on. So we appreciate your time tonight to inform our constituents, doing it twice in a day. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. And thank you for letting me go first. And I know you guys have to carry on for a while, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll go ahead. That was a long issue there. So we will go ahead and move on to item 3.3, which is a receive and file update on public record requests. And this again is Ms. O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city currently has 6 open public records, the 5 that are listed on your staff report highlighted in red. But we also received one today from Evelyn Veerkamp requesting information regarding the use of Town Hall for an upcoming art exhibit. And staff has been working closely with the city attorney to respond to these requests. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to help answer.
Council members, any other questions for Gina? Okay, I did have one, and that's only, I know it had come up in comments before in terms of getting something onto the website. So I don't know, Mr. Morris or Regina, if there have been any further movement on being able to get some of this data up on the website.
Regina and I can both comment on that. We have not got that done yet. We have had some minimal discussions about it, but we will look at getting the report at least up on the website so it's there on a regular basis.
Okay, and I know we have plenty of things to do, so, but just wanted to ask that question.
Sure.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and open up 3.3 to public comments.
Now taking public comment from Mandy R.
First of all, really quick, Nancy didn't answer my questions. The questions that I asked
Mandy,
was,
we're on item 3.3.
I know, but
so.
I'm just pointing it out that I do have something to say about that too, but I did have questions that
No,
she
Mandy,
didn't answer.
you got to keep your comments just
Okay.
to this item.
Okay, I'm just letting you know that my questions weren't answered. So that's not fair. Okay, first of all. Second of all, as far as regarding this, the item that Regina is speaking of, this art show that's being put on, I need to know this art show that's being put on is being put on by the El Dorado County Progressives. And it still says on their website that City Council generously donated the space to them for this political protest art show. So I was told that you guys didn't, and that was a misunderstanding. If you look at their website, it still says that it was generously donated by City Council. So are you guys supporting the El Dorado Progressives, a political party? Is that what you guys are doing? Are you guys now a political party? Like, what's going on with that?
Okay, we'll answer your question at the end of public comments on this item. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from call-in user 4.
Hi, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Drubish. So I have one of those public records requests on this report, and looking at my phone records, I think I put that in on Regina's voicemail on June 25th, not the 30th. So we're kind of outside the 10-day period, but Regina's great. You know, she said, okay, I'll get that to you. And we've made an arrangement for, I'll drop a thumb drive off and do it electronically. So everything worked out great. Regina's great. So thank you. Thank you. That's all. Bye.
Okay. Thank you, Michael.
Now taking public comment from Arn Johnson.
Good evening, Arn.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name's Arnie Johnson. I'm a resident of Placerville for 30 years. Tonight, I would like to share a concern I have in regards to the safety of our citizens. I live on Canal Court in Placerville. On a regular basis, my wife and I walk our dogs up to Markham Middle School.
Excuse me, Mr. Johnson, does this have anything to do with the Public Record Request Act? Because if not, you would have these an opportunity to make these comments on item 7.1, which would be public comments on
Okay, I
non-agendized
apologize.
items.
I thought we were on public comment.
Yes, just for this item, not on general public comments.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Last call for public comment on item 3.3. Shay Fuller.
Good evening, Shay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. My question is, I guess the calendar date of this art show, as well as whether or not this organization is having the town hall donated to them for the event. My biggest concern, I guess, is having an art show in a building in the middle of the crisis that we're dealing with right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. Just a follow-up on and Cleve, I think you may have some comments on the cost of or non-cost of this group that's doing an art show, and then the background on that, how in a COVID environment.
Yeah, I can answer those. We did initially get a request from the Progressives to waive the cost of the building. And I will state that initially that request was granted, and that's what created the confusion. That was subsequently rejected, and they were required to make the payment prior to use of the building. So there is no free use of the building being granted to the group for that event. They are paying for it. On the other relation to COVID-19, we have put restrictions on them for COVID-19. We had that discussion with them. We feel that this meets some of the definition for like museums, et cetera, and art shows or art museums or art venues that could be open. We've limited them to no more than 20 at a time, required face masks and proper social distancing in the facility during the event. So we think that we've met the requirements and the guidance that is there for COVID-19. Terry Zeller is the one that's been working with them. Terry, did you have any other comments on that?
Yeah, and I'll just, and just for clarification, because I didn't know, I know museums and zoos were on that list, but I guess there was a little bit of maneuverability in there, but I don't know. I mean, when this first happened, it might have been that museums and zoos were allowed, but I'm not so sure under this latest executive order that that's still the case.
I think they're now not allowed in those counties that are on the state list, but I don't think that was, isn't that right? Or is that, have I got that back?
I thought it was statewide now again for those, but I could be wrong.
Well, if that's correct, we will follow up on that. And if that's the case, we may have to cancel the event then.
Okay, Terry, I don't know if any other.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what Cleve was talking about. I had originally, I got a request, and in the request, it did say that they were asking for the fee to be waived. I initially did waive that fee, but then when I took a harder look at the application and went through, I realized I had made a mistake. And so I called back the contact person for the El Dorado Progressives and let them know that we would need for them to pay the nonprofit hourly fee for the rental. So they're paying per the approved fee schedule that we have in community services. As far as the event itself, there is an issue with zoos and museums, but there's also a carve out that the governor put in the guidelines on May 25th. And the idea behind that was to provide the ability for citizens to exercise their free speech rights. And so there are some categories that this falls into as far as indoor political protest or gathering. And so there's some limits on what can be done as far as that goes. And so the limits that were laid out in the May 25th guidance include that the people inside of a building cannot exceed either 100 persons or a quarter of the capacity, whichever is lower. And we have a 345 person capacity in the large room of town hall. So that would put us at around 86 persons. But I did talk to the progressives, and I told them, as we were talking about masks and hand sanitizer and other things, that and they're going to be doing the distancing, but I had also asked them to limit it to around 25 people at a time, just because we know that there's issues with that. So we're trying to be overly careful as far as the social distancing go, and we're also wanting to work with folks that are exercising their free speech rights. But we are not, and the progressives do know that we're not offering this as a gift of a public service or a public facility.
Okay, thank you, Terry. And I'll just request staff to take a second look at look in terms of the latest executive order, because I do think there was even an exclusion in there for indoor protests in this latest EO. So if you could just take a look, so we can say that we're in compliance, and whether or not this has to be postponed if the latest executive order actually put another stop on these types of gatherings.
Absolutely, we'll take a look at that.
Yeah, I think it may take a little bit of time, so we don't need to get an answer right now.
Okay.
Okay, Terry, thank you. Cleve, thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to move on to item 3.4, which are brief comments by City Council, and I will ask my council colleagues to be brief here. So I will start with Council Member Taylor.
Given the hour so far and how long the meeting's going to go, I'll hold my comment.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Thomas.
I am good too. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Councilmember Acuna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recognizing the time, I will only make one comment, and I think it's very important that we recognize this group because they have come to this city's rescue year after year. And I am happy to send a huge thank you again to the Placerville Rotary Club. This year's president is Kurt Raffetto. All of the cleanup work that you've seen along Highway 50, along the highway itself, at 3 entrances to town, as well as all the improvements at the Placerville sign, has all been taken care of again by the Rotary Club. They come out at mysterious times of early mornings and they get out there and absolutely clean up that area, an area that we are consistently unable to get taken care of. So a huge thank you to them for getting their group out there, even with COVID and all that challenge, to make the entrances to our town look great. And I'd also want to thank them for their continued efforts out at Rotary Park, the Rotary Little League Park. They have continued once again working around COVID to continue to make improvements out there with the batting cage, the stairways, and the walkways. So as I said at the beginning, that club, Placerville Rotary, has continued to come to our aid, and it certainly deserves a shout out from us. So I thank them very much.
Thank you, Mark, and you're absolutely right to thank the Rotary Club for that. So thank you for those comments. Councilmember Borelli.
I'm going to second Mark's comments. I too appreciate this club more than they'll ever know, as I do a lot of the service groups that we have. And I've said it so many times, I don't know what, we couldn't exist without our service clubs. So my thanks go to. And that's, I'm not going to, that's it for now.
Okay, thank you, Patty. I'm going to go ahead and save any comments I have if there's an item that I want to comment on. So we will go ahead and move on then. We do not have a closed session tonight. So Mr. Driscoll, nothing to.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. There's nothing to report, no closed session tonight.
All right, thank you. So we will move on then to the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, Kara, did you have a?
Yeah, I'd like to recommend that item 15.3 get moved up. It's regarding potholes, which I think would be great for the community to hear as we get a lot of comments about them.
You like to put it in front of 12.1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I was going to ask that we move up the police and fire reports also before 12.1. There's some great information there the public deserves to hear.
Okay.
And I support Councilmember Taylor's recommendation. So with those three, I would go ahead and move adoption of the agenda with the changes as noted.
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? See none. Okay. So we will make those changes. All right. This evening, we do not have any ceremonial items, so we'll move on to item 7. And it's public comment. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council. So we will move to item 7.1, which is written communication. And do we have, I know we have at least a letter from Ms. McPherson. Do we have anything else to report on written?
You have the letter from Ms. McPherson, and then you have several emails that came in prior to the posting of the agenda. I will state that some of those are somewhat related to item 12.1 on your agenda. However, not specifically to that item. They're related to the Hangman, the name Hangtown, Old Hangtown, etc. So just for your information, those items came in and for your information only. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we will go ahead and open up oral communication, item 7.2, and I'll just ask if for brevity from the public on item 7.2 this evening, since I know item 12.1 will have quite a lengthy discussion. So if people could be brief, I would humbly ask for that. So we'll go ahead and open up oral communication on 7.2.
Mr. Mayor, I do have some comments that were submitted for public comment to be read aloud. Two that are non-agendized items.
Okay.
Feel like I need to read those.
Yes, please.
This is from Louis Lawrence Smith III. He writes, this is regarding damage to the Upper Broadway sacred site. He says, dear, this was actually sent to, well, okay, so sorry for confusing you. He says, dear Kara Taylor, this response is directed at you because we appreciate your courtesy to ask about who damaged the sacred site. The Wapumnes tribe's response to your question: the city damaged the archaeological site on April 16th before noon that day when city excavators and dump trucks hauled away over 2 tons of dirt containing artifacts and history. The entire parcel contains remnants of a Wapumnes Nisenan village site that was desecrated by your city construction activities. The tribe got there at 4 p.m. that day, and before the eyes of Rebecca Neves and the city archaeologist, dug out the grinding mill mortars with wood from a broken aged pallet that was laying on top of the grinding mill. The tribe dug out the mortars to prove to the city that there is a site that they are standing on. This parcel was not cleared in the city's MND for the Upper Broadway Bicycle Project, and that is why the tribe is running a referendum to repeal the decision made by the City Council on June 23rd to hire the same engineering firm who created the previous archaeological reports for the Upper Broadway area. The city is responsible for this damage done by excavators to the tribe's archaeological village site. The tribe is running a referendum and initiative to gain tribal consultation status as directed by the voters of the city of Placerville to protect their history and bring in UC Davis to catalog and store the artifacts. Voters in the city of Placerville can sign the referendums at the farmers markets on Wednesday and Sunday. Volunteers to collect signatures are appreciated. Kara, we ask that you reconsider the city's position on the Wapumnes tribe's archaeological site. Looking forward to your response. And here is the second one. This is from Tribal Liaison Lisa Perdichisi. She writes, dear City Council, regarding request for extension of time to collect signatures for referendum due July 23rd for every day that voters map has not been delivered, 19 days. Since June 26th, 2020, I have a long string of emails between El Dorado County Elections Committee and your city clerk, Regina O'Connell. By email, I've been requesting the city of Placerville's voters boundary map so that we can collect valid signatures from the voters of the city of Placerville. Both the county elections and your city clerk have been pointing at each other as the keeper of the maps and have refused to send me a digital copy of this very public document that actually should be posted on the city and county websites for free, like other more progressive cities in California. I've been quoted different prices for the Placerville's voters map, everything from $45 to $5, and been told that I can only receive it in person. I have even sent in a public records request for it and still have not received it. I am asking for an extension of time for every day that I have not received the voters map. We are now on day 19. That is now a 19-day extension past the July 23rd deadline for the referendum regarding resolution 8865 and a digital copy of the most recent voters boundary map for the city of Placerville. Thank you for your prompt attention to this. Lisa Perdichisi.
Okay, thank you, Regina.
You're welcome. And we will go to Tom Kumpston.
Yeah, good evening, Tom.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Saragosa, council members, staff, and public. I want to express my opinion tonight that the hanging dummy on Main Street is an inappropriate and gruesome display of a historic episode that is nothing to celebrate. I also want to propose an alternative. When researching this issue after the last council meeting, I found a website called Boone, California. It's an online publication of the University of California Press. In 2013, Boone, California published an article by Jared Farmer, a professor of history at the University of Pennsylvania, about hangman's trees in California, called Witness to a Hanging. Professor Farmer's article surveyed numerous real and apocryphal hangman's trees in California history. Each was identified by signs, plaques, or other markers, and each was considered to be a public attraction in its time. Among them were trees in Irvine, Calabasas, Los Angeles, along the Big Flat Road entrance to Yosemite, San Bernardino, Copperopolis, Jackson just south of here, and even the Knott's Berry Farm Amusement Park, and of course, Placerville. It's an interesting article, but what I found most interesting was the revelation that with the exception of the phony amusement park gallows tree and the hanging dummy on our main street, every one of these hangman's trees attractions had been removed no later than the 1960s, more than a half century ago, and without apparent local objection. That fact made me wonder all over again why we in Placerville still embrace the hanging dummy as some sort of mascot that exemplifies our town's character. It's grotesque, it's embarrassing, and it's also offensive to many people our local economy depends upon, both locals and visitors or would-be visitors. I love our Gold Rush history. It should be honored and preserved. But mob justice just may be the least attractive chapter of that history, and it's hardly something to celebrate in any event. A more appropriate commemoration, and one I think many residents would support, would be a solemn memorial. There's a model for this idea in what Salem, Massachusetts has created to commemorate the harrowing executions of 20 supposed witches there in 1692. For information about that memorial, I encourage you to go to salemweb.com/memorial. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you for airing this important issue.
Thank you, Tom.
Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I take strong objection. Although history is can't be erased, it can be revisionized. I take a strong objection to a memorial to repent of the hangings, which were from thievery and were not at all racially based. But the topic I'd like to speak about is from the progress of the joint resolution on the homeless, dealing with the homelessness crisis. Every one of you know, and I hopefully have read the front page banner headline from 2 Fridays ago on California's oldest newspaper that the nomadic shelter will probably not be functioning this fall. Now, I know every one of you are compassionate people. Your faces show that, your lives show that, and your decisions show that. This is not a shot across the bow, but it is a cry of exhaustion from Don and Peg Vandekar. For 8 years, they have thrown themselves under the wheels of the homeless crisis. I've seen them at 11 and 12 midnight when there was no one else at the nomadic shelter, which has gone set up, tear down, set up, tear down, set up, tear down, exhaustive, set up, tear down, 5 nights. The last 2 years, it's missed 2 of the 7 nights. The wheels were about to come off. The wheels have come off. I'm appealing to you as compassionate leaders that the 40 homeless that are being housed at the Best Western now under the governor's room key and now home key program, that's going to run out. The weather's going to change. We need your cooperation in the 2x2 meetings of the city and the county to find a building for 5 months. That's all they're asking. at the recent meeting, it was told to them by county and city officials. Apparently, I wasn't invited to the meeting. I don't mind that. I don't need to be invited to be able to be a voice for the voiceless.
30 seconds, Jonathan.
Thank you. At this meeting, they were told it's all on us. It's all on us. They're exhausted. They're on their faces. Their hearts are crying for help. There's a empty building where the snow line was on Placerville Drive. There's an empty building between the dollar store and National 9. There are other national buildings. If we have a COVID spike resurgence or a tsunami coming in the fall, an ounce of prevention now is worth 16 ounces. It's a 1,600% differential of proactive thinking. Please get with the county. There is enough money to fund a building. They can even raise some of the money, but you've got to step in. They're exhausted. Please, they've thrown themselves at the feet of the homeless and the feet of the city and the county, saying, please, please, please help us, help the helpless. God bless you all.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Arnie Johnson.
Good evening, Arnie.
Good evening. Sorry, I spoke out of turn earlier.
No problem.
As I was saying earlier, my wife and I walk our dogs up a canal on a regular basis, and there's only one crosswalk to get safely to the other side. The crosswalk is at Canal Street and Hilltop. Very rarely do people ever stop at this crosswalk. They also drive over the speed limit. When school's in session, this is the only way for students to get safely across to go to Markham and El Dorado High School. Within the last few weeks, this has also become a transit stop. I've seen elderly people try desperately to get from one side to the other. What I'm asking is for the city to please fix the warning and crossing lights. We've already spent the money to install these safety features. Now it's time to fix them to help people get safely from one side to the other. Thank you for your consideration in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, just to remind the public, we are on item 7.2. We'll take comment from 525.
Good evening. If you could introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshorn. I had two comments that aren't on the agenda. I've attended other meetings, and when they have questions from the public that can't be answered, they publish it on the website and then put the answer. And I'd recommend maybe you think about that, because you have the question about concealed carry. I looked it up. The Orange County gun owners are very clear that there's no concern. They say, wear your masks, help us to squash the rumor, and then I love it. Please continue to comply with all local COVID and all laws in general, especially when legally carrying your weapon. So it's just, why do we go there? Because the mask law is if you're a criminal trying to hide your identity. And then my other one has to do with the letters that you got about the hangman and all that stuff. And I'd urge you to maybe consider having a town hall or something, because everybody speaks history. But if you read even your own Placerville website, it doesn't get the history right. And I'll email it to you, but there's an eyewitness, very reputable, who published in 1850, a lieutenant in the Army, went on to be the editor of Alta California. He published it in the Congressional Record under the auspices of Senator Fremont. I mean, they exaggerated a little bit in those days because that's how journalism can be. But still, I mean, he names the people, 2 Frenchmen and a Chileano. He tells us their names, and it's not George, it's Garcia and Manuel and Bissy. And there were no real crimes. There was an allegation. The real crime had been thievery. They were flogged, 5 of them. They couldn't even walk to the trial, so they were tried in absentee. They couldn't even speak English, and they were given no interpreter. And this particular unbiased trained observer is very clear. This was a lynching. It had nothing to do with justice. And, if we're going to keep talking about this, then let's go to the facts. And I think a town hall might help everybody. Let's find some common ground, which is what was history. And then are we going to remember it in our museum, or are we going to commemorate it on our main street? I think this is the time for that noose to come down. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Alan T.
Good evening, Ellen.
And thank you for taking the time to hear me out. I am definitely for the news and for the gold pin. So I'm a father of 2 little girls, and every morning I wake up and thank God that I have another opportunity to provide for them. So when I see the gold pin and I see the news, I see both of those, and the one word comes to mind, and that's accountability. The gold pin is a symbol that if you're willing to work for your dream and your family to provide, you have the opportunity. And the noose, as far as accountability goes, if you want to go and break the law, you should be held accountable. Every law has its own grades of what that accountability should be. But to me, the gold pin and the noose both should stay, because it says, hey, you do right and you work hard, you can get the benefit of your hard work and your labor.
Did we?
Now taking public comment
Well,
from.
I just wanted to make a clarification. While it is similar, the news, we do have an item 12.1, but we did have the hangman and hangtown because those aren't necessarily associated with item 12.1. So we took some comments there. But if your comments are about the news on the logo, that will be on item 12.1, not on item 7.2. Thank you, Regina. Go ahead.
Now taking public comment from IL.
Good evening.
Hello, I'm Irene Lipshin. I'm a retired teacher. I taught in Placerville in our county for more than 30 years. And I just wanted to make a comment about the language and the symbols that we are displaying, that the noose is and the hangman are symbols of hate and violence and racism. They're not symbols of justice. They don't teach lessons out of context. And I wanted to make a comment that the lack of diversity in our county makes teaching and learning to respect and understand and live in a non-diverse community difficult. It's a challenge. And when I was teaching, and I taught grades all the way from kindergarten up through middle school and sometimes high school, I've seen graffiti even in the lower grades of the noose, swastikas, dummies hanging, bodies, hate language, and images scrawled and on the bike trails, sometimes on the walls and the bathrooms and in children's notebooks and art. These are real teaching moments that are being lost by allowing this kind of injustice and racism to actually be speaking to our families and our kids, because we are much more than a town of much more than a tourist attraction. We are a town of families and children. And so I'd like to see our town take a stand against not only the noose, but all hate symbols and the hangman, language and language that pays attention to what we want our town to represent is what we should be thinking about. And we want to represent all the people who live here and who visit. So I would say that when we're making some decisions, that we need to make a vote for our children and families, removing the nooses and removing the hate language. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, the news is item 12.1, so we can keep our comments on if it's news related to item 12.1. This is for non-agendized items.
Now taking public comment from 692.
Good evening. If you could introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Rose, but I will wait until we are on 12.1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Colin user 4.
Good evening. If you could introduce yourself.
Mike Drobish. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So driving through town, I'm starting to see the sidewalk dining pop up. And I know the city adopted an ordinance that allowed a small table and 2 chairs ×2 to be approved over the counter ministerial through Pierre. And I'm starting to see large tables with 4 chairs each. And I know you guys passed something 2 meetings ago, I believe. So it was just to authorize basically Pierre to come up with those temporary. And I think I remember December being the cutoff. I don't remember if you put them. I would like to know, was there a specific cutoff date, like the governor rescinds the state of emergency? What are the requirements? Because I'm starting to see encroachment on the walking path, and I'm really concerned, especially across from the bell tower today. The public house there with their brand new orange umbrellas and tables looked like there was 3 foot left curb to, and 3 foot of walking space left between the curb and the tables and umbrellas. So I think the city needs to do a little tour downtown with the outdoor dining and say, whoa, 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 you know, we need ADA clearance here. You guys have got to move this back. Public house already has an alcove. So I don't understand why they're encroaching so far into the public sidewalk anyway. Nothing against them, just noticing that the tables and chairs are getting a little out of control. That's all. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kirk.
I just wanted to follow up on comments that were made earlier by a couple members of the tribe regarding the Upper Broadway project. I think it was responsive to Councilmember Taylor asking about what damage was done. You were all told that the damage done was a pallet was removed. That's nonsense, but an example of almost everything you were told that's not true. A photograph of that pallet appears in the Mountain Democrat. And what you can see is that pallet is very old, very decrepit, and it was removed so you could see the rock. It could have also been said that Kirk Smith was there with a broom and swept off leaves. I did, for the same purpose. I saw the destruction that morning, immediately called the tribe, and then left messages for Cleve Morris and the engineers, and was there when they arrived. So when you were told that you cannot consult with the local tribe because they're not recognized by the California Indian Commission, you should know that that commission is the only commission in the state which is allowed to receive money from private parties. And guess what? They get a lot of money from casino Indians. Red Hawk. So they don't recognize a lot of people, but these tribe members do have letters from the National Bureau, the Federal Bureau of Indian Affairs, recognize them as Miwok. Now, why would you cut them off? First of all, over in Colfax, Nevada City, and a number of places throughout California, they consult with local Native people. So the idea that you can't consult with them is nonsense. And that you want to consult with Red Hawk makes about as much sense as you want to consult with the Apaches and Iroquois. They know just as little about the indigenous people. Also, to say that this is done because you, the city, wants to learn about local history, ask yourselves, they were told that a group of archaeologists were coming in from UC Davis the next day over the weekend. Did any of you or the city staff ask, what did you find? What did you discover? What did they find? Well, the answer is that whole area, not just that property, but the whole area was a Miwok village.
30 seconds, Kirk.
Beg your pardon?
You have 30 seconds.
So I'll make use of the 30 seconds by telling you that this week I'll send you photographs of that area so you can see the damage, which was massive. And I can describe some of the things that were discovered when the archaeologists came in. So I think you need to re-examine it. And when we hold these photographs over your heads as if that's going to be revealing, please, I ask the city to reveal them and I'll be sending in my records request. I think that completes my
3 minutes.
last 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Roberts.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can. Good evening.
All right. Good evening. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time just due to the breakup between the hangman and the noose, so I'll make this as brief as possible. I just wanted to ask if in regards to decision making on either or any of the topics as far as changing the name of a historic town, changing the logo that's been around forever, removing private property from somebody's private business that doesn't belong to the city. If in decision making, the petition that has been put out there to keep our history intact and to keep our city as it has been and the name Hangtown and everything that goes along with it, if the petition that has been signed by, last time I checked, I believe it was upwards of 15,000 individuals, if that is being taken into consideration, or if it's just the call-ins and the letters, and basically how do we need to rally people that have signed the petition to get the information to you that you need to know that we like it, we want it to stay. I personally am not racist. I feel that most people are not, that also would like it to stay. And so I just wanted to know if that was being taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I have concerns that we've already been in this for 2.5 hours, and I know there's a lot of people that want to speak on item 12.1, and I was really surprised that you put more items ahead of it. I don't know if that was intentional or to get people to drop off, or why that was done was kind of curious. But anyway, on another note, we were in Telluride, Colorado, and it would be nice, kind of cool if we could readdress this. In Telluride, in their historic Main Street, we just drove through. We were staying, close to our families and not out in the public. So they actually closed off one side of their street, and I've got pictures of it. It was pretty cool. And they had people come outside dining. They kept one lane of traffic and let people come out to the other lane to do that. And it seemed like a pretty cool idea. I know there's been a lot of people that have thought that that might be a great thing. I've looked at what the city's come up with, and as a building designer, I think it's really not doable. You've got issues that you really never talked about when you decided to allow people to put platforms out in front of their building spaces, on the parking spaces. You've got to epoxy those platforms into the street or sidewalk. You've got to come up with a structural way that that's safe. And I don't know if they're not continuous, how is that safe through ADA? And asking building owners that are suffering with the COVID issue to do $1 million liability clause to be able to do it. All of it seems kind of undoable compared. I think Kara had mentioned just trying to close it from 5 to 9 on Wednesday nights when the market was there anyway. I think would be a cool idea just to do a trial, much simpler than the thing that was passed, which I think would be a really hardship on businesses. So it'd be really nice to readdress that and maybe consider doing something that a lot of cities are doing right now, especially with the new orders from the governor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last call for public comment on item 7.2. Alan T, I see your hand up, but you have already spoken, unfortunately. Mr. Mayor, I believe that's all for public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you, Regina. I think there was just a couple of things here. Cleve, I don't know if there's been anything new on the joint resolution in terms of on homelessness with the county, if there's been anything new.
Not really anything new. I know that the county is working on potential facilities. They've tasked I believe their facilities manager to look at potential facilities for that could be used for homeless shelter. Well, homeless shelters or other types of facilities for the homeless. So, but nothing firm yet.
Okay. And then on, I know there was a comment about a canal, and I don't know if the lights, I don't know if we have flashing lights there.
Yeah, we have, I know that we have on Canal, we do have the speed survey, and I believe there are some pedestrian warning lights. We will check into those and make sure that those are operating properly.
Okay. And then in regards to the sidewalk dining, I think, we're continuing to look at what we can do to help our restaurants and our businesses. We haven't gone, I mean, we're not in the position of other counties yet where everything's been closed. Right now, it's unfortunately our restaurants again don't have indoor dining. So hopefully they will take advantage of the ordinance that we passed to give them some more flexibility. But I think it's certainly incumbent upon us to look at other options as well, as we move forward here. And Pierre, I don't know if you had anything to add on the sidewalk ordinance or dining, excuse me.
Just real quickly, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. The city basically has 2 applications now that we're affording restaurants to avail themselves to, and in situations where, especially now that they're not allowed to have indoor dining. We have what's called an application for temporary use for outdoor dining within a private walkway and or parking lot area. So far, we've had 1 restaurant take advantage of this application, and that's Denny's. And Denny's will be utilizing a part of their private parking lot to allow for outdoor dining. And then the other one that we have is an application for temporary sidewalk dining permit. And right now we've had 2 restaurants take advantage of that, and that would be the Sourdough. So they're permitted to have outside dining on the sidewalk. And then we have Heyday Cafe. They're also approved to have outside dining within the sidewalk. And mainly what the city looks at in terms of the use of the city right-of-way is that, yes, there was one commenter that was concerned about the liability insurance. That's probably one of the more important things that the city is concerned with, that the city is named as an additional insured in their liability insurance, so that should somebody trip or something happen, that they don't look at a deep pocket, which I don't think the city of Placerville should be considered a deep pocket, especially in these times. So, but that is something, typically these businesses already have insurance, and it's a minimal cost to have the city named as an additional insured. Other than that, there was a comment regarding my authority. That authority granted by the council allows me to basically allow for any number of tables and any number of seatings that's appropriate, as long as the ADA is maintained. And we reduce that from our existing ordinance, which is 5 feet minimum, to 4 feet, and 4 feet being the very minimum ADA requirement for safe passage between the edge of any table or chair and any other obstacle on the sidewalk or to curb.
Thank you, Pierre. Any other comments from council members? Okay, seeing none, then we will go ahead and move on to the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. And do I have any items that council member wants to pull?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
Okay. All right, we got a second. I'll go with Councilmember Borelli. I will now go ahead and open the consent calendar for public comment.
Public comment is now open for the consent calendar. I see no comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Okay, great, thank you. So we did a couple of changes here, and we moved. So what I would ask the council is if we can move through items 15.1 and then items 15.2 and 15.3, and then take a break before we get into item 12.1. That's okay. I'm seeing heads nodding. So, okay, so we will then move to item 15.1, which is receive and file the June police report. And this is Chief Wren.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you. Yes, before you is our June 2020 statistics for the police department. As I had stated previously, this is, I think, our third presentation to the council regarding this format, so it's a work in progress. But if you look, the first line you'll come across is June 2019. The second would be June 2020. We're up across the board in every, just about every category except for misdemeanor arrests. Our calls for service are telling. Again, we're seeing a 25% increase in our calls for service. What I do want to highlight in that, though, is under dispatch, you'll see our response time to priority 1 calls has shaved off about a minute, which, considering the call volume that our officers are getting today, their ability to still respond to priority emergency calls is fantastic. Our investigations, last year they were looking at about 56 open cases. This year they're at 83 open cases. At the bottom, you'll see our sex registrant numbers. We're at 36 now. The reason why that was highlighted is that we've nearly doubled from last year. We hold pretty steady at about 20. As of about January of this year, we started to see that number creep up. We have been in contact with state parole and El Dorado County probation to try to figure out why those numbers are increasing. The answer that we were giving is states releasing in custody inmates, which is putting the pressure on local authorities at this time. With that, I know there's a lot of numbers and a lot of information. If anybody has any questions, I'll do my best to answer.
Thank you, Chief. Questions for Chief Wren? Yes, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Chief, for your report. In terms of some of the trends, would you speak to the trends in terms of the traffic stops and the simple assault? Sorry.
Sure, no, that's awesome. Yeah, absolutely. So looking at the traffic data, you'll see last year we were at about 73 citations. This year we're at 143, which is a 96% increase. The reason for that is in 2019, we put out a community survey asking our residents to identify some of their higher priority safety concerns. Traffic was listed as number 1. This year, we were able to obtain an Office of Traffic Safety grant, which afforded us opportunity to conduct special operations targeting what we call primary collision factors for traffic accidents. Some of those are speed, running stop signs, distracted driving. We've done several operations for failure to stop at crosswalks. We've seen some concerning spike in pedestrians being hit by vehicles. So it's a combination. It's a response to the community's concerns, and it's our ability to conduct these operations because of the Office of Traffic Safety grant. The assaults, I was looking at that the other day. There's no identifying trend within the cases that I've read through, the narratives of the crime cases. Best guess is people are confined with each other now. So we're seeing increases in misdemeanor domestic violence incidents. We're also seeing batteries amongst our transient populations, predatory transients, assaulting others. So we're keeping an eye on that. We're doing the best we can to try to mitigate it. That's one of those crime categories. It's just really, really hard to tell people to be nice and treat each other with kindness and respect. So.
And then one more question in regards to the sex registrants. There's 10 that are in the transient population. One of our speakers, Jonathan Gainsborough, mentioned that we have 40 transients in Placerville. Is that accurate? And I mean, that would infer that 25% of our transient population is registered sex offenders, which is a bit alarming. And I'm just curious if they're being monitored the way other sex offenders are. And
They have a requirement to come in more often to register and provide us with data. What's happening is some of these numbers regarding, the 2,600 residents, some of those may be transient in nature. However, they're staying long-term at hotels. So they're not required to come in as often and register. I would guess we probably have greater than 40 persons in a transient status within the city of Placerville. So yeah, that would make more sense to me if we have 36 total, out of that 10 being transient. I would say there's definitely you're gonna see more transients in town.
Thank you.
Huh?
Any other? Yes, Councilmember Borelli.
Along those lines, Chief, I think Kara was, I mean, I'm concerned too. And is that an over abundance of the ratio of what we have, and then how many of them fall under that category?
As far as the sex registrants?
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, historically we average about 20. If we start to spike slightly above 20, we take a look at what's going on, and we've almost doubled that 20 since last year. So that's what prompted us to reach out to probation and CDCR and try to figure out why we've seen that increase. And it's directly related to persons in custody being released back into the communities.
So there's no, I think, we think about, well, why are they coming here? Why are they coming to Placerville? Are we too lenient with them? Do we need to do more? And you just kind of answered my question of who you're reaching out to, but what are their answers?
That they are, it's a direct result of them. So when you're convicted and sent to prison, your place of residence is a county. So in this case, they would say El Dorado County, even though the offense may have occurred in one of the other townships or places within El Dorado County. So they're releasing them back into El Dorado County.
Oh.
We're just seeing them here for a number of reasons, either permanent temporary housing through the hotels or a transient status.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, are the transient 290s, are they GPS'd? Do they have
Some
ankle
are
monitors?
Some are not.
Is it just depend on their level of offense?
Yes, and their history with reporting and registering. There's several factors that probation looks at when they make a determination to put somebody on a monitoring.
And in our historical 20, has it been a combination of, I mean, has it been like a split between transient and housed, or is our transient number also up from before in terms of, I mean, in percentage wise?
You saw a little bit less of the transient population and greater number of housed that were registering. With the current trends, we're seeing a greater number of transient. And like I said, some of those 26 that are listed as residents, I know for a fact several of them. And if I drill down on that list, those are folks that you're going to see inside hotels staying long term, which at that point triggers they don't have to register as a transient and show up more often to register and let us know their whereabouts.
Understood. And there's another 8,000 CDCR people coming out across the state. So I would assume
Second wave.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chief. Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for any public comment.
Call-in user 4.
Good evening, Council. Looking at the report here, and there's a category for felony, a category for misdemeanor, and there's 3 categories under each: health and safety, penal code, vehicle code. I'm wondering, what kind of felony could you commit under health and safety code? I see 0 and 0, but I'm just fascinated. What kind of health and safety code violation could you do that is a felony? I don't see infractions on here. But the other question too is the traffic stops were up by 70%. Citations were up by 96%. So I'm hoping that citations also include like parking tickets. If somebody could explain the difference between those 2 numbers. The other thing is I'm starting to see a lot of, looks like they were released from prison, walking up and down our streets. And I think that was just addressed, but if anyone could like give a little hope and encouragement to what we're seeing walking up and down the streets. Those were just the standouts for me. So if somebody could address that, thank you.
Thank you.
Last call for public comment on 15.1. No further comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. Chief, I don't know if you had any information on that health and safety code question, and then on citations and traffic stops.
So yeah, health and safety code is directly related to narcotics offenses. And when Proposition 47 and 57 passed, it made a lot of those code sections, possession, for example, reduced it from felonies to misdemeanors. So you're hard pressed to get a felony H&S conviction for narcotics related offenses now. You'll see like sales cases, that's still a felony offense. Regarding the traffic stops, we've made 228 traffic stops. Out of that, we've issued 143 citations. So I'm fine with that. That's an appropriate level based on our 2-prong approach of education and enforcement. So while we're writing tickets, we're also educating and advising, and oftentimes releasing on warnings people that have committed traffic offenses.
Understood. Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Acuna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Chief Wren. When I asked this item to be moved, I felt that it was important, recognizing that we still have a lot of work ahead of us this evening. This is just the type of change that you have made since you've taken over the department that I think is absolutely excellent. It's available, I assume, on the various websites and the department's social media sites. So anybody that doesn't have this evening's agenda, they can see what you are doing. And just as my colleagues have asked questions, and I appreciate the callers' questions, this gives any citizen that's interested an opportunity to see exactly what services we are providing, any trends we need to be concerned about as a community, and the type of work that the Placerville Police Department is doing. So I thank you very much for making this a regular part of your operation and making this a regular part of a visit that we get to see the job that you are doing and all of your department staff are doing for the citizens. So thank you, Chief. I wish you, I see Shirley Patty's name down here, and she should be known as one of the toughest and top statisticians that exists in the state of California. So
absolutely.
Thank you for this implementation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Council Member. Okay, seeing no other comments, we will then move on to, thank you, Chief. We will move on to item 15.2. and we will move over, which is our June Fire Station 25 report with Chief Cordero. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Within your packet, you'll see the monthly stats for Station 25, both engine and medic 25. And with both apparatus, you'll note that we're still kind of trending at a little bit lower than normal call volume, which we're still kind of attributing to the COVID-19 that's taking place, with more people kind of still staying at home and not getting out and about as much. So the call volume still tends to be a little bit lower, but all the crews at 25 are doing well. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for Chief Cordero? Yes, Vice Mayor Thomas.
I don't really have a question, but I have a comment. It's not widely known, but Station 25, Medic 25, Engine 25 is by far the busiest fire station that the Dorado County Fire has, and that's right here in our community. And I truly appreciate them being right in the middle of town and doing what they do. I know out of all the fire stations, those guys work by far the hardest. I don't say the other guys don't work hard, but these guys are spending more time burning the tires off those vehicles than others are. So I just appreciate what they do there for us.
Thank you. Yes, they do run quite a few calls, and they hold their own there, but thank you.
Thank you. Chief, I had a question. Are you getting, I mean, in terms of some of your calls, are you getting like COVID related calls for people that just, I think there was a question early on this evening in terms of, somebody looking for, to get it tested or whatever. Are you getting those types of calls as well? I know that's not your purview in terms of doing that, but I'm just wondering if you're also having to respond to like COVID specific calls.
So we're not getting specific calls for people that are looking for the ability to get out and get tested. However, we've modified all of our responses and really kind of assume that every call that we respond to is a patient that's potentially COVID positive. With our dispatch center, they do have a series of calls or questions that they go through with each call taker. And based on the parameters and the information given by the person placing the call, we'll get that notification to our crews, and they'll go to a heightened level of awareness.
Okay, thank you. And then another question, and I mean, we're in fire season. How are inspections going, and anything that we should be sort of concerned with, that you've seen any trends, anything like that in terms of public fires or, people not doing the right thing out there right now?
The fire season is kind of kicking off. We've actually already had 2 strike teams that have gone out of county. We had one that went over to Nevada this last week. With the vegetation management ordinance that's taken in place, a lot of people did a lot of good work early on, but with the weather, the burn season got shut down early. So a lot of folks are having to kind of stop what they would normally still be doing this time of year. So, but I think overall, the education has gone out both in the city and the county with the vegetation management ordinance. A lot of people are doing their best part to get that stuff taken care of.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for any public comments.
Public comment is open for item 15.2. Call in user 4.
Good evening, Mike.
Good evening. Question for what the fire department charges. Okay, we all pay taxes to support the fire department and the ambulance and all of that. I know somebody that passed away 2 years ago in their home. They were dead in their home. The fire department, the ambulance, and all the apparatus showed up, extracted, and removed the person. And then a bill showed up a couple weeks later for almost $4,000. So I'm just wondering, does El Dorado County Fire do that to taxpayers that have been paying the bill for years and years? That's it.
Okay.
Last call for item 15.2. We'll take comment from Robin.
Good evening, Robin.
How many inspections have been done for prevention in the past year
In the city of Placerville.
in the city of Placerville?
Okay, we'll try to get that answer for you here at the end of public comments.
I see no further public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't know, Chief, and I don't know, Pierre may have some information here too in terms of inspections in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We do continue to respond to complaint requests, and we're still following up on I believe it was 30 some parcels that were identified earlier on in the season by County Fire to be properties that needed attention and needed some additional defensible space. So we're continuing with those. And one of the earlier comments, I think it was a comment made by maybe you, Mr. Mayor, you were talking about any properties where there are, fire danger from transient encampments. With the assistance of El Dorado County Fire, we did run a drone over what we call the Lumsden property, the Placerville, it's called the Placerville 128 property is above the Lumsden Ranch Park. We did find a large encampment within the middle of that park. So we're trying to work with the property owner and see if we can maybe have them relocated because of the fuel load. That would be a very, very catastrophic place to have a fire start. So we're trying to put a lot of attention on that particular piece of property. And
Pierre, that's a private property, correct?
That's a private property, yes.
Thank you. Chief, on that issue, are there any other, or maybe it's a question for Pierre too, but in terms of other legal levers we have to try to get these people to ensure that their property is not, being used for transient housing?
I can attempt to answer that. Basically, some of the tools that we have now is we will fine the property owner for not responding. We'll give them certain time periods that they're to respond to us if we put out a notice to correct. And then we give them a certain period of time to respond, and then they're to give us a time period that they expect to actually come into compliance. And when they don't, then we run out of options. The city could consider, if we had the funding available, the city could actually hire a contractor to effect the work, and then we could lien the property. But the big issue is coming up with the amount of, the funding at the beginning to actually do the work, because it may be quite some time before the city could recover those funds if we were to lien the property.
Right. Okay. Chief Cordero, any other comments?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Borelli.
Okay, so I'm going back to Pierre. Those property owners, do they have to show any proof of insurance or anything in case that they don't comply with you and say you already issued the complaint? It may be in an insurance claim that they could be held responsible, that they have the money to then, take care of what they basically caused.
We don't know if the property owner has any insurance on the property at all, any liability insurance.
Can we do something maybe along those lines?
I don't think we can compel a property owner to have insurance. I see our city attorney has just come on the screen, so maybe he can better answer that question.
You were on the right track, Pierre. I don't think we have the ability to require that the property owner maintain insurance. We do have the ability to require that they maintain their property in such a manner that it doesn't constitute a fire hazard in violation of our ordinance, but no, we can't make them have insurance.
I will add that staff will be looking at some of the larger properties, and we will be trying to come up with a cost estimate of what it would be to actually affect a perimeter fire berm or defensible space or fire break around these larger properties. and then come to the council with a report on what those costs are and how we could look at maybe funding those efforts.
Yes, Patty?
So, John, if, kind of back to my question, minus the insurance, if Pierre had issued a notice to them to do the, to clear the property, and there was a fire and it created a huge fire for us, and all the expenses, is that, are they liable for a suit from us against them in that case, whether insurance or not?
Well, they're liable for, excuse me, potentially liable for a suit from anybody who was damaged as a result of that fire, whether it's a private citizen whose property was adjacent to it, or whether it was the city who had damages as a result of that fire.
I'm wondering, Pierre, when you go out and when you talk to them, do you bring that up to them about the possibility?
We don't, or we have not up to this point.
Might be worth a, a sentence or two.
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly not a new issue. I mean, we've been dealing with the Lumsden Ranch area for a long time, as them not being necessarily good actors in taking care of their property. So, and I guess this is a question for Mr. Driscoll. I mean, I know we can't, is there any legal actions that we have in terms of going to court to force them to take some mitigation because of the presence, of potential fire hazards from them? Being basically derelict in the taking care of their property.
I mean, I suspect you could probably go to court and under a nuisance theory and have them, the court issue some sort of a mandate order for them to remove the nuisance by, in a sense, remedying the situation and getting rid of the fire hazard. That'd probably cost you as much, if not more, than having somebody go in there and clear it and leaning the property, however.
That's what I was just going to ask, was the cost of versus, so we're sort of chicken and egg then in terms of how we deal with this situation.
And here we go again. It's all about money. We can't get things done because everything is so costly.
Councilmember Acuna.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Driscoll, along this line of questioning, does this point out the need for us to clearly have this property owner on notice that we are finding them in violation?
Oh, absolutely.
And the reason I thank you, and I think to Councilmember Borelli's comment, it isn't when we have had fires in the last 5 years, and it's just by the luck of the wind and the humidity and the temperature that at least one neighborhood hasn't burned up because of homeless campsites on this Lumsden Ranch property. So yeah, I thank you. And if we need to make sure of that, Mr. Mayor, maybe we should talk offline about making sure that these folks are absolutely aware that if they do not address what we're pointing out to them, they are going to be responsible for potential damages by entire neighborhoods.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's incumbent upon us, I think, to do that, to not only just for the liability factor, but for us as the entire city could, we could have a devastating fire that comes out of that area. So,
and this is owned by a group of investors out of the Bay Area. And you would hate to have a fire, and you would hate to hear after that fire that, oh, well, if the city had just told us, right. And then everybody gets drugged through court for 5 years as they try and, do whatever they might do. So,
right.
And again, I want to thank the council for moving this up. I want to thank Chief Cordero for his providing this information to us every month. He's been doing it for quite a while now, and it really has educated a lot of folks on just how busy Station 25 is and the kind of quality job that the citizens are receiving from El Dorado County Fire and that service. So, and to thank both of the chiefs for the time that they spend here long after they've been at work all day, sitting through our meetings. So, thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Chief Cordero.
Thank you.
Okay, well, to be continued on that, I think Mark's right. We do need to look at, what our options are here in addition to everything else we're doing, but we can't let this one fall on the back burner. Okay, we will then move on to item 15.3. And this is our street pothole report. And Mr. Stone has this has this for us tonight.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to give you a brief summary of our efforts related to potholes and how we address them in a few different ways. The main ways our public works staff carries bags of permapatch in the back of the trucks while we're doing our other routine activities such as meter reading, water sampling, backflow testing, sewer maintenance, and sign repair. I've got bags in my truck too. When we find potholes that have the potential to cause damage, we address them immediately. And if they're in an area where there's heavy traffic or somebody can't do it by themselves, what we'll do is the guys will just call somebody else for traffic control so they make sure that they're doing it in a safe manner. Another way is that work orders are generated via the Fixing Our City email and also through calls to various city offices. We'd like to keep those calls streamlined to the Public Works Department, but over the years, people have got numbers to all different city offices, and hopefully they eventually get to us and we get to go out and correct them. But I reviewed the previous 12-month period, and we had 49 of those formal service requests related to potholes. And it's pretty good news that all of those except for one were addressed the same exact day that they came in. So we try and get on those as fast as we can so that there isn't any damage that's caused to vehicles or any other forms of property. Another item to note is the restoration of the Durapatcher. That's a piece of equipment that had previously been purchased for the Public Works Department. However, it wasn't used very much. In 2019, we restored it to working condition, and we've been very successful using that out on Bear Rock Road. Those residents out there have had nothing but good stuff to say about our efforts, and also on Pearson Court. In addition to those activities, we've also completed several CIP projects on Upper and Lower Airport, Ray Lawyer, Big Cut, and also the utility patch paving project that replaced asphalt patches, cold patch asphalt, and a bunch of other stuff that was in bad condition and had been that way for several years. And those projects together cumulatively were probably more asphalt than several previous years had been restoring asphalt. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you, Mr. Stone. Council, any questions? Yes, Councilmember Borelli.
Nick, how bad does a condition have to be before people call you? How big does the pothole have to be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? What are the
Councilmember Borelli, I would say that everybody's different with that. Sometimes we get them for small cracks. Other times people won't even call when there's ones that are like 6 inches deep and our guys see them and people are just constantly driving by them. But it really depends on the neighborhood and the severity of it. Another thing that we take into consideration too is that we'll try and put a Band-Aid on some areas, but like there are some streets that the best method would probably be to grind an overlay and remove the asphalt, like Mosquito. That's an area that's coming up soon, Spring Street. And so we do what we can so that we're not using too much money for an area that's gonna kind of tide it over until a bigger project comes through and can replace a bunch of that.
Okay, thank you.
Did that answer your question?
It did. I think some people, I kind of asked it for our constituents that they're not sure when to call. They don't want to be nagging, but yet they'll tell me how horrible their street is, and I tell them to call you. But I think they're kind of rather embarrassed maybe sometime. I don't know. They're just not too sure what what they should, how far they should go to request.
I might be going on a stretch here, but I would invite all of them to contact us in at any time that they can via the Fixing Our City email. That's been pretty successful with people sending them in, and then also through the service request, because a lot of them might be on streets that we don't travel on our normal daily pattern. It might be up on High Street or on Green Street where guys aren't going except for maybe once a week, and they're not going to notice it. And the only way, so we do rely on citizen-driven work orders for a majority of those too.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Taylor.
You're muted, Kara.
sorry. I just want to thank Nick for this report. We get a lot of comments about how bad our roads are and the need to fix them and how we're not fixing them very fast. And I think that this is just good information to show how much work is getting done on a yearly basis, and also how residents can get in touch with you for speedy service on the potholes that are bothering them. So thank you for putting this together.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll make a similar comment. I mean, this was 3 years ago, or probably a little bit more than that. And I had a grate that was in front of my house. And I called the number, and, in about 2 days, somebody was out there and they had patched back in the grate, and it was all down. So yeah, please do call in, residents, and if you have something. And, Nick and his crew have done a really good job of getting out and being responsive on those. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will then, oh yes, Councilmember Acuna.
Just real quick, I want to thank Nick for putting this together and giving us the annual update, and also for his efforts and his crew's efforts to getting the Durapatcher fixed.
Yes.
That was an expensive piece of equipment that we kind of maybe got sold a little bit of a bill of goods on, sat for quite a while, and really great to see that you guys have got that out there and making it productive, because it does have its place and it will fix your street. So thank you. Thanks to crew.
Okay, we'll go ahead, Regina, and we'll open up public comments.
Thank you. Call-in user 4.
Good evening, council and members. Hey, Nick Stone is a man amongst men. He is a doer, and I thoroughly respect him. I'm just grateful that he's here. So I'm interested in learning that the Durapatcher, a brand new machine that really was never used, needed to be restored. I imagine he parked something. In fact, the city put that thing out for sale. So what happened? It went out for sale, auction, didn't sell, city still stuck with it, sat in the sun, it deteriorated. What's the background on that? I'd love to know. I mean, but giant piece of equipment, very expensive. Nick put it to use, so kudos to him. And I am seeing more potholes filled recently than in past years. So kudos to Nick. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Mike.
Caller 692.
Great job, guys. Lots of good information. This meeting is now going over 3 hours. Can we please jump ahead to 12.1? Since you've got people that have been sitting on this call for 3 hours now. Thank you.
Thank you. That was 30 seconds. We won't get back. Go ahead and move on to the next item, please.
Kathy?
It isn't the next item. This is Kathy Lishman, but I wanted to talk about this item since it was on the agenda.
Yep.
Prior to putting Measure L on the ballot, the city did an assessment of every city street, and it was mailed out to everybody. And then we did a survey of what streets we thought needed to be fixed. I have asked about that because that was, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago. And is the city planning to do that again, where they do every city street gets rated into a category so that those of us that live on city streets can know where our street falls in the scheme of things?
Thank you, Kathy.
Last call for item 12.3. No more comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Stone, we had a couple of comments that if you wanted to make any comments on the 2 questions. I think there was one on the machine.
So sorry about that.
No problem.
I'm not sure what the exact history of the Durapatcher is. I do know that when we went to go and fire it up, that it had a tank of dried oil in it. So that was our first challenge, was removing that oil, the emulsion oil that had been there for several years. But once we got that good and going, it's been pretty flawless since then. And to address the other caller, I believe that she might be referring to the pavement management index that the city had done a while back. That was done by an outside firm, and I'm not sure about all the specifics on that. I do know that we do update that internally, but I don't have any plans or know of any to have an outside source go in and do another pavement index anytime soon.
Understood.
Was that both of them?
That was.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, I think there was also an effort to add to Nick's comments, and maybe Rebecca can comment on this. Through the state of California, they put together a program to have the pavement management study updated. And I forget the time, and the first one I remember was done in 2014. Rebecca, the next one was 16 or 17?
So because it was costly to do the pavement management update, we've been updating internally. The previous report cited the degradation, the average degradation per year, and it's about 2 points on the PCI schedule, PCI standing for Pavement Condition Index. So we have been updating the PCI on those streets that have not been improved with that decline, if you will. And then on the streets that we have been improving, such as Ray Lawyer Drive and segments of Canal Street and Pacific Street, we do go in there and reassess the pavement condition index as well, based on the criteria that's actually outlined in the report. As far as doing an overall re-evaluation of the comprehensive study, we've been just basically using that original model with the point scale system to help guide us on the community priorities, as well as outreach from the community on their priority projects. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. Okay. So with that, we will then move on to item 12.1, but I think I did say we'd take a quick break here before we get into item 12.1. So it is 9:12. Would everyone be okay coming back at 9:22? We'll take a 10-minute break. All right. We will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Okay, it looks like everybody's back. So we will go ahead and reconvene and move on to item 12.1. Item 12.1 will be confirmed staff recommendation to redesign the Placerville city logo and improve the application of the new logo to all city documents, facilities, and other assets. And City Manager Morris has this report for us.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. At the last City Council meeting, there was discussion under public comments based on a written comment that was received that involved discussion of the term, the city's nickname of Old Hangtown and other symbols related to the city's history that by some may be considered inappropriate. The council had a brief discussion, not as an agenda item, but just as on that particular item, and discuss specifically the city's logo, which currently has a noose attached to a tree affixed to all of our city documents, stationery, business cards, and other city documents, and other assets such as our vehicles and some city facilities, some of our buildings, and et cetera. Interest was expressed in considering removing the depiction of a noose from the city logo and other city assets. City staff reviewed the documents and first went after our logo to see what it would take to be have that done. We were able to get that done to show what it would be like to have the noose removed from the logo, and you have a copy of that in your documents. It shows the current logo and the revised logo with the noose actually removed. So very, very minimal in terms of the differences there. If council is in agreement, staff could implement the replacement of the logo on documents and et cetera. The option would be to approve that change, not to approve the change and perhaps give some other direction in relation to that, or give other direction to staff. We did put together some cost factors. Those have been somewhat dynamic in that we've been trying to figure out all of the costs and everything that would be required there. Just briefly though, we estimate to replace all business cards, and that would be if we were to basically get rid of the current business cards we have. Several of us still have some business cards in our possession of the current business card. If we were to completely get rid of those and replace all of them, we estimate that cost somewhere around $740 to replace the decals on facilities. So for example, on some of our buildings, this building, for example, City Hall, the sign, the parking sign adjacent to City Hall, those all have logos on them that also have the current logo on them that would need to be replaced if that was the desire of council. We estimated that cost at about $490 with some labor on top of that of about $300 for our staff to replace those, so approximately $790 for that. And then we had the decals for vehicles. That cost to replace those is estimated at $463. One other item that has the noose on it is some of our historic street signs. It's a very small depiction of a noose on those signs. Lots of people may have not even noticed that. This quote that we have in here is to completely replace those signs. There was some concern raised that if we were to if we were to paint over it, that may eventually peel off the paint, or if we were to put some sort of vinyl patch over it, that potentially could peel off or be peeled off by someone. So there was some concern raised there. And so this cost that you see here, the $1,864 in signs and $1,500 in labor, is to completely replace those signs with a similar sign, but would not have the depiction of a noose on them. It is also quite possible, I believe, to simply place a vinyl patch over the top of those, and we are looking at that cost. It would be considerably cheaper to do that. There will still be some labor involved to go out and do it, but would be considerably cheaper. So as you can see from this report, the $3,500 for the product, and then another $1,800 for labor. And then subsequent to this report going out, I discovered that we also have, we generally print our own letterhead, so there's no cost to make that change. We can basically do that ourselves. However, we do print envelopes with our return address on them, and that does have a very small logo on it that is the current logo. Unfortunately, we did just restock those recently. And while we were on break, I was trying to find the estimate that Dave Warren gave me, but there is a cost there. And Dave, if you could come on the line, please, and remind me what that cost was for that replacement. Is fairly significant. So it may be possible simply to use what we have in stock on some of these items, if that's the desire of council. And then moving forward, we could replace them. And that would include like our business cards and these envelopes that we've talked about here, and just to initially replace the decals on, it would be on our letterhead. We could do that immediately. Decals on facilities and vehicles, we could order those, and those could be done in a reasonable amount of time. But Dave, can you remind me what that cost was for the replacement of those envelopes if we were to do it immediately?
Yes, Mr. Morris. So we have 36,000 envelopes in stock. To replace those would be 5 cents each. So the total cost to replace would be $1,800.
So that is a cost that is not included here that would need to be added to the total that you're seeing here. Also, as noted, this is not a budgeted item, so the cost would have to be allocated from our general fund reserve for economic uncertainties, or our reserve, basically. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Council, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morris. Are there any questions for Mr. Morris at this point? Okay, yes, Vice Mayor Thomas.
I would like to provide a little, some comments before we get into public comment. And that is that I have a big concern regarding the timing of this issue. And it's an important issue to the citizens of of the city of Placerville. There's been a short time between when we first brought this up and now. And I can imagine that, I guess back in the day when the women in 1853, 1854 assembled and decided to change the name to Placerville, they didn't do it in the course of just 2 meetings within a couple hours. And I think I think they took a lot more time to make such a critical decision on the name of Placerville. So we really have not given this enough time to have what I would call a robust debate and actually a real discussion. With all the challenges that we've had with the pandemic, we are having people figure out how to log into these Zoom meetings, try and figure out how to unmute and mute. And this does not make for what I consider a robust conversation. And I guarantee we have not reached a significant number of the people of our community to really have this discussion. And this idea of a noose has been around for a good part of 170 years. And I strongly suggest that we take a little extra time to really consider this question. We have had a total of about, this 1 hour, and I think it's not enough. And this is really about altering our outward expression and appearance to the greater community and not just our residents. So with that, I would like to propose something a little different for all of us to consider. And first I have to recognize and give credit to Dave Becker, who is a retired attorney, and he planted this seed for this idea. And I reached out to quite a few different people, and he's one of the ones that got back to me and actually offered up some, what I would consider real meaningful discussion points. So my suggestion is this, that we turn this issue over to the public, that we call for essays and presentations on the topic from the public, and we make a recording of this debate and of these essays in the form of a history book. And we could even have a public debate or a community chat or some kind of event to wrap up this discussion over these issues. And it may not be just this one issue, by the way. And by doing this, I think we preserve the history. I think it would be well preserved. And then at that point, once we do that preservation, we go to a vote of the people on these issues. Because it's all, I realize this is all only about the news, but there's a broader issue here. And in this way,
Mayor,
hello.
I'd like to bring a point of order, please.
Yes.
I'd like to address the mayor, please.
Okay.
I appreciate Vice Mayor Thomas's attempt to cut to the chase and perhaps reduce some of the burden this evening, but you had specifically asked if there were any council member questions after the staff report that we just heard from Mr. Morris. Mr. Thomas has gone into a potential solution, and I was waiting for him to make it into a motion. That hasn't is not our normal process. It was not the question that you asked, Mr. Mayor. And I feel that enough, I have read through enough emails in the last 3 days, and some of which were threatening. There has been enough turmoil in the community. As a Vice Mayor Thomas pointed out, yes, we had an hour-and-a-half plus COVID meeting that we absolutely needed to hear from our county health director. Who would have dreamt that nightmare up 6 months ago? And yeah, it is 9:30 at night. But I would ask that we go back to our normal format. We've got, I don't know how many people that have waited, and I'm sorry that the meeting has gone long. Every meeting the last year and a half has been long and lengthy. There has been a tremendous amount of work that this council has been doing, and a lot of it isn't very glamorous. So I would ask that if it's the wishes of the council, if we're going to change the format, that we need a motion to do that.
May I?
Because this is totally unexpected from my take. I'm waiting to hear from the public.
My thoughts behind this, if you will, is that this is something that I want to bring forward. And I think that if I bring it forward now, the public has the opportunity to comment on it. Whereas if I bring it back at a later time, the the comments would not be allowed to be had on this event. We potentially would open it back up for public comment. So I wanted to put some of my thoughts out ahead of time so that public has the opportunity to comment on it as opposed to pushing it off to later. And in the past, we have had the opportunity to, you know, they would ask any questions or comments. And so this is where I'm doing it. And if there's an objection and you want me to stop, I will stop. I got about another 20 seconds to go.
Councilmember Acuna.
I'd leave it up to you, Mr. Mayor. It's as I'm just saying, I have a lot of comments on the item also, but again, you hadn't called for comments. You'd asked for questions.
Okay. Well, Vice Mayor, why don't you go ahead and finish your comments, especially if they're germane to what we ultimately may be doing here tonight.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so where I was at is at the point we would preserve it in history, and we'd take a vote of the people, and in that way history would be honored, and the outcome would be preserved for generations to come. And regardless of the outcome, we will have honored the many years of history that has come before us. And I'm asking this, I'm not asking to have this fully vetted out and figured out tonight, but I think that as we move on to the future, I think it might be a good idea. So I wanted to present this prior to public comment, just so people have some understanding of where my thoughts are on this issue. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. Do we have other questions, staff comments?
Are you asking for comments at this time?
Yes, we can do comments as well. Absolutely.
Thank you, and appreciate you allowing me to interrupt. I would like to remind everybody that we are being asked to approve tasks that we sent staff off to do, and that was to remove the noose. It has nothing to do with changing Old Hangtown. It has nothing to do with changing highway signs. We have no control over the dummy that hangs on private property on Main Street. And all of that has played into this issue as people have been concerned about. We were attempting to delete history. At the last meeting, I had suggested that we could perhaps look at substituting the bell tower for the hangman tree. I think Cleve has done a great job, left the tree and simply removed the objectionable noose, has certainly kept Old Hangtown in the city emblem, which I think, my opinion is, and I think there is Vice Mayor Thomas, that is not an issue that should ever be the subject of a city council action. Changing something like that could only be done, or should only be done, as an act of the citizens bringing it forward and asking an item like that to be placed on the ballot for every voter in this town to vote on. And that's relating to the Old Hangtown. We have no right to touch that as a body. As I've suggested to a lot of folks that have brought up their concerns, if you change that, do you then start to rename Hangtown Creek? Hangtown Creek was named that by the miners. And I don't think, it gets into the where do you stop with this? So I would just like to just refocus the idea that we've been asked to remove just the noose. Remind folks that, our police department successfully upgraded their badges and their patches while still honoring our history about 2 years ago. And there was absolutely no concerns there. And I think that department continues to serve the heritage and the history that it's always done. I appreciate Cleve's concerns about being more economical with this. Absolutely phase it out. Use every last old card, every last old envelope, replace emblems as appropriate. Absolutely do not spend the money to replace street signs. Put a little patch over them. We don't have, we're not a wealthy city. But I think at the same time, we've heard a lot of comments either side of this issue. And the noose, as a caller earlier, and it is described, it was a lynching. And a lynching was not a pretty thing, whether it was done in the Wild West or in some other state. So those are my comments. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Acuna. Any other comments. Yes, Councilmember Borelli.
I have a question, and it probably goes to John Driscoll, but we're talking about removing, and I'm addressing some of the letters and comments that I've gotten from some of our constituents. We're talking about removing the noose from the city logo. So that doesn't mean that we can I mean, the public, if they're like the businesses or whoever still wants to use that noose, they still can, correct?
Correct.
I mean, we're not setting any law that the noose has to be completely taken away from, it's just the city.
That's correct. If you take this action, you're not going to affect what an individual private business can do.
Right. Because so many people keep saying, I can do what I want to do, da, da, da. Well, that's their prerogative, but I just wanted to make sure that they knew that we were not, making any laws or rules or whatever that they also had to abide by. I mean, that's up to me, that's up to them.
You're correct, Patty.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Taylor. Oh, still on mute.
Darn mute. I've got a couple of comments on this, somewhere in line with what Councilmember Acuña mentioned. A lot of people are kind of conflating this with other issues that are not on the agenda. George the Dummy is not on the agenda tonight. He's on private property. Never once in my year and a half that I've been on council has anybody suggested that we force a private property owner to remove that. We are not discussing changing the name of Hangtown at this meeting. We are simply talking about removing a noose from a logo. I completely appreciate the need and desire to preserve our history. However, I disagree that the act of updating our business cards is an act of destruction towards our history. History is preserved in classrooms and museums and memorials, interpretive trails in our parks, and the stories that we tell our children. History is not kept alive on our business cards, nor does every exchange of a business card come with a history lesson to whoever receives that card. Business cards, logos, these are marketing materials. And I think that it is appropriate and prudent for cities and businesses, for that matter, to occasionally review and reevaluate and update their marketing material to make sure that it's still relevant. I don't think we need to make this a bigger issue than it is. This is a very small change to our existing logo. It's not changing the name. I do, however, like Councilmember Thomas's idea. If a name change does ever come up, I think it should be a bigger process. I think we should definitely have a lot of debate about that. And I like his idea for memorializing that and documenting it. And with that, I'll open it back up, and I look forward to hearing what the public has to say.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Taylor. And again, as my colleagues have mentioned, this is a very narrow item that we have tonight, which is whether or not the removal of the noose on a logo, a city logo. You've also heard Vice Mayor Thomas's idea as well, in terms of having a larger conversation with the community, and then ultimately allowing the community to have a vote on this issue, whether it be the noose or even more items like Old Hangtown. And so you really have those two things in front of you tonight in terms of public comments as we open those up. So I just wanted to kind of frame it a little bit more as we open it up, and I'm going to go ahead and open up public comments now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start by reading some comments that were submitted. Let me turn on my light. Hold on just one second.
Yeah, hard to read in the dark.
It got dark very quickly there. Okay, so let's start with Sue Rodman's comment. She says, staff's recommendation is a good idea whose time has come. For future consideration, a change of the city's nickname from Old Hangtown to Old Dry Diggins would deserve some thought. Old Dry Diggins also dates from the gold rush, was the nickname for Placerville before Hangtown, and would be appropriate. I think changing the nickname would be more expensive and could be phased in over time. Next comment is from Lori Vierkamp. She says, I am a 60-year resident of this county. I have never been offended or embarrassed by the name Old Hangtown or the use of a rope. It is a part of our rich history of this area, whether those that are relatively new to our county understand this or not. When we remove everything of history, we are certain to repeat it in the future. You know what offends me is when people move into an area and then demand changes. Why in God's name did they move to an area in the first place if it was offensive to them? I'm very frustrated and concerned with this growing national debate to rename or remove anything that offends anyone. As elected officials, you are going down a slippery slope with no return. Everything in the future will be subject to removal or renaming if someone is offended. The local movement to remove Old Hangtown and anything related has gained traction with a lie. The organizer of this group has shared that the 3 men that were hung in the 1800s were Black men. This is not true and an out lie. In fact, I'm very frustrated with how the city of Placerville has approached this whole issue and the inability to see the big picture when it has come to controversial issues as of late, and what the ramifications are when making decisions that affect more citizens than just the ones that scream the loudest. When does it stop? The removal of the rope from the logo and then the elimination of the name next. Let's start making decisions that are not out of emotions. I do believe that the city has better use of very precious tax dollars at this time than to actually spend money in this manner. The roadways within the city are horrendous. Please do not make any changes in eliminating anything from the city of Placerville logo or removal of Old Hangtown. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. And the next one is, let's see here. This is from Nicole Gottberg. To me, nooses represent violence and death by suicide, lynching, or execution. Is violence and death really what we want our city to represent? How welcoming is the message that this is a town where we executed people? I would urge you not only to remove the noose, but also the nickname Old Hangtown from the city seal. Hangtown was never an official legal name for our community, so why is it on a government sign? A noose is defined as a hate symbol under California law, AB 412. And the crime of displaying a noose is under the same section of the California Penal Code 11411 as displaying a swastika. While I do not think a noose belongs in any public place, it certainly does not belong on government signs or the city seal, and the legality of it is questionable. If you're concerned about the cost of removing it, think about the costs of a potential legal challenge. Do you really want to be a city government fighting to keep a hate symbol on our signs? If you are concerned about the potential political ramifications, look at the recent voter registration and political contribution records for people who live in Placerville. The unincorporated parts of El Dorado County may still have a conservative majority, but inside the Placerville city limits, the majority has transitioned to be slightly liberal leaning. Please do the right thing and remove the noose from the city seal and signs. Okay, the next one is from an unknown person. They go by the initials MM. I'm in favor of removing the noose from the Placerville city logo. Although this symbol alludes to city's gold rush history, it is without a doubt that a noose also symbolizes the lynching of Black people. A noose is a potent symbol of hate and violence, which does not belong on a city's logo. There are other ways to preserve a city's history and pride without the use of symbols that intimidate and cause pain to our fellow residents and visitors. All right, for this next one, I'm going to need to set the timer. 3 minutes, here we go. Dear Placerville City Council members, I was born and raised in the wonderful city of Placerville. I have a deep sense of pride when it comes to what our city has provided residents over the years, the stories of our city's history and what the city was founded and built upon. My family came to this area in the 1800s and was also and was able to pan gold, farm, and create a life for themselves and generations to come to enjoy. As the city looks to change the name Old Hangtown, remove the hangman from downtown Placerville, and change all of the logos and stationery, I ask you, what are we trying to accomplish? Are we trying to rewrite our history? Are we trying to change our past? Are we trying to appease individuals who do not understand our history or what our city was built upon? Or are we trying to give in to the cancel culture? History, the simple definition is the whole series of events connected with someone or something. All of these icons, sayings, and logos are part of our city's history, the entire history, the history we should be teaching our children, the history we should be passing to generation, the sweat, the tears, the sacrifices, the injustices, the joyous occasions of our history. If you look at the bombing of Pearl Harbor, the battle at Midway, the Civil War, the discovery of gold, it is fair to only look at the good parts and pieces and not reflect on all of the actions that took place. All of these events and many others are part of what has shaped our great country, and they shouldn't be rewritten, renamed, canceled, or changed because our history now offends a certain group. As a culture and society, we cannot grow, learn, and move forward if we do not appreciate our past and help build a better future going forward for future generations. If we cancel or erase parts of our history, what will we expect our kids or grandkids to do when they don't know where they came from, where past generations struggled, and what hard work truly was? I was raised to be proud of my family, be proud of where I come from, to work hard, respect, and appreciate others, especially in opinion, have common sense, and stand up for what is right. Changing our history, rewriting our past is not right, and is not using common sense. We are asking or teaching others to appreciate our past. We are saying it is okay to be offended, and if you make a loud enough stink, you can get things changed or erased. What does this teach our kids? What does this say to society? Our past is our past. Like it or not, we cannot change it, but we can educate the generations to come, our children, about the past, so history doesn't repeat itself. By removing Old Hangtown, you are removing the stories of miners coming to the area and the notorious reputation for vigilant justice carried out by hangings. In this part of the history, nowhere does it state the color or race of those hung, yet what it does convey is that those who convicted murders, robberies, and crimes were hung. People who contemplated convicting a crime knew that this area would stand up for justice and would not stand for criminals. Is that such a bad idea to portray? Is it so bad to have consequences for our actions? By removing the idea or image of hanging criminals, which Hangtown was named for, are you saying the town was wrong to be vigilant for justice? And there goes my timer. So, sorry. Hold on. Sorry about that.
No problem.
This is from Tiffany Spencer. And I need to learn how to operate my phone. These two next comments are from Christine Presler and her husband, Dave Presler. They called me on the phone. I took their messages, talked to them on the phone. Christine says she's lived in Placerville since she was 14. She's now 52. She's raised her children here. She says we need to embrace, not erase, our town's history. Tourists come here to see the Hanging Man, and she's been told many times that it's great, and the tourists can't get that kind of history anywhere else. Her husband says he does a lot of historical reenacting in town on a horse and interacts with a lot of tourists. He says there's never been a negative comment about it, actually positive. People get upset when George isn't hanging up. Tourists from all over, he says from many nations, they like the sense of justice from way back in the day. And what a waste of money on top of everything going on. He says this is the last thing we need to do. And then last one, this is from Leo Bennett Cauchon. Thank you for directing your staff to provide your options concerning the new symbol, which is pervasive on Placerville's public spaces, including its seal, logo, and street signs. The noose as a symbol is not a neutral artifact of history. It is recognized as an oppressive symbol of hate by our state government and civil rights organizations, such as the Equal Justice Initiative. Therefore, I urge you to vote to finally retire all of Placerville's governmentally financed nooses. The relatively small fiscal cost of removal will most likely be reimbursed by increased tourism. Beyond finances, removing these nooses will bend the arc of the moral universe closer to the beloved community of Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream. This is priceless and a much better fit for Placerville's future as welcoming destination for all. I look forward to visiting a noose-free City Hall. Even more personally, I will be grateful not to have to explain to my young grandson why his home street sign on Placerville's Main Street has a hurtful symbol. So now we will open up public comment. Just want to remind everybody to keep it to 3 minutes. I will remind you at 30 seconds when you have 30 seconds left. So we'll start with D. Murray.
Thanks, Regina.
Mr. Mayor, Council.
Yes, good
First of
evening.
all, hi, I'm Dennis Murray. I wanted to say that I totally agree with Vice Mayor's idea. Ms. Taylor, I disagree with you totally. I think that the idea of removing anything that is part of a city logo, city sign, those kind of things, they are they're part of the city, and the residents live in the city. So I really believe that the residents should have the option, or as Mr. Thomas said, we should put this to a vote or discussion and let us decide if anything is removed. We're the residents, and this logo and business cards, that represents us, okay? So, and besides that, I also disagree with that last letter. I can't see a sudden flood of people coming to Placerville because we took down a noose, right? I mean, I don't agree with that at all. But let's go to reality a little bit, if you don't mind. We've got budget issues here with the city. I mean, Ms. Borelli brought it up before that everything costs money, and we've got homeless, we've got prisoners being released, we've got COVID, we have people in the city losing their businesses, people are unemployed. We have issues in the county, the state, the country. There's riots, there's lootings, and here we're talking about icons, business letters, and signs. And this is going to cost what, $5,000, $6,000? We don't really have a good handhold on that yet. So my thought is, wouldn't it be appropriate to spend that on something more pressing issues that affect things that I mentioned just above, or even something for basic living for people who are really in need? I mean, I agree with Mr. Thomas that the timing of this is really suspect. I mean, what we have here is we have a small amount of people that are the squeaky wheels, and we really don't have to oil them right at this time. And the reason this is such a passionate issue with our residents is because we recognize these people's tactics. We've seen it time and time again. First, it's the business cards and letterheads and street signs. Then I know some of you disagree with it, but it will be George. Sooner or later, somehow they're coming to you and talk about George. After George, or maybe before George, it's going to be the sign Old Hangtown. Business owners will have to spend thousands to comply. And I assure you that these people do not stop, because in their world, outrage has become nothing more than a recreational pastime. If you don't agree with them, then they throw the race card. It was prevalent there in the letters that was just read. And I'm sure that all of you are aware of the recent change.org petition regarding the name change. It just proves that the vast majority of our residents, we don't want these concessions regarding any change whatsoever. So we, myself, okay, we and myself, we just asked the city council not to wilt like so many weak leaders have done, and just stay strong, represent us, we're Hangtown, and just say no. I thank you for your time, and I don't envy your position right now. Thank you.
All right, we'll take comment from caller 692.
Good evening. If you could introduce yourself.
Yes, Mayor, this is Rose, the one that you made the rude comment to when I asked if we could jump ahead to 12.1. So I agree with what the last gentleman said, as well as Lori Bearcamp and some of the others. I've lived in El Dorado County. I've raised my kids here. My grandkids are being raised here. My grandchildren love coming into Placerville, going down Main Street. They love seeing the hangman hanging. They understand what the history of what our town is about. They understand about the gold rush. They understand how there wasn't a police force back then, and justice was taken among themselves. And to Ms. Taylor, yes, it is a noose, but as the gentleman said, you remove the noose now, the progressives are going to come back, and then they're going to want the name change, and then they're going to want something else changed. We're seeing it happen all across our country. People are tearing down statues because they find it racist. There's nothing racist about it. It's time to stop giving in to these people and leave our history alone. There's nothing racist about it. You can teach your children why there's a noose, why there's a hangman, and you know, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I agree, we do not need to be spending the money on this on top of everything else we have going on right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Ed Ingram.
Good evening, Ed. Oh, Ed, you still on mute. There
Hello?
you go. Yep, you're on.
Hello?
Hi, you're on.
We're still on mute?
No, you're off of mute.
Hello, yes. This is Ed and Tammy Ingram. We're still on mute?
No, you're off of mute. Why don't you turn off the volume on your computer so that there's not the echo? Why don't you turn off the volume on your computer so that there's not the echo?
Eddie. All right, I apologize.
No problem.
I just wanted to call and concur with the Preslers and Veerkamp and Dennis Thomas. We're 100% in supportive in keeping the noose. It represents part of our history. My family's been here since 1949, and we just really support Old Hangtown. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jennifer Chapman.
Good evening, Jennifer. Jennifer, you're still on mute. Jennifer, you're on mute. Regina, why don't we come back to Ms. Chapman?
Okay, now taking public comment from 928.
Good evening. Could
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Hi, my name's Keith Smith. My family's been here in town for 45 years or so. And, you know, we've never been offended with the old Hangtown or the noose. Matter of fact, I remember when the dummy disappeared a few years ago. You know, all this is people from the Bay Area that are coming up here and causing these problems. They need to stay out of our business and leave Placerville alone. They've come up here and tried starting riots and stuff. We don't need that, and we don't want it up here. You know, they can stay in the Bay Area. That's all I have to say at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to go back to Jennifer Chapman?
Yes.
Okay, Jennifer.
Jennifer, you're on mute. Okay, we'll come back to Jennifer. Regina.
Okay, let's do 646, please.
Good evening. If you could introduce yourself. Hi, 646. You're up. Okay.
Hello.
Oh, yep. Good evening.
I guess it's.
You're
Yeah,
on.
I'm just curious why you guys are wasting time removing a noose when we have bigger problems going on in the county, like what happened today with those 2 young girls and the human sex trafficking, along with you know, the homeless and everything else. You guys are wasting your fucking time with the news.
All
That
right,
is
we'll move on to
ridiculous.
we'll move on to the next caller, please.
We'll
Please.
take caller 606.
If you're going to use profanity just for any further one, we will not have that. Thank you.
Yes, this is Terry Smith. Can you hear me?
We can, Ms. Smith. Thank you. Good evening.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for all this. I am all for keeping everything the same as far as our logos and stuff. And I also have to say about this is that we only the people in Placerville should vote on this should it come to a vote. But the thing is, I'm getting sick and tired of hearing anybody saying race, racism, because the rest of us do not use those terms. We don't think like that. And the majority of people that say that are the racists, because the rest of us know there's only one race. It's a human race, and we all belong to it. So anyways, but I am for keeping everything the same, not changing one thing, not the hang noose, nothing. It portrays that if you break laws here, we are a city of laws, and we will stick by them. And if you break the laws, then you should pay the price like everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 877.
877.
Yes.
Hello,
Good
this
evening.
is Mike Thomas. Can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Thomas.
How you doing tonight?
We're doing good.
Yeah, long meeting, 4 hours. We've been listening. We're in the car. I just want to make sure that I voice my opinion in favor of keeping the sign exactly the way it is. It's part of our history, part of our culture, which a lot of anti-Americans right now are trying to change. And I think if we bow down and do that, it's a big, big mistake. I agree with Lori Veerkamp, made a beautiful, beautiful presentation. That should be considered highly in the minds of all councilmen, councilwomen. And I just want you to realize what's at stake here. This is huge. I've been driving through Placerville with my parents since I was 2 years old, and always looked for that hangman dummy because I didn't want to end up being one of them. That's about all I need to say. Appreciate your consideration, and keep the sign exactly the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Dean Hyatt.
Good evening, Dean.
Hey, good evening, guys. Listen, I guess the issue that I have with all of this is that we all understood the book to give him as a cookie. When you give him as a cookie, he wants a glass of milk. And I feel like even though we can say now, all we're looking to do is to change business cards, street signs, etc. The problem is government doesn't know when to stop. And they continue to take and grab and do what they can until they get what they want. So as much as I love hearing everybody state that this is only about a business card, this is only about a picture of a noose on a picture. This isn't about George, or this isn't about the motto. I think everybody that is on this council, on this board, in this county, and in this city understands it's not about just a little noose. There are progressives, liberals, and conservatives all across the county that want a far left or a far right reach. Honestly, I don't care if there's a noose on the business cards. The problem I have is that it's not going to stop there. It's not going to stop until we've completely whitewashed a county and a city that I've lived in since I was 2 years old. I've worked along half of you. I know half of you personally. I don't trust the government as an entity to not take away more and more every day. So I guess that's where my concern lays, is that we can say it's about a news, it's about a single photo, but all of us in this county understand it's going to go farther than that. And I don't know when it's going to stop. So that's what I have to say, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt.
Caller 807.
Hi, this is Todd White, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Republican Party. I appreciate you guys staying on the call for 4 hours, but good evening. I couldn't concur more with, I totally agree with Vice Mayor Thomas's recommendation. I would encourage an option 3, which is to send staff back for further discussion on the item. I think this is, you can tell by the calls today, this is an item that people are very passionate about, and they deserve more of a hearing than waiting 4 hours on a Zoom to express their opinion. I totally agree with Dean Hyatt's comments. I don't think that this is the stopping point for this sort of an issue. I think there's people out there that want to totally rewrite how things go around here. And I mean this in the most respectful way, but to Councilwoman Kara Taylor's comments about history being passed on in the classroom, you know, I've spent a good portion of my life around education. I've got a master's degree, and I've spent a lot of time in history classes. And I can tell you that the predominant persuasion of the public education system at a higher level, I went to Sac State, is to project America in a negative light. I never thought in my life I would see statues of Theodore Roosevelt or George Washington torn down. And I think things like this that pertain to our history or existence or how we perceive it, our image, need to be decided by the people and not in a meeting. I have been around here my whole life, and I have seen certain issues pertaining to a wide range of things in this town take forever to decide. But yet we're going to decide how we're going to use our city logo in a meeting on a computer that we've been all waiting 4 hours to talk about. So with all due respect, I'll shut up, but I 100% agree with Vice Mayor Thomas's recommendation, and the people should have the ability to decide this for themselves. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Todd.
Now taking public comment from Jackie Yepez.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say that I grew up here in Placerville. I attended Gold Trail School Elementary and then Ponderosa. I'm also Irish Mexican, so I don't consider myself to be racist at all. However, I understand the concept of being politically correct, but I also understand that this is our history. This is our town. Therefore, I believe that this issue should be put to the voters and a town hall meeting. I also agree with the Vice Mayor Thomas and his recommendations. I think this is a really hot topic, and I don't think it should be decided with a couple meetings. I think it should be turned over to the people who live in this town and love this town and are a part of this history. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
Now taking public comment from Mandy R.
Hi, you guys. Thanks, Dennis. I'm actually really happy with your idea. You know, there's a lot of people. I mean, on social media, we did an unofficial poll, and there were thousands of people, and they're of all different backgrounds and political affiliation that have a very strong opinion about keeping Hangtown the way it is. And I agree with the other callers. When you start taking away, oh, it's just a news, oh, it's just these progressives, they will never, ever stop. it will never be good enough. These are the same people that think Kool-Aid is racist. So this is the mentality that we're dealing with. Nothing we do will satisfy them. I would also like to ask, did the council privately meet with the progressives regarding this? And was that also the same meeting where did they also ask you at that time if they could do their BLM protest at town hall and have it sponsored by you? It just seems like they're kind of like getting in really close. That's just the observation that I have in my COVID cocoon over here. But I'm just wondering, are you guys privately meeting with the progressives? So that's all I need to know, but I would like an answer to that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from Roberts.
Hello, my name is Casey Roberts. I was born and raised in El Dorado County, born at Marshall Hospital, graduated from El Dorado High School, been here my whole life. My family's been here for years. At risk of sounding like a broken record, first of all, Vice Mayor Thomas, thank you so much for your words. I think that you obviously speak for the majority of the people that have sat on the phone for the last 4 hours waiting for a chance to talk. I think a big, huge miss here, and something he touched on briefly, was the vast majority of people, as it's clear, are still figuring out how to use Zoom. Our area is very rural. Many people do not have good enough internet connection to get on a Zoom. Some people don't have cell service to get on a call. And so while it sounds like we're all very well represented here and everybody kind of has the same stance, there is a huge portion of people that are unrepresented on a meeting such as this. And I really, really think that it would be in our town's best interest to table this and take it to the people. It is a slippery slope. And I think that that's the issue. You're right. It's a noose. It doesn't really matter what the picture is on our logo, but the problem is when we open up and start removing things, like everybody else has said, it never ends. And I don't want to have to tell my children that the loud screaming people will always win and always take control over the majority that is quiet and that is hardworking and that is proud of their history and their heritage and has done nothing wrong. There is no need to remove it because it's not a racist symbol. It isn't illegal. To the person who wrote in and said having a noose on something is borderline illegal. That letter to me in and of itself says that if you remove it from our logo, they're then going to cry that you need to make everybody remove it from their signs and from anything that they use, because it's the same as a swastika is what that particular person said that wrote in. And so to me, the slippery slope of removing the noose is 100% connected to removing the name Hangtown, removing George, and taking away the historical value that draws people in. Maybe some people are offended by it, but the vast majority come here because we're Old Hangtown and they love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Now taking public comment from Steve Putoff.
Good evening, Mr. Putoff.
There we go. Yes. Hello, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Steve Putoff. My wife and I were both born and raised in Placerville and have invested heavily, as you know, starting with the building of Hangtown Village Square Shopping Center. I'm pleading to all of the city council members today to step back and vote no tonight. In other words, take no action, then take a few breaths and wait for rioting and looting and tearing down of all of our great monuments in this incredible county or country before we make any brash decisions that will change the economic and cultural vitality of our great town. Sure, we are all shocked and saddened by the certain policeman killing of George Floyd, and many believe that changes need to be made on procedures for police. But for our country to go into this mode of acquiescing to the sinister actions of rioters and looters as well as to the feel-good intentions of honest demonstrators is wrong, and the tearing down of historic monuments, symbols, icons, and sites is unforgivable. You, as city council members of Placerville, as you know, must represent the county it serves. It is my belief that if you had a vote in El Dorado County or Placerville, you would find that the silent majority, the conservative base, would overwhelmingly vote no for this change. You say, well, this is just a logo. Next, it will be the hangman, then the old Hangtown, and then the Marshall Monument, and then who knows, all pandering to a very, very vocal, but minority group in our town. People come from all over the world to see where gold was discovered and to walk down our historic main streets to ponder where we got this name, Old Hangtown. Whether you know it or not, our hangman, George, is already world famous. That, by the way, is very good for business. According to the Around Here magazine, the name Hangtown told the world that violence and crime will not be tolerated here. What's wrong with that today? The noose is but a symbol of justice. It had nothing to do with white or black, but of horse thieves and claim jumpers. If we cut out our history to pander to this very vocal minority, we are doing Placervillians a great disservice. Finally,
Steve.
Finally, it is known that our country will become a better place when everyone realizes there are only two kinds of people in it, good people and bad people. Ethnicity just doesn't matter. As time goes on and our world gets more automated, I believe the historic town of Placerville, Old Hangtown, with its famous hangman George and the noose symbolizing our heritage, will be very proud of its name, its heritage, and will reap the benefits of a place to put on your bucket list to see someday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
Now taking public comment from call-in user 5.
Good evening.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. So it's late. I'm tired. I'm pissed off. And I'm sure you're all have other things. Anyway, so cutting to the chase. Bowing to the mob will never end. So don't do it. And at this point, if you change anything in Placerville tonight, I'm prepared to do another initiative petition to dissolve the city, unincorporate the city. I've had it. I'm done. I'm over. If you guys are going to try and pass something tonight to remove our history, then goodbye with you all. Find a new job. That's everyone in accounting, in public works, engineering, Cleve Morris, city council. You're all gone. If you try and pass something tonight to remove our history, I will dissolve the city. Good night.
Now taking public comment from 846.
Hello?
Yes, 846, you're on.
Oh, great. I'm sorry. It's Jennifer. All these different connections. Anyway, I do want to say the only place that I feel like you should really be taking a hard look is any connection with the police department. I think that kind of came up last week, just because of the nature of that particular part of our government and this particular message right now. But I totally agree that all of this interpretation, is just getting very distorted. And what I feel, if there's any action, I feel that taking a commitment to really trying to understand our history, find out, and really present, hopefully we really know the story behind the noose. It's fine. It seems like some of our history, is multiple versions, and it's hard to actually be sure, what's just sort of myth and legend and what's actual history. But I will say that from doing this Placerville History Channel, we have surfaced a lot of, Black history, African Americans that were in this area, in this county, that had mining claims, that had property. And, there's a question about whether there was an African American Methodist Episcopal Church in Placerville. That one independent historian has brought that up. And if there was something that you wanted to do tonight, it would be a commitment to actually trying to find out and acknowledge some of this history. We know there was a Chinatown that's no longer. What happened? We keep erasing things. And I guess with that, to what Mike was saying about initiatives, it seems the Mountain Democrat hasn't chosen to, put anything in the paper about the fact that there are initiatives starting to circulate to try to, again, not erase a lot of aspects of history, not to change Old City Hall by rearranging, the building, not to move the Druid Monument, to try and once and for all acknowledge the historic district that we know is there, that people have taken a lot of time to understand and delineate. And, we've already been erasing history right and left, and we're trying to hold on to what we have because these actual artifacts are incredible. And, and what we still have a lot of them, but we keep, wanting to take them apart. And so this is part of a much larger dialogue about trying to really value this history. That is really important. So I agree, with the idea of taking this whole topic slow, and also with, again, trying to tell the other stories and trying to get at the real history and what do we know and what do we not know, and what maybe we will never know. But when there's this, this idea that this is all about Black people, trying to get to the bottom of that. And set the record straight on that is really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Now taking public comment from Art Vargas.
Good evening, Mr. Vargas.
Good evening, everybody. I urge the council members to approve the redesign of the city logo. I thought I'd use my few minutes here just to briefly address the real history, since that seems to be of overriding theme, the noose imagery. Those in favor of keeping things as they are often cite that, the preservation of history. And I hope that challenging a couple of the myths that are repeated over and over might maybe give us some useful insight. So I agree with all those that want to explore history deeper. A good portion of what many believe to be authentic local history is actually kind of a romanticized, touristy version, idealized as this colorblind Wild West justice. Unfortunately, this folklore is kind of a Hollywood-esque revision of history that sweeps two key elements under the carpet. First of all, the distinction between legal hanging as a form of justice and extra-legal mob-style lynching. And secondly, the racialized nature. Yes, race was a big deal in the late 1800s. That shouldn't be a surprise. The first myth that you hear all the time is that the victims of the earliest hanging in Hangtown is that they had a primitive Wild West style of justice. There's a handful of similar accounts of that event, but one that stands out comes from a reputable eyewitness that was talked about earlier. His name was E. Gold Buffon. He described in detail a scene of two back-to-back trials, the first of which was legal by the loose standards of that day, and the second one that was clearly not legal. 3 men found guilty of robbery received a flogging as a punishment after the first trial. Immediately after that, they were further accused of a murder by the mob. The Buffon tells of an inebriated mob holding a second impromptu trial where the men were found guilty despite not being present and having no translators. They didn't speak English. Minutes after the guilty verdict, the half-drunk mob sentenced the foreigners to death and promptly hung them from a tree. This is not justice. The second myth you hear a lot about this original lynching and other executions in gold country is that had nothing to do with race. You heard that several times here. In reality, Buffoon tells us that the original Hangtown victims were non-English speaking foreigners, including at least one or two Latin Americans, a Manuel and a Garcia. To give some context, gold was discovered in this county just a few days before Mexico ceded California to the US after a very bloody 2-year war. For years, Latin Americans have been demonized in the public discourse. So you better believe that ethnic tensions were high. And it wasn't just Mexicans and Latin Americans, it was Chinese and Native Americans and others. Historians have documented a disproportionate number of people who were lynched in the gold country, people of color that were lynched.
Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Hi, yeah, this is Ruth Michelson. And I'd like to say, I'd like to sort of bring this down to back to something that's factual. This has gotten so emotional and so many accusatory comments have been made. I'd like to say that I have lived here for 35 years. I'm not someone new from the Bay Area. I'd also just like to make a corrective statement that the Progressives are not a political party. They're not a political party. They actually represent several political parties. So I think we need to clear the record there. You know, this seems like a very simple step that the city wants to make with their letterhead, their cards, mostly the street signs as well. And I just want to know, did the citizens vote originally on your letterhead and your cards? Is this normally a citizen issue? It would seem to me it's up to your purview to have the kind of cards and letterhead that you feel is appropriate, that represents you as a city. Now, these bigger issues as to far as what is the nickname of the town, okay, that's something totally different. And I think they should be separated. I think we need to be logical about this. What you as a city decide to do for you, how you want to represent your letterhead and cards, I've never heard that this be a issue for the voters to decide. You know, there's a very good article in today's Mountain Democrat that depicted what Kelly Rogers has decided to do with his skate shop. I won't go into it, but I really suggest that everyone review and read that article. I think he's a young man with the right idea that things do change and we need to be aware of change. We aren't stagnant. We don't stay still. And this rhetoric about not remembering our history, no one's saying that. First of all, this is only probably less than 1% of our history. We've got 99% more of our history that we can celebrate. And I agree that this part of our history is really better served in a museum and in the classroom, where it can really fully be explained. Look, we don't have docents on Main Street to answer people's questions as they walk on Main Street as to why that, okay, we're not talking about that today. But again, I think we need to limit this to this very small issue. And, you know, this isn't the loud crowds making this happen. In fact, I think the people who've been louder on this have been the people opposed to it. So is my time almost up? Because I think I'm running out of things
you have
to
50
say on this.
seconds. 5-0.
Okay. Oh, and I also wanted to mention that there's been a lot of callers who've called in and said they've never been offended by any noose on any street sign or anywhere else. Well, you know, if you're a white person of privilege and you've not been persecuted, it's kind of easy for you to say, I've never been offended. And I don't know, I sort of discount those responses. You're not a person of color. You're not of a religious minority. You know, you don't know what it feels like to feel threatened by a hate symbol, and it is a hate symbol. So I really support your good intentions of removing this from your letterhead and your cards. I applaud you. And this isn't a decision that's being made overnight. I've lived here 35 years and I've heard this issue come up time and time again. And usually it's held in, it's dealt with in a very perfunctory way, and whoever has brought up this issue in the past has just been written off. And I'm really glad this time around there's some real discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from 117.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for taking my call. You guys look exhausted. Are you there?
We are here now, and you're correct. We probably are.
My name is Sherry, and I want to introduce myself as an unofficial spokesperson for the city of Placerville and Old Hangtown. I am a spokesman for the Christmas parade on Broadway, and I am also a spokesperson for the Highway 50 wagon train when they come into town. My job as a representative of Highway 50 wagon train is to explain and educate all of the spectators on the sidewalks waiting for the wagon train to arrive the history of our wonderful city. In saying that, I give them all aspects, including Hangman's Tree, why we received the name as Old Hangtown, the lawlessness, and how we started law and order by doing the Hangman's Tree. This is not a hate crime. This is just our nickname. I want to tell you that I receive 100% positive notes from all of the spectators, everyone on the streets, every time I educate them and tell them the history of our town. I'm encouraged by the sudden interest in the name Old Hangtown, the noose, and everything else that people are saying is quite violent and racist. But I am surprised by the lack of knowledge of the fact of how we received our name and what prompted the nickname and the symbol that represents our city. Unfortunately, the young girl that prompted this whole entire uproar at such a critical time in our country with the virus and all the riots and protests was wrong in her history, and I'm saddened by that event. What I would like to encourage you to do is expand the history of our town and invest more in plaques, signage, even docents, as one of the previous callers called for. I am sure that the Hangtown Posse and even Doc Weiser's crew would be more than happy to educate our guests, our visitors, and our shoppers in our town about the history of our noose and hangman and our hangman tree. I also would like to ask you if you could do me a favor and review the history of our plaque and of our seal, our Placerville seal, and what was put on that seal. We have the gold miner and we have the noose. And I'm sure somewhere in the archives of your city council paperwork, there is something that tells us why these two things were chosen to be put on our seal. And I would appreciate it if you could look into that, and maybe that can answer some questions as to why it is still there today. I also request that you let this issue lie down, as Mr. Thomas recommended, until after we get over the COVID, we get over the protest, and we get back into more normalcy. And thank you for your time, and I look forward to representing your city in the near future.
Thank you.
Caller 910.
Good evening. Hi, caller 910. If you want to introduce yourself.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can. We can.
Okay, my name is Rose. I'm calling on behalf of these people. I've been hearing that term thrown around a lot. These people this, these people that. I am an African American woman from Placerville, and I will tell you that this noose image, this icon, has always been a problem. Whether people were willing to listen to it or give it any room in their mental real estate or care about it. That's another issue. But for me, it's always been a problem. And I have family and friends in Sacramento who notoriously do not feel comfortable coming to Placerville because of that iconography of the dummy hanging out of the window and with the noose. They symbolize generations of inherited trauma at the hands of white terror and white supremacy towards Black and brown people in the United States. The United States for 401 years has terrorized Black bodies. That is the original sin of this country, is the human trafficking of the people of Africa coming to this country as slaves who were never really intended to become citizens. But until we did, there has been immense anger about that, resentment. And that resentment in white circles has been generationally passed down in the form of hate. So we're dealing with conscious or subconscious hate in the minds of white people towards people that they don't even know about. When I came to Placerville from Sacramento in 1999, I was the only person in my high school. I was one of 3 African-American people in my high school, and people would ask me questions about Blackness. They would say, oh, does your hair grow out of your scalp that way? I came to school with my hair in braids. Another guy told me that his father told him that Black people jump higher because they have 2 Achilles tendons. My first week of school, I was 13 years old, and a grown man, a skinhead, yelled out of his window, "Go home." So I've always asked myself, why is Placerville predominantly white? And I think it's because people are comfortable. People of that mindset are comfortable around each other, and they don't want to be around people who are different because they're terrified of them, because of whatever ancestral information or whatever generational ignorance was passed down from parent to kids. And until we break that ignorance and people start seeing each other as human beings, there's always going to be a fear of the other.
20 seconds, Rose.
And I'm sorry?
You have 20 seconds to finish your comments.
Thank you. Thank you. And for the people who are saying it's not racist, well, why would it be racist to you? Because first of all, you're promoting it. You're not trying to see it from the other perspective. You're seeing it from your perspective. It doesn't affect you because you weren't victim to white supremacy and white terror. I am, and my people were. And that is a symbol of terror and hate and trauma. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take public comment from Sue.
Hi, this is Sue Taylor. I'm the owner of the Herrick and Hangman building, and according to everyone on Facebook, merely the steward over George Ardemi. George really is a product of the community, and I really do feel like we are basically his steward. So I want to thank Sherry Souza and Steve Pudoff, especially for their comments. They were very succinct. And I want to say that many of us are trying to salvage our businesses due to COVID amid protests and events. This should be put on hold until we can normalize and recover post-COVID. And we really should drop this. I mean, I'd really like to see this dropped altogether. Removing the nooses from your logos, signs, and other elements is not a simple action. You're taking a stand, which that stand will go, the news of that will go across the country. This was brought forward originally on June 23rd during open forum. So since that time, our family, who journeyed on vacation after that, had to stress over this. And even while we were on vacation, we got a call from Chicago wanting to know about our story. Your action has repercussions. I asked that the city council stop emboldening the progressives to subvert our historical culture and conveying their own interpretation to our history. It was mentioned that the one story from the journalist was from 1880. It was 31 years after the event, and he embellished the story. I have the stories that were written soon after the event, and I would love to share it. We want to put a placard on our building so that people can know what it is, and I'm going to do the research with the Historical Society because there's a lot of older articles that are a lot more clear. So how long will the progressives be taking a stand, protesting and holding events in our already brutalized historic district? The gold rush was an important period in our nation's history, making Placerville, Old Hangtown, highly significant. People migrated from all around the world from so many different cultures looking for a better life. We had Black families that owned Coloma. They owned property, and they donated that to the park. Similarly, we get visitors from around the world that come here to the small street to get a glimpse of what life may have been like during the gold rush. There are
30
many
seconds.
businesses that depend on and groups that are associated with that history. There are reenactments from Hangtown marshals, other docents that love to participate in Hangtown and downtown events. There are wagon rides, carriage rides, Hangtown days, the Hangtown Christmas parade that are all part of celebrating that heritage and important traditions and events critical for many businesses. The removal of the nooses in town is just the beginning of removal of Placerville Old Hangtown as being historical place and
3
time.
minutes.
Starting with the removal of the nooses, the city and those ignorant to our history is inferring that the meaning of this noose in this town is something it never was. If the city takes this action and makes this judgment, this council will be absurding our history and causing damage to numerous businesses, those that have deep roots and even many with shallow roots, along with masses of visitors, know that this noose here in the West represented law, order, and justice. Hangtown was named as a town that took a stand against lawlessness during a time when there was a lack of an official system of justice and when all sorts came in search of riches. It was also named Hangtown as a warning for others that hideous crimes like murder would not be tolerated. Therefore, those with ill intent, it would be best to stay away. These two small blocks on Main
Sue,
Street.
could you wrap up, please?
Yeah, I'm almost done. I've erased half of my stuff. I'm so frustrated. The two small blocks on Main Street have commemorized as a significant place in our country's history. Many businesses on Main are an attraction for for people because they love to see the wooden floors, tin ceilings, or original murals. Many merchants on Main have invested enormous amounts of money to market the downtown.
Sue, could you wrap up, please?
I've got like 6 sentences left. And I'm sure at one time a city council had voted to install the historic street signs.
We'll
and
move on to the
design-
next speaker.
Shay Fuller.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, and staff. I just wanted to create a little perspective. I agree 100% with Vice Mayor Thomas. This is, it's a bigger deal than just removing an item from a seal. That is the seal of Placerville. It's not just a logo. By doing so, you're setting a precedent. You're essentially deeming the noose as a horrifying emblem, which is ultimately going to roll down on a lot of the merchants in town that use the name Hangtown, that have a noose as their emblem, embracing the history and using the draw of that history as their marketing. They'll be forced by pressure to spend a bunch of money to change all of their marketing after all the pressure that they're going to get. The biggest thing is a lot of people have said it's not something that's so simple it can be decided over just a couple of meetings. I'm all for hearing a little bit more from the other side in depth what the real problem is. I think that it's only looked at as a negative symbol based on the more recent social programming. It wasn't long ago that we were playing Hangman in school, and it wasn't perceived as anything bad. It really represents, for Placerville and the actual story, whether it's the real history or not, it represents community, which that's a beautiful thing about Placerville and El Dorado County is it's a tight community. Everyone looks out for one another. That's basically what the justice system at the time represents, and they represented it with the noose and with George and the hangman's tree. So it should be decided by the community. I think you've seen tonight and even before how passionate the community is in their heritage and the emblems and everything that goes along with it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shay.
Cody Curtis.
Good evening, Cody.
Hi, thank you for your time, and I support removing the nooses from public property, and I think that the council has an opportunity to take some leadership in this time where we are all taking a harder look at our histories to really understand what happened and what it meant and how we can actually learn from it and move forward. And what the precise origin story is of the noose, I'm not certain, but I grew up in the foothills and I'm well aware that white settler culture displaced and murdered indigenous people and then Chinese. And there's a history of racist violence that we have to reckon with, and removing the noose from city property, I think, is a small but important step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody.
Caller 909.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my call. I just want to speak a bit for the younger generation who's contemplating whether to remain in this town or leave this town. I grew up outside of Placerville, in rural Placerville. I've spent my whole life there. My parents have been there for 30 years. And I think it's dangerous to ignore the opinions of the younger generation if we want this town and this community to live on and not just become a retirement community. And I also have to speak a bit for the tourism side of things. I've worked in the tourism industry in Placerville, and I have heard, as another speaker said earlier, there are many people who come up here who are offended by the noose imagery, who don't feel safe in the town. And like it or not, we are a town that's very dependent on tourism. And it needs to be something that's considered. And one last thing, there was a comment earlier about, I think it was about denigrating the noose as a symbol. The noose has never been a positive symbol. If it was an electric chair, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The noose has always been a negative symbol. It's always been a means of, as another caller said, suicide, murder, or execution. And I don't think it has any place in representing our community. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll take public comment from PTG.
Hello, thank you. I've been listening. I've been a resident in the area for over 20 years. I think a perspective I have, I grew up living around the world, where I was a Christian minority living in the Middle East, and saw heinous, absolutely heinous aspects and treatment towards people. This noose, I think, as many callers have said, is something that at the time projected what law and order spoke to. I think to ignore our history and where we have come is like the Third Reich and how they burned books, tore down their history, and got rid of every aspect of how they came to be. I think having that available for people to see allows for enrichment and understanding of how we got to where we were. I do believe that if you remove that, it is like what the Third Reich did, and burning of books and eliminating a view of something that a minority disagreed with and yet became a very formidable force of evil as it went forward. I would encourage the City Council to take a pause and say, do you want to do what the Third Reich did and eliminate history? Or do you want to embrace it and bring forward a dialogue that allows people to understand it as to who we are and who we have all become part of? We have had minorities in this area that have done well. We've had those that were persecuted for wrongful crimes. And I think to ensure that we uphold the rule of law, I think people should understand that for our community. I'll close with saying Abraham Lincoln took a bullet in the head for emancipation and freeing the slaves. And we have the mob desecrating Abraham Lincoln for that. So be careful in your actions, show prudence, and be very aware of how your actions will be perceived in history. Thank you.
We'll take public comment from Kirk.
Good evening, Kirk.
Good evening. I'm rarely accused of agreeing with Dennis Thomas or anybody else. But he said exactly what was said earlier by Mr. Cochin hours ago. It's this subject deserves close, thoughtful examination. You're not going to get it tonight. First, I'd mention that the subject of George Floyd, his murder, galvanized this country in ways that's never happened before. Not in my lifetime did we have a poll issued right after that event that said 2/3 of Americans believed that blacks were treated discriminatorily, that they were treated with abuse by police. That's amazing. Now that was before rioting and before trying to take down the statues of Christopher Columbus and John Sutter. But I just ask you to think of it more carefully, because if the purpose is to educate the public, if it's to fight this kind of discrimination, then you don't try to convey to people of this town that they're a bunch of racist, backward people. That's not the kind of dialogue that's going to advance the causes that underline it all. I guess the other thing I'd want to mention is that's kind of like a research test. You know, recently in Oakland, around Merritt Lake, they found a bunch of knots, rope knots hanging from trees. They had they had plastic pipes between them. It looked like the handles you'd have when you're going water skiing. People were offended. It'd been up there for years, but people were offended. It was an African-American, among others, who put them up there for exercise, but people saw it as a symbol of something else. So I don't know, are we going to say that about nooses used for water skiing? It means different things to different people. I don't see the logic of taking down that symbol if you're not going to take down at the same time the nickname Old Hangtown. Why not Dry Diggins? That at least was a name. So, and if you do that, by the way, down in Sacramento, in the state capitol, not far from the governor's office, there's a window casing for El Dorado County, like all 58 counties. And it's got an oak tree and it's got a noose. And you know, 5 governors have walked by that over the last 50 years, along with a number of attorney generals, and nobody's tried to take it down.
30 seconds.
So I think that you're going to have to really think about this a lot more carefully. And by the way, I don't know where Mark Acuna got his history from. That book that was cited earlier, I've got a copy. I've got the first edition, first issue, the first printing. There are 2 other books. I've talked to Marilyn Ferguson, Mary Corey, about 6. Nobody says that it was a lynching, because that's extrajudicial. It was a trial. And it might have been a short trial by today's standards of Michael Flynn going on for years. Most trials took place in less than a day. In any event, I think you need to look at history carefully. And again, I can't see that it would be very wise to try to do this tonight. Thank you.
We'll take public comment from Damian Butler.
Good evening, Mr. Butler. Mr. Butler, you're still on mute.
Okay, sorry.
No problem.
Zoom thing. So I'd like to say, as a local in this county, born and raised, 13th generation Butler. Actually, my auntie worked with Mr. Carl Borelli back in the day, Hetty Carrasco, well, a lot of people that have been raised in this county locally, and being of Latin descent, I've noticed that there has been some issue with the hangman, but it's more of a historical aspect from what I see. I'm raising 7 kids myself, and for me, knowledge is power. And to try to erase the knowledge of where we come from in our county, that does not empower my children. I raise them to everybody is respected, each and all individual as you are, as you're paying respect to another person. So I think with the removal of the noose or the hangman, that would be erasing a part of history, and to erasing what I'm trying to teach my children is about respect for one and another. I appreciate your guys' time.
Thank you, Damien.
Yeah, thank you.
Last call for item 12.1. We'll take Kathy.
Good evening, Kathy.
The mute button was in a different place than the last time I talked.
No problem.
Good evening, Mayor Segosa and members of the council. Kathy Lishman. I'm shocked to hear so many people put other people down that may have a different opinion than they do. That is not healthy for the community, and it's not very respectful to others. Calling people names and anyway, talking about the other side and these people. I am not a member of the progressives, and I don't appreciate being called these people just because I happen to be concerned about the noose. I support the recommendation from staff to remove the noose from the city of Placerville seal while keeping the rest of the seal intact. The city taking the noose off of its public property does not mean that it will happen to anybody else. Such a tiny change to the city seal and such huge significance. No one is asking to change or erase history, but there is a difference between remembering history and holding something in high esteem. We have much to honor and celebrate in Placerville's history. The noose image conjures a story, but there are alternate stories that open the door to embracing many other stories that highlight the positive and constructive early spirit of Placerville. Many people and events played an important part in Placerville's history. Millions in gold were taken from its ravines and hills. It was a supply center for surrounding mining camps and a transportation terminus for the famous Comstock lode. John M. Studebaker, Mark Hopkins, Leland Stanford, Philip Almore, Edwin Markham, Snowshoe Thompson, and Levi Strauss were some of the well-known people who contributed to Placerville's early history. Placerville Hardware Store was established in 1856, has been run by the same family for 68 years, and is the oldest continuously operating hardware store west of the Mississippi. Placerville News Company opened in 1856 and has been run by the same family for the last 108 years. In contrast to the noose and Hangtown image, these are all stories of innovation, determination, and character that conjure up ideas of where the enduring spirit of Placerville springs from. Today, people come to visit historic Placerville, Goldbug Park, Goldbug Mine, Apple Hill Ranches, wineries, historic Coloma, the El Dorado National Forest, Lake Tahoe, the American River, the Sierra Nevada Mountains. No one is asking to change or erase history, but it's important to make a conscious decision about what we choose to honor and to celebrate. Thank you for addressing the issue of removing the noose from the city of Placerville seal. I would like to end with a quote from John Quincy Adams: "Always vote for principle, though you vote alone, and you will carry the sweet reflection, your vote is never lost." Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
caller 516.
Hi, good evening. Brian Bierkamp, your El Dorado County District 3 Board of Supervisor. I think this is a cure for insomnia or the like. How you doing, everybody?
We're okay. Good to have you, Supervisor.
You know, I think it's been well said tonight, and with the utmost respect for all of the people that have called in and given their opinions. I also have the utmost respect for all Americans, and I think it's very important to mention that and focus on we're all Americans. But I guess just to speed this up, hopefully, and we're almost there, if we erase our history, we have no future. And there's ways to utilize our history to teach, and I think that needs to be emphasized. Again, it's been said very well by the majority of the callers tonight. And if you move ahead with Vice Mayor's proposal, that's great. I think this has been a very emotional issue brought on by a sequence of events across the country, and it's being taken advantage of. And I would urge that it just be dropped for now. So with that, I know you got some deliberation. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for your attentiveness. I know what you're up against, and urge you to, again, at least table this for now. Thank you very much, guys and gals.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Hello?
Oh, Sue, go ahead. Sorry about that. I think a little glitch on our end.
Okay. Thank you very much, City Council, for taking my comments. I've listened patiently throughout this, and there's been a great deal of discussion about the history of Placerville. And I would like to, first of all, say I totally agree with everything that Kathy Lishman so eloquently stated about our history, and would like to cap it off by saying that the gold rush was our first history. It is what brought people to this area, to this community, started this community. And without the gold rush, we would not have had the lynchings or the hangings or the noose. And let's refocus ourselves on what our true original history is. Thank you again for taking my comments, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Sue.
We'll just take one more last call, 12.1.
Regina, I think it's safe to close off public comments now.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Okay, we close public comments, so we will bring this back to the council for further discussion. I know a lot to take in there, a lot of different opinions and ideas. I have my own, but I'll let see if anyone wants to have any opinions or any comments before I go. Okay, I see no takers. So my thoughts after hearing everything and weighing what everyone said, I agree with the vice mayor. I think, in fact, I would probably go a little bit further and just, I would ask that we, and I don't think I've done this since being mayor, but I would make, and we can have more conversation, but I'd make a motion to just table this idea indefinitely through COVID until we can actually have a conversation where people can sit down and we can actually talk to each other about history. I think a lot of speakers had very eloquent things to say today, in favor of keeping the noose as well as removing it. I think Kathy had a great thing to say, and others, in terms of where the youth are. And taking their opinions into account on this, where we didn't necessarily have that option to do that this evening. as well as to not make this a us versus them type of conversation, where I think this is gone because we're having this debate in a super overcharged, heated environment that the entire world is in, certainly in the United States right now on race relations. I mean, personally, the person of color, I've not had experiences of any type of racial discrimination here in town, but I don't discount that others have. In fact, we saw a little bit of that even during the recent protest where somebody yelled a racial epithet at an African-American community member. So those things do happen, and I don't think we should sugarcoat over that. At the same time, I would also agree is that the symbol has always been something more of the Wild West here in town, and that's been historically what it's been about. But we have to have a deeper conversation, I think. And now is really not the time to have it, because we can't have it in a productive way, I don't believe. And so I'd make a motion to just sort of table this indefinitely until a time where we can actually have a more thorough conversation that where we can actually have some conversations in town halls or whatever we want to do. But I think at 11:10 at night, I just don't know that we're going to have the type of debate that does justice to this issue.
Mr. Mayor, question.
Yes. Yes.
This is to table it indefinitely, not directing staff to do any further work on this and at this time.
That's correct. I'm willing to take amendments, but yeah, I just don't know that we're going to go anywhere at this moment. Yes, Councilmember Borelli.
I would like to see you eliminate the word indefinitely, because
Okay.
it's pretty, I think it leaves a bad taste. But and I do agree with you though that I've felt this way for ever since this issue has been, that this is not the time to make that decision. The whole world, as you stated, is, and you're so right. I'm not sure that we're addressing it for the right reasons. And I think that we really need to table this. And I am not going to say until this COVID thing, because right now I'm not too sure this is ever going to end, quite frankly. So I don't want to say indefinitely, but let's really put more thought in it. I'm hoping that we can have a better discussion. This is difficult for folks that don't have computers and don't have the resources that we do to have discussions, and it's maybe keeping a lot of them from stating their views. And I just think that we really need to send this back and to staff and us too, and come up with some ideas on how we can resolve this situation, and not in such a a heated way. So that's just my opinion.
I would I totally hear that. So maybe I'd amend mine to say maybe staff comes back to us in 60 days with maybe a thought on 60, 90 days with some sort of plan of action of where we can go next on this. But I do think it's going to be difficult only because we're not going to be able to meet in person still. I doubt it very highly.
I can't see it happening this year.
Yeah. Councilmember Taylor.
In terms of tabling this for 60 or 90 days, I don't think it's going to get any easier closer to the election. And I also think that, we just had about an hour of public comment. I think when we rehear this again, we're going to get an hour of very similar public comment. So I'm not really sure what the point is of tabling it, if that's what's going to happen, which is what's going to happen.
Tara, I think you and I are thinking along the same lines. We've heard from the residents, and they don't want anything changed. So what's the table? Why not just deny the staff go any further and move on? Is that what you're kind of thinking? Because we're
Well,
gonna hear the same comments in a month or in a year.
I've listened to the comments. I've read the comments. I respectfully disagree with not changing the news. I think that it's a small change, as one caller mentioned. It's to our stationery primarily, and honestly, you know, I realize that not everybody that cares about this stayed on the call for 5 hours. And I know my age group and a lot of people I know, they're in bed, they're not calling in, but they are not. I mean, it's, for me, it kind of seems silly to argue about having a noose on government stationery. It just does. And so I would be willing to vote my conscience here, which may not be the popular, you know, the most popular viewpoint here, and it's with all respect to the passion that people have about this topic. I'm not speaking about George. I'm not speaking about the name Hangtown. I'm speaking about a very small part of our logo, which I just don't think in this day and age needs to be on government documents.
Is there still a motion on the floor?
There is. There hasn't been a second, so at this point, it would, unless there's a second, and I don't know if people even understand my.
Yeah, were you going to change it, or were you?
Yeah, I mean, after the conversation we've had, maybe I go back to my original, which would just be, although it's sort of the same as maybe Mark is saying, is that we just maybe we just have a vote on this particular issue, and that kind of.
We heard a number of people comment on the vice mayor's concepts. So maybe after an hour and a half, we should hear again what that was, because so many people seem to echo his words.
Vice Mayor.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for their comments. I think people spoke very well on both sides of this issue, and I think that we just touched the tip of the iceberg when it comes to people on both sides' concerns. You know, some people quoted me as being in favor of this, and I think some people, you know, agreed that I was not in favor of this. And I think that it's kind of funny that I purposely did not come out with a point of view that was in favor or not, because I think this is a greater discussion for our community to have and to vote on. And so this is more about raising this issue in a more public way, where we get a broader base of communication. I think our city should set an example for what it looks like to have a robust public debate about an issue that is so significant. You know, not just tearing things down. You know, I don't want to get into that whole issue, because that's a whole nother topic. This is another issue of taking something away that's been in our community for 170 years. And I truly believe that this is something that our community should talk about, and it should have a greater conversation and potentially vote on. I mean this and that's for a whole different discussion, but that's kind of where this leads to if we decide to go that way. And of course, it's a council decision on where we go with that. But, you know, with 170 years of history on this one issue, I just don't see doing it so quickly and so rashly. And I think that there's, you know, I heard just a tidbit of information that I did not know about this issue. And I think as we educate people, both, you know, we heard from an African-American woman who really shared her view of what it feels like to walk down the street and see somebody hanging, and what the noose represents to her and her family and her friends that come here. As well as I have African-American friends that have had the same experience and feeling. So it's not just about how we as residents feel about it, it's how we receive people in our community. And so there's all these different viewpoints that really have not been fully explored and vetted, that gives us the opportunity to react more as a community about this issue. And that's where I'm going with this.
So, yes, Councilmember Taylor.
As I mentioned prior to public comment on this, I fully agree with Councilmember Taylor that, or sorry, Council.
It's late. Don't worry.
that, if we were to have a broader discussion about updating the name, the nickname of the town or anything like that, I would support putting that to the residents of Placerville. I think that one issue with this debate is that it's hard to tell how many people are speaking to it that are actually residents of Placerville. One person's mentioned the petition that has 15,000 signatures on it, but we don't have 15,000 people that live in Placerville.
Right.
So, I'm all for having a vote if this becomes a broader issue, but this agenda item is about removing a very small portion of our logo on our stationery. I probably went to, sometimes we have to vote on things that we don't really want to vote on, but they come before us and we need to vote our conscience. And we're just going to repeat this process if we keep them on.
Is that a motion then? I mean, I think mine's essentially failed. So do we have a motion on the table?
I would move that we table this to a future date uncertain. I really wish I could have a certain date. I would say we, at the very latest, bring it back in January, and hopefully we have some meaningful opportunity to discuss this issue in a broader prospect.
Mayor, can I make a suggestion along those lines?
Yes.
Perhaps the motion is to bring it back at a date certain, perhaps January would be an appropriate date, simply to determine whether or not it's time to set a date for this broader discussion that you're talking about. So that discussion wouldn't happen at that time, but see where we're at with COVID-19, for example, and what things are happening in the community, and see if that's an appropriate time to then schedule a date for a future town hall, whatever that event is that Councilmember Vice Mayor Thomas has referred to that could happen at that time. So just a potential suggestion.
Councilmember Borelli.
I also think that I think it gives us time, and I don't know whether, again, we want to appoint an official committee to look into this or how we want to go about it. But we heard several people mention about the history, and I believe Sue Taylor said that she has, some have denied what the fellow, and they've said he embellished and stuff, and then Sue is claiming that she knows more or has access to determining the real history of this. It'll give us time to really look into it, and then there's going to be two sides of the story, and it won't be just hearsay, and we can, I think, have some just the facts or a broader perhaps of them.
There can be conversations between now and then that talks about we just don't bring it up then. We may have the opportunity to have some conceptual ideas of how to move this forward in our community.
So are you suggesting that we initiate it or staff initiates it? How do you want to go about it? Because I really don't want to drop it. I really would like to have, somebody digging into this and really finding out what we need to know.
Was that a motion that the Vice Mayor made?
It is.
Can you repeat it? I think
I made a motion to table this till January. How about since nobody seconded it yet, I will add.
I'll go ahead and second the motion.
Okay.
Thank you
What
for
were you going to
repeating.
add, Dennis?
Well, I was going to add that we maybe the mayor and vice mayor meet with city staff to kind of put together a rough draft of what it looked like to work on this.
Or any members of the council besides, that would like to do this. It doesn't necessarily have to be the mayor and vice mayor.
Okay, let's say 2 members of the council. And that would amend my motion.
Now we'll amend my second.
All right.
All right, we have a first and a second. Further discussion.
Oh, yes, of course. First of all, always thank the public for their input. This is another tremendously emotional issue. It seems like we've just had our share of them, like the rest of the world. And I appreciate their mostly respectful comments. We did have one profane speaker, and that was unfortunate. Just for myself, I want to assure folks that I have not been invited to or met with anybody from the El Dorado Progressives. And I also want to assure everybody that I am not responding to a mob from the outside or some emotional events that have been occurring across the country. The simple task here this evening was just to look at removing the noose from our city emblem. And I would appreciate the one caller who said that didn't see that really wasn't type of an issue that the public should be voting on. And I have to say that it is our duty to do some of these things ourselves. And it was very disheartening, however, because I do recognize that the news, despite what folks want to think, it almost always has negative connotations. And since we don't hand out free history books as you come into town, we can't expect every citizen and every visitor to understand how innocent we think our portrayal and use of the noose and the hangman is. Because there is a large group of folks that are frightened by it and intimidated by it. And it isn't used anymore except for in a couple of states. And I don't know that that's anything to be proud of either. I've certainly heard a lot of privilege discussed this evening. The folks that don't ever experience what some of the brave folks called in do, because they are of a different nationality and have experienced it. It's interesting that we didn't hear a whole lot about from 1849 to 1854. Those were the few years that this was called Hangtown. We didn't hear from any of the historians this evening, amateur or professional, that talked about what happened in 1854 that caused the name to be changed from Hangtown to Placerville. So there was some recognition there by our forefathers that they needed. And I'm sure Kirk will have a different interpretation of my historic review, but it was generally agreed upon. The town folks realized that old Hangtown, which at that time was one of the biggest cities in the state of California, was getting a bad reputation because of its name. They wanted to attract good visitors, good residents, and good business people to the town. So they changed it to Placerville. We didn't spend a minute discussing that this evening. And I think, in January, that's something that needs to be looked at.
I agree.
It was recognized that a change needed to occur over 150 years ago. One of the other things that I find that's interesting is that some of the historical quotations that were made today about George, the dummy. And one of the good things from all of this discussion is the latest somewhat agreed upon between the experts history lesson on that is George is a 1933 advertisement gag to increase sales at the Hangman Tree Bar. There are folks that are talking like this is some historical legend, and it's really a bar gag from 1933. That's something that needs to be talked about in January or whenever this moves forward in the community. Again, I want to state very clearly again that I at no time supported going any further than simply removing the news from the city business cards and where appropriate, and using all of the old materials first with the lowest cost, if that had been where we'd gone tonight. And I agree completely with the Vice Mayor Thomas. Anything as far as Hangtown and changing that name or any other changes absolutely needs to be done by the registered voters of the city of Placerville. No city council, no city staff has the right to address that particular change. There was a tremendous amount of fear I heard this evening, and that's unfortunate. A tremendous amount of finger pointing, and a lot of those people won't stop, and it's those progressives. Todd White certainly spoke well for the Republican Party. They were well represented here this evening. So we know how those folks feel. So I look forward to seeing what happens, in 6 or 8 months, when the opportunity to, look at the complete piece of this history happens.
Thank you, council member. Kind of the same thoughts on my end. I mean, I think there is value to people sitting in a room together and having this conversation. It's just like the anonymity of posting online or on a Facebook post versus saying something to somebody's face. Certainly takes on a different, I think, tone and dialogue versus even this Zoom format. And I think it would probably lead to a better discussion as well. So I do think there's value in that. Will the conversation change all that much? I don't know. It might not. I mean, I think a lot of the people that are very adamant on either side of this probably won't change their opinions on this. But my hope would be that they could at least see the value in the opposite view and why that person might feel the way they do at a more intrinsic level. And again, we're Placerville. We're not solving the racial issues of the United States or the world, but we can try our best to do a little bit and to have some understanding amongst different groups as we move this conversation along. And I do think that's a noble thing to try and do, and not just discount everybody that's had something to say tonight. And so I do think there's value in holding this over, and so I'll end up supporting that motion. But again, like I said, as a person of color, I'm very aware of the racial tensions and real racism that's happened in this country. Like I've mentioned before, I've been pulled over for no reason when I lived in Los Angeles with my friends, and I am pretty sure I know the reason why. So things happen, and images are real for a lot of people. It shouldn't be so easily discounted that someone of African American descent who has a real reaction on a news, that we just say, well, it's our history and it's never been racist, so kind of get over it. That's not really, that doesn't really lead to a constructive dialogue either. So we'll see where this goes. I do think it needs to have that extra layer of input from the community in a more robust way. And to Mark's comments, yes, the vice mayor and I did meet with the progressives one time, with the city manager and with the chief of police, as well as our commanders. It was one meeting just to sort of discuss overall race issues and police issues with the police in terms of things I just mentioned, like people getting pulled over or whatever. And so it was just a good conversation that we said that we would have more conversations with the public and with other council members. I think we talked about this at the last meeting, where we'd have more people involved in this sort of dialogue. And I think this all sort of flows in together, but there's been no secret meetings or other serial meetings that have been, I think, alleged in this. It was one meeting, and we've been very public about that prior to this. So nothing different there and nefarious that was going on. I think that's.
And we're not in control of the website for the progressive group. So that's, what they put on there is up to them.
Right. Yeah. If they haven't changed it because at one point, there was a staff error on keep making something free, that's not us. So. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, we have a second. We'll go ahead and have a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor. I'm sorry, Kate, was that an aye or a no?
You're muted, Kara.
Kara, I don't think she picked it up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I vote no. My preference would be for decisive action tonight.
Okay, thank you. Got
Thank
it.
you. Okay, that measure passes 4-1. Again, thank you for everybody. I I see we still got 54 attendees, which I'm sure will drop off precipitously as we move along here. But thank you for everybody that hung in there and for calling in and for making your comments, aside from the one unfortunate one. So with that, I do want to take a poll of the city council. I would like to, if you would acquiesce, I would like to hold over the discussion on the calming manual at 11:30 at night. I just don't think it's a reasonable thing to have it, this in and of itself. And I should have known better, and I apologize for this myself. I should have held this back to begin with this issue on tonight's agenda. I'll ask, so one, I would ask if my colleagues would be amenable to that. And two, I'd ask Mr. Driscoll or Mr. Morris what my options are there, or what our options are there in terms of legality, since this is a posted item for our review tonight.
I can mention just quickly what I would recommend. This is not an action item. It is simply to bring this up and to get public and council comments on it. We were not proposing to adopt it tonight. What I would recommend from my perspective is that you hold this over until the August 11th meeting, which is your next meeting. And in the meantime, that gives more time for the public to review the manual further and provide comments. We've already received some comments. We can continue to receive those and provide more information when it comes back in terms of further refinement and addressing the comments that might come up and that have already come up. So.
Correct. And what the city manager is suggesting is certainly within the discretion of the council.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you, Cleve. Council colleagues, are you okay with that?
I move that we table it.
Second.
Well, till the 1st of August.
The first meeting in August.
Okay. Okay, we have a first and a second. I will go ahead and open that up for public comment. Well, yeah.
Do we need to do a public comment on this?
I don't see why we
need. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I know that Jennifer Chapman she's really been looking forward to this. I think that that's probably her hand up. I can't see what the number. She might be the only one that's going to comment on this. She's been on here for 5.5 hours. I feel like we should hear what she has to say, and then we can move on.
Who is that?
Jennifer Chapman.
This is going to be an item that's going to come back again, and the comments can be provided. Do we need to take public comment on this, John or Cleve?
No, I don't believe you do.
Okay. Do we need to have a motion to table it?
You need a motion to continue it to the first meeting in August.
Okay.
And Dennis and I did.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. I don't disagree, Kara. I just think at this point,
no,
yeah.
I want to mention too, we do have written comments from Ms. Chapman that we will review and take into consideration prior to the next meeting.
Right.
Okay, so with that, we'll do a roll call vote.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna, Councilmember Acuna, are you there? Let's go to Councilmember Borelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
And I don't know if Mark is still here, but
His he may be just having some difficulties. Well, the measure will pass 4-0.
okay.
Okay, so we will move then on to item 12.2. So 12.2, adopt a resolution ratifying construction contract change orders 35, 41, 53, and 54 in the amount of $19,241.62 with Doug Veerkamp, General Engineering for a WPI. Authorize the city engineer to execute a notice of completion and instructing the city clerk to record said notice with the El Dorado County Recorder's Office for WPI. And 3, authorize the Assistant City Manager, Director of Finance to release all remaining retention being held for construction security not more than 60 days after the notice of completion for said project. And Ms. Neves has this for us tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Given the late hour, I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. Mayor did an excellent job of summarizing staff's recommendations in the report. As you know, the project's completed. We're now at final closeout stage with the ratification of these last few change orders. And the change orders presented before you include items related to the park and ride lot, trailhead memorial plaque, a driveway repair to the park and ride lot prior to final acceptance, and the reconciliation of just contract working days. I do want to call attention to change order 41 regarding the trailhead memorial plaque. As you're all aware, our community lost a local hero, Deputy Brian Ishmael, on October 23rd, 2019, when he was shot and killed in the line of duty, serving the very community he loved. In the days that followed, our grief-stricken community covered what felt like every square inch of the county in blue ribbons as we mourned together for the loss of Ish, as Deputy Ishmael was affectionately nicknamed. One particular grief-stricken mourner painted the tribute to Ish at the rock that's currently placed at the new trailhead to El Dorado Trail. This segment of the trail was then informally referred to as the Ish Trail, and our hearts kind of took to it. In an attempt to discourage future graffiti on that rock, but with the hope of preserving the heartfelt intent of painting the rock, the project team decided to try to place a plaque of memorial plaque honoring Ish, and felt that that would be the appropriate replacement of the paint. Staff commissioned several potential design options and requested input from Sheriff DeAugustini and Interim Chief Joseph Wren. And the design for the plaque was selected, and the proof is included in tonight's staff report. This plaque will be cast in bronze with the blue accents of the tree ribbon and thin blue lines shown clearly. The plaque will be set onto the rock located at the trailhead. Staff's other recommendations to conclude the project are also included before you this evening, and that concludes my verbal report. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any questions for Rebecca at this moment from my colleagues? Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and open up public comment.
I'm taking public comment on item 12.2. We'll start with caller 846.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, Jennifer.
Hi there. I actually wasn't actually necessarily going to comment on this, although I was just having a thought, which I think it's a beautiful idea to do this memorial. And I guess I just wanted to say that the El Dorado Trail, if you recall from that Rec and Parks Commission, Jackie now had a lot of ideas about, history exhibits along that trail. And as you know, a lot of that trail goes along the Southern Pacific Railroad corridor. And again, just back to, all this discussion of history, just in light of, this idea about contributing other elements to the trail, such as this, not to detract from the significance and meaning of this one, just want to call your attention to other opportunities with this trail, which of course has lots of funding potential with all the rails to trails and Caltrans and so forth. And all the multimodal pedestrian bikes, all that. So just be thinking about other educational opportunities along that trail. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for the comments.
We'll take call-in user 7.
Good evening, Council. Hopefully quick sleep. Just so the Doug Veerkamp project, no problem with. The plaque I was looking at, and I thought, okay, so you're gonna dedicate this plaque to the trail of Brian Ishmael. God bless, great job. But I just thought it was a bit derogatory to call the trail the Ish Trail. Like half of his name. Does anyone else find that a tad weird? I don't know if maybe that was his nickname from childhood or his nickname over at the sheriff's. If everyone else that knows him is fine with that, the Ish Trail, I'll be fine with it. But I just thought it a tad weird, and I don't know enough background. If it's going to be the Ishmael Trail, call it the Ishmael Trail. So that was just my input, and hopefully you'll find out what is proper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Good evening, Sue.
Sue Taylor, beautiful idea. I looked at the plaque and I was just, the only thing I noticed, it'd be nice if it had a stronger tree on there that was, I mean, a realistic tree would be really kind of awesome. So that's my 2 cents. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Sue.
Last call for item 12.2. No further comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add.
Just one clarification. Brian Ishmael, he was nicknamed affectionately Ish. When we presented these plaques to the sheriff, he actually several times referred to him as Ish, and the use of Ish Trail was kind of a play on Ishmael, Ish Trail. So that's kind of where we kind of came up with that. It was meant affectionately, as was his nickname. He's often referred to as Ish. I have a lot of mutual friends within the sheriff departments that's friends with Ish's family, and they all refer to him as Ish. So it's meant no disrespect at all. It's meant very affectionately.
Yep. Just wanted to, yep, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further comments from council or a motion?
I'll go ahead and move approve the item.
All right, I'll take a mark, yeah, and a second from Patty. All right, any further discussion or comments?
I'd just like to say that I think the plaque is just absolutely perfect, just the way it is.
Thank you. I do too. I think it's.
And I truly appreciate, we went through this whole this process of grieving last year, and dealing with the emotions in our community, and it was very challenging to say, to put it extremely lightly. And I think this is a great way to have a standing tribute to somebody that was dear in our community and gave his life to protect us. And so I truly appreciate that people have thought to do this. So thank you.
Likewise. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and do roll call vote.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Oh, still on mute, Kara.
You're muted.
Still muted.
You're muted.
But your aye though, right? So.
Tired. That was 9. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that measure passes. Thank you, Rebecca, for all the work on this. We will move on to item 12.3, appoint a council ad hoc subcommittee to work on potential community choice aggregate CCAs, JPA with El Dorado County. And Mr. Morris has this presentation for us.
Mayor and council, I'm going to make this very quick since because of the late hour. I think most of you know what this is. A community choice aggregation is an option we can consider at this time in terms of how we pay for our future power. There's a lot of detail in the report, and especially in the PowerPoint presentation attached. El Dorado County also had this item on their agenda today to appoint 2 council members, or 2 board members, excuse me, and request that we appoint 2 also to work with myself and county staff and their board members to meet with these potential CCAs that we could look at joining in the future. So this is purely exploratory at this time. No further action is necessary, but if there are questions, I will be happy to answer those the best I can. So.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Questions for Cleve? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Taking public comment for item 12.3. We'll start with call-in user 7.
12.3, is that the item? Because everything
Yes.
went out of order.
Correct. We're on the JPA subcommittee. Or
Okay, is there is this for an indefinite JPA, or is there a sunset in there? What's the time frame for this JPA? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take last call for item 12.3. No further public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Regina. Okay, so we have 2 council members to appoint, and I know Council Member Taylor, who has already expressed interest in being one of our appointees on this committee.
I'd like to be on it one too, if it's, I'd like to volunteer.
Okay, Vice Mayor Thomas. Oh, you're on mute still.
I wouldn't mind throwing my hat in the ring on that as well.
Okay. So we have.
I assumed Mark would want to be on it as well.
Oh, no. It has to do with electricity.
I'm with so many people, I volunteered. I'd be happy to serve on it if that was the wishes of the council, but I also figure that most people were very busy right now, and my schedule is a little bit more open. But if other people are, gung-ho for this committee, then that's okay with me too.
All right. Yes, Councilmember Borelli.
I was going to say that Kara and Dennis and I all attended a meeting. Gosh, it's been a year or so ago, and this very issue was a hot topic, and I just was very interested in it, and I just think it's, the time is right, and I just really like to participate.
Okay. So why don't we do this? Because of what Kara just said, if she's willing to bow out, if there's other people that really want to serve, we can go with Vice Mayor Thomas and Councilmember Borelli as our representatives on this committee. Cleve, just a quick question: do we know who the representatives are from the Board of Supervisors?
I apologize. I did not get that from them today. I'll have to check tomorrow on who their representatives were.
Not a problem. I mean, that's fine. I just curious more than anything.
Sure.
Cleve, do you have any idea about meetings? How often or?
I do not. I know that there's an interest in meeting with an existing JPA to talk about the potential of us joining that JPA. There's also there's a second one that may have some interest also, and then there's the possibility of forming our own JPA. So there are options there that we can look at. I think the one makes the most sense is to look at one of the existing ones. The process that way is a little simpler than forming our own, but we'll look at all options. So.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and make a motion to authorize the council to create an ad hoc subcommittee consisting of Vice Mayor Thomas and Councilmember Borelli.
And I'll second that.
The community choice aggregation.
We lost Kara somewhere.
Yeah, I think she mentioned to me that her computer was dead, so we may have lost potentially Councilmember Taylor for the last couple of items here. With that, is there any further comments on the CCA?
Just briefly, a couple of things to watch out for. I don't know that by creating this, you're going to gain any relief from exposure to the PG&E PSP
Absolutely.
power shutoffs. Right. And the other thing is there is some rate comparison in here. You're going to want to be very careful because I think they are looking at areas where there is natural gas service available. Mm-hmm. So you may not have the same savings when you're going to have an all electric house up here or propane.
You know, Mark, that was my thought too when I read this whole thing, and I'm thinking, gosh, all this work and all this effort and everything, and I'm not really seeing, because they did give some examples of cost, you know, and it doesn't seem to be too great.
You're still going to be using PG&E's under-maintained distribution facilities to deliver your power.
Right.
Mayor, if I could, I did receive a text message from Supervisor Verkamp that Supervisors Parlin and Hydall were appointed to the committee.
Yep. I did too. I just got that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah.
Is your understanding that this is going to be implemented, or this is going to have an urgency to the nature of these meetings, or is it this kind of a long game approach here?
I think it's going to take some time. It's not something that's going to be a couple of meetings and go. There's going to be a lot of work that's going to go into this, and I think those first few steps are going to be purely exploratory and seeing what the current JPAs are doing, and then looking at how we may consider moving forward with something.
All right. Yep. And we reserve the right to call in Councilmember Acuna.
Oh, absolutely.
On his for added advice on this one.
I was just going to say that too. We need him for assistance.
All right. So with that, we will do roll call vote.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
and Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Okay, that measure passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, so we tabled 12.4. So we will move on to item 12.5, and that's adopt a resolution approving an agreement with Axon Enterprises for 20 Axon Body 3 body-worn cameras and 3 docking stations in the total amount of $19,988.36, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same, approving a $19,988 budget appropriation from the PARSAC safety grant for said equipment. And Interim Chief Wren has this report for us this evening.
Yes, thank you. Placerville Police Department was one of the first agencies in the foothills to go full deployment on body-worn cameras. I just got a notification my internet is unstable. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You there?
Oh, we may have lost you now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear.
So that concludes my presentation. I'm just kidding. So the technology that we were using was first, actually, it was second generation from the company at the time was Taser. They had since changed their name to Axon. So we started seeing about a year and a half ago, the body-worn cameras were becoming unreliable in their recordings, which obviously caused issues when it came time for case presentation or when we reviewed them internally for any kind of suspected complaints. I met with the city manager, told him what our concerns were. He was able to find the grant, which is identified in the staff report. This allows us to buy the most current product that Axon puts out, along with the docking stations that are required. And, I got to tell you, from the technology that we had previously to the new footage on these specific body worn cameras is night and day. It's a much wider field of view. It's a lot crisper. Some of the added benefits for the police department is obviously evidentiary presentation to the DA's office when it comes time for filing cases or during the prosecution of cases used as a primary source of evidence to obtain a successful prosecution. Also, probably the biggest thing, especially for me as an administrator, is it allows us to review interactions between our officers and citizens who are making complaints against the officers. And I'll tell you, since I've been here in 2016, every complaint that's been made to me, and I would probably say in the low teens, we were able to disprove the allegations made against the officers. It's to the point now where our cops don't even want to go out to the field unless they have a body worn camera, just because it's that added extremely tangible proof of their professionalism. Not that I have ever questioned it, but it's good to have that video. And it sends people away when we confront them with the fact the interaction was recorded and the allegations that were being made were not substantiated. So with that, body worn cameras now are industry standard in law enforcement. I just think it's prudent that we go ahead and invest in this new technology and continue to send our cops out with the latest and greatest. So, any questions?
Thank you, Chief. Yes, Councilmember Borelli.
Chief, is there any kind of a warranty? I saw in here where you said the expected life is 3 years. Do we just accept that? Is that?
Yeah, well, so our cameras were actually initially purchased in 2015, at the end of 2015, full deployed in January of 2016. So we've gotten out of them what we think we can get out of them. We've sent them back for warranty replacements. Axon is a very responsive company. They stand by their product. They no longer manufacture the cameras that we had, which were the Axon Flex cameras. They don't make spare parts for them. It's no longer on their books. So yeah, it's just time.
Right. And I was just kind of curious to know. So in other words, the ones we're buying now, they're not going to build a bigger and better. And we're going to have the same problem with these. You were saying that these are so superior.
Yeah, no, we're getting the latest technology. The Axon Flex is when we purchased them in 2015. I believe those were either 2009 or 2011 technology at that time. So it was already getting to be towards the end of their production life when we kind of caught it on that tail end there. So what we got now is the latest and greatest. And unless, I'm going to say it's probably going to be like the iPhone. I'm going to come out with a great one every other year. But these should last us. They say 2 to 3 years. We can usually stretch them about 5 to 6. So it depends.
Chief, I think we lost you there for a little bit.
I think he finished.
Okay.
We're good.
Other questions for Chief? Okay, seeing none. Oh, yes, Councilmember Taylor?
Nope.
Oh,
Okay.
no, okay, sorry. We will go ahead and open up public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 12.5. No public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to council for further discussion or
I'll move approval of the item.
I'll
Second.
second.
I'll second.
All right, we got a first and a second.
3 seconds.
Yeah, Councilmember Acuna, and then I think the vice mayor beat her by a tad there. We'll go, any further discussion or comments? Okay, roll call. Please. Oh,
I was just gonna say, in this day and age, I really don't think this is an optional item. I think, you know, we just have to do it, so.
I agree.
absolutely. Roll call, please.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, everybody. That measure passes 5-0. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to come back with a staff report for a new router for our internet next. So.
Yes, please.
Didn't hear a word you said.
All right, moving on to item 12.6. Approve a consulting service amendment number 1 with REY Engineering for engineering, construction management, and inspection services for the Spring Street pavement rehabilitation from Coloma to Bedford. Approve a $900,000 budget appropriation from the Measure L fund for the Spring Street pavement rehabilitation from Coloma to Bedford. Approving a consulting service amendment number 3 with REY Engineers for engineering, construction management, and inspection services for the Mosquito Road stabilization, Clay Street to city limits. Approving a budget liquidation from Measure L funds in the amount of $114,000 from the Placerville Station 2 waterline replacement project, and approving a budget appropriation from the Measure L fund in the amount of $114,000 for the Mosquito Road stabilization and Clay Street to city limits project. And again, Ms. Neves has this for us this evening.
Good evening again. Once again, Mayor did a great job of summarizing the items before you for consideration. Are Measure L funded and community priorities, both serving as direct connections to not only neighborhoods, but the state highways within Placerville, Highway 49 and Highway 50 or Spring Street for sure. And then due to staff's workload, it's become necessary to seek some outside help for construction management of both projects. We're stretched pretty thin right now, so we're doing the best we can, but we do have an on-call construction management services list of consultants, and we did reach out to the list and the firms on that list and received only one proposal from REY, which was found to be in alignment with staff's expectations and expected budget. On February 25th this year, council authorized staff to release the project out to bid, and then COVID hit in March, and what feels like 84 years later, here we are. After staff's substantial revisions to the bid documents to allow for virtual contactless bidding, the project was sent out to bid on July 8th, with the bid opening scheduled for July 30th. My apologies for the misprint in staff's report stating August 6th. As of right now, the bid opening is still scheduled for July 30th. Once the bids are received, staff will return to council for final funding recommendations for the construction contract. Staff's recommendations are summarized in the report. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any questions for Ms. Neves at this point? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Comment is now open for item 12.6. We'll start with call-in user 7.
Good evening, council and mayor. So the question is, will Mosquito Road inside the city limits get paved before fall? A lot of changes here. Need to know if all of those changes over to the park and ride, everything else is going to result in my road not being paved this year. So I'd love an answer. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Last call for public comment on item 12.6. No comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Regina. Rebecca, if you want to make a comment on the scope and timing of both of these.
Sure, happy to. Actually, as stated in staff's report, construction is slated and scheduled to begin September of 2020. So the question was, will Mosquito Road within the city limits be paved before fall? The answer is yes. Especially if we go with the FDR option. There was a little link in staff's report that was kind of handy. And if you wanted 5 minutes of geeking out, it's pretty cool little video explaining the whole process of full depth reclamation.
Thank you. Okay, we'll bring it back to council for more discussion, comments.
Move approval of the item, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you for the second. All right, we have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
All right, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Rebecca. This is a huge project for us. I wish we had a little bit more, and I wish we had more time where it was earlier so we could have, I think, really dug a little bit deeper into it, just because it's such a great thing for the city and a great use of the Measure L funds that we have. So excited to see this one starting. So thank you again, Rebecca.
I think we need to have some kind of a celebration or something when they start. Not wait till it's ended. When they start, it's a hallelujah.
Absolutely. All right, so we're moving on then to item 12.7. So amend resolution number 8851, rejecting bids and terminating the contract and change order number 1 with Doug Veerkamp Engineering for the Lower Main Street Asphalt Rehabilitation Project. Approve item 2, approve a construction service contract with VSS International for the application of a type 2 slurry and thermoplastic paint on Lower Main Street Asphalt Rehabilitation Project. Authorize the city manager to execute the same. Authorizing the city manager to negotiate any necessary contract change orders for the said project not to exceed an aggregate amount of $10,000, and approving a $56,852 budget liquidation in fiscal year 2018-2019 RMRA revenues from the annual crack ceiling street project. And 6, approve a budget appropriation of fiscal year 2018-2019 RMRA revenues in the amount of $56,852 for the Lower Main Street Asphalt Rehabilitation Project. And Mr. Stone has this for this evening, or actually this morning.
This morning. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Council. Yes, initially when this project went out to bid, it called for seal coating and conventional painting of the roadway surfaces. After working with Caltrans to provide a more complete project, it was discovered that the Caltrans area of the project would require the type 2 slurry and thermoplastic paint. Based on the increased cost of applying just the type 2 slurry and thermoplastic paint to the Caltrans section, staff explored the option of also applying those materials to the city section. Based on the increased quantities, a greatly reduced unit price was possible, allowing for the application of type 2 and thermoplastic paint to the entire project, both of which will provide a much longer lasting material and lower maintenance costs over time. Based on the changes in the nature of the work, staff decided it'd be best to rebid the project, and we released a notice inviting informal bids on June 17th. 2 bids were received, one from Doug Veerkamp in the amount of $140,542, and also one from VSS International in the amount of $134,000. And this concludes my report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Nick. Any questions at this time for Mr. Stone? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment.
Public comment is now open for item 12.7. No public comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Regina. Okay, we'll bring it back to the council for either a motion or further discussion.
I'll move to adopt the motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Thank you. Further comments? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Mayor Saragosa,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Thomas,
Aye.
Councilmember Acuna,
Aye.
Councilmember Borelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Taylor.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Nick. We will then move on now to council reports from other agency meetings. Again, we'll look for brevity here if there's any reports at all. El Dorado County Transportation or Transit Authority, excuse me. Yes, Councilmember Taylor.
We approved a new contract with Matt Mock, the executive director, and we approved the budget and capital improvement plan.
All right, thank you very much. El Dorado CTC.
No meeting.
No meeting.
All right, then it's easy. LAFCO.
We meet next week.
Thank you. SACOG, we don't have a meeting this month, and so our next meeting will be our policy committee hearings in August. Placerville Fire Safe Council.
I just have real short. Chris informed me today that they did begin staffing the table at the Saturday Farmers Market. And she said that they handed out a lot of brochure bags, and the Go Bag fundraiser is becoming very popular. The Defensible Space Evaluation Program is starting. They're getting it started. She said the homeowners appreciate getting a priority list they can work on. We plan to advertise this more broadly later this summer after I get a better idea how many can be done in a week.
Thank you, Patty. And it's good news to hear that they've started that, and I'm sure Chief Cordero also would agree to that as well. Get that information out there to our residents.
Right, and they stress that this is just an advisory. It's not, they're not going to penalize anybody or anything. It's just an advisory, and they can help folks out that need the advice.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 14, request for future agenda items. Anything this evening from my colleagues? Yes, Councilmember Taylor.
I would like to propose that we invite Eric Bonnickson, Superintendent of Placerville Union Schools District, to give a presentation if he has time this summer, fall. I met with him several months ago. We discussed school closures in regard to PSPSs. I think with everything going on now, it's also would be pertinent. He mentioned that he'd like more communication with the city, and I mentioned that I would ask to invite him to give a presentation at the beginning of the school year.
I think it's a great idea. Everybody,
I think it's a great idea too.
My only question is which meeting? I see that the first meeting in August is the 11th, and I have a feeling that meeting's going to be quite busy. Could be wrong.
Then the next one, or yeah. I just, start of the school year. It doesn't have to be before school starts. I realize it's, the schedule may not permit that.
Okay.
And I haven't talked to him about which day works for him, so perhaps we can reach out. And
I know Eric well too, so Councilmember Taylor, you and I both can reach out to him and see what works for him. That's fine.
Okay, great. Any other requests? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to, we did item 15. So we'll move on to upcoming items. We will bring back on August 11th the traffic calming manual. And again, I apologize for everybody that was on it. I wanted to talk about that. I think we just a little too optimistic about getting through everything this evening and morning now. So we will bring that back at our next meeting, in addition to Old City Hall Shoring Award, a Placerville Station 2 permission to release for public bid on WPI, police and fire monthly statistics, and sexual assault awareness month proclamation. So with that, at the very early hour of 12:17 a.m., I will adjourn this meeting of the Placerville City Council. So thank you, everybody. And thank you, staff, for sticking around and working all night with us here. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.